I'm good. About the
4 o'clock this morning. Actually, by the time I wrote it, it was like 5. Doesn't matter. That's your
People would think
email's
that
all messed
the
up and
headline was
stuff
this.
this week, so.
But now USA Today was not headline on paywall, so I was
But,
like, better for me, I guess. But it doesn't matter.
I don't
None of
know.
my voters believe that.
It's okay.
But we did too.
Well,
I was like, she's something else. Man.
George, do you have a power cord? Because I have one in my purse if you need it later.
She's busy.
It will. Mine never does. I always have to. No. What's your last name? Oh, Giovanno. Oh. Giovanno. Are we ready?
Just ready to start. Normally that's graphic. That works.
Okay.
Oh, green.
We're gonna get ready. We're gonna try to go live here in about 3 minutes. So if everybody would get your place, we will give this a try. Thank you for your patience. This is the inaugural work session in here. And these mics are live.
I see that.
The microphone, when it's green, it's live. Your microphone's green, it's live the whole time.
Good morning. Question, can you hear me? What? So the mics are working, yes. All right, we're on a roll. Welcome to our first workshop in this office. We're excited to be here and I didn't hear her. I didn't hear you. At any rate, we're going to have our first meeting here in just a minute. We have one more thing to finish up. Are you ready? Quintana?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to say anything else unless you were.
Yeah.
All right, so as I said, welcome to our new facility for our workshops. We're glad all of you are here. We'll go ahead and start with the invocation as we always do. Pastor Dylan Kern from the Bradenton Christian Reformed Church, and then we'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd stand, please.
Father in heaven, thank you for each of these public servants in this room today. These are men and women of ability who have given themselves into service for the state. It is encouraging to see so many gathered to work for the good of Manatee County, and I pray that you will bless them in a tangible way as they seek to do their best for the good of this county. But yet, Father, there we come to the snag. How do we know and pursue what is good? You have shown us what is good in your law, yet you have also shown us in Scripture that your law is a thing too difficult for us to keep. That revelation is, in fact, one of the proper uses you have given us of your law, to allow your law to teach us that no one is righteous, not one. When Adam sinned, so did we all. As Adam's line spiraled into deeper and more grotesque sin, we saw the story of ourselves. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And our darkened hearts cannot so much desire what is right. What are we to do? We often scramble in the dark, seeking truth and goodness through gods we have carved in the shapes of elephants and donkeys, through policies and through opinions of masks or no masks or more masks. And we find ourselves no closer to truth, no closer to what is right than when we started. Yet you have not left us without a light. You have not left us without hope. You sent your Son to bear the sin of all who would believe in his name. You sent your Son to be our sin offering presented to you so that he might bear the sin of all who are his and give us his righteousness in return. In this way, you have made it possible for us to love and serve you, to seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly before you. I pray, Father, that you would send your Holy Spirit here to show Christ to all here. Illuminate the hearts of these men and women, that they might be drawn to that light that shines in our darkness. In so doing, your light will break into this community and the darkness will be expelled. Bless their debate and their work for the good of your world. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Kern. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll go ahead and start. The first one is the Manatee County Investment Policy.
Thank you,
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chairman. We have the clerk of the court here, Angel Colonessa.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is not a presentation, it's just an update. My former Director of Finance actually started the investment policy. It was something that we talked about shortly after I took office, the need to update it. So it is in the process. It's actually got to go through a couple of reads through my office. I have it now, but due to the CAFR, as you know, we're putting together the CAFR and COVID, we didn't get further along down the road with it, but it is near completion as far as review goes. So I hope to have it to the board to look at, for you to look at and take a look at by the end of the summer. It should be, they got farther along on it than I even anticipated.
Okay.
And that's the update.
Wow, that was fast and sweet. Angel, I just want to ask you one thing. It was asked of me over the weekend whether or not we had an investment policy, and it occurred to me I've never seen it. Where would I find that?
It's on our website.
On your website? Okay, I didn't think to look. there.
Yes,
All right.
it's on the website, under
Commissioner
the financial.
Yes, Commissioner Whitmore?
And this is a policy through the clerk, not through the Manatee County, correct? Or do
Well, the
we
way it
bless it?
happened, the way the previous one happened, we took the liberty, or actually, I don't know how that came about, but my predecessor did draft an investment policy accordance with the law. The law is very strict on how you invest the money. And it was done, it was presented to the board, and the board voted on it, and I think they worked together on it, and that's how we had the investment policy, but it hadn't been updated in quite some time. In fact, this one, I think what'll be helpful also to the public, or comprehensive glossary that's in it as well. There's some updates to it, things like that. But as you know, in Chapter 218, you have to protect the principal, and then you have to prepare for liquidity, because that's how we pay our bills. And only then do you look at the return on the investment. So you can't play free and fast with the county's money. You have to be conscientious about that. So you can't be high risk in what you're doing. So it's pretty simplistic.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, when you go through these couple of reads, do we take a look at, is this something we're going to ultimately vote on and approve, or
Yes.
do we just entirely, okay, we do.
Before I bring it to you, though, I would like to have it, I don't want to have it incomplete or something we want to tweak, or I want to tweak that sounds, something better. Or I just would like a final polished version when I bring it to you, and to say, we've done our part, now you look at it, and then we work together on what we want to refine on it.
Okay.
Any other questions from, no, not seeing any? All right, I'm going to do things a little different in this workshop. I'm going to call each item, I'll ask for public comment, because I do know that Angel
Oh,
is going to be leaving us.
Okay.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward and speak on this topic? It is the number 2, Manatee County Investment Policy. You did not sign up for this one, right, Glenn? It doesn't have a number
I
on
put
your,
all.
I'm sorry?
I put all.
You did? Okay.
Huh?
Agree.
Hello? Okay. Oh, remote too. Wow. Okay. For the record, Glenn Giblina. So my question on the investment policy, and I did watch some YouTubes last night that those investment policies can only go for that particular fund. So I'm a little confused here that when I look at the health trust fund, which is $35 million, is supposed to be used for health. Well, lo and behold, $6 million of the health trust fund was diverted to two private corporations, FP&L and ESCO, on a failed energy project. So what bothers me about the taxpayers' money is,
Okay, Glenn, this isn't, just so you know, this is
Policy.
not really about, but it's not on the investment policy that the clerk of the court's referring to. What that topic is right now, that's not what you're talking about. So you know.
okay, so the policy, you say till the summertime and there's a draft working, why can't we see the draft? Let the public see the draft. We should be able to critique the draft and have input at that time, not after it comes out, because there may things that the public may like in there, may not like in there. I just think that the way the investments are done, too many blanks on the contracts, no payback, no, when I do a mortgage, they expect that amount every month from me. They don't say, hey, pay us when you can. And at the end of the year, if you're $2.6 million short, we'll just roll it over for another 5 years. I think the system is inadequate. It's not transparent. And there's no accountability in these trust funds. There's too many silos running around there with money we don't know about. And the money you do take out of there is not going for the right purpose.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this issue? Manatee County investment policy. All right, I'm gonna, Seth, anyone on the phone? Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just to touch base, two things. One, I don't think what he was talking about relative to the health trust fund is entirely not relevant to this topic, because that was investment dollars we were supposed to hold. And I would assume those trust dollars would have been under the same guise and framework and platform of all the rest of our investment. It was still our taxpayer dollars that were supposed to go towards health, and that's why we ended up having a discussion about a 0.5-cent tax when we lost all that money. But I agree with Glenn. I would, at least personally, like to see the draft. I think waiting all the way until summer to finalize it and then discuss it, which effectively is a draft, it's just a cleaner version of a draft, maybe with some wording changes. It doesn't really, I think that's just kind of almost a little bit of a waste of time. I'd at least like to get some general idea, because I did talk about this during the campaign. Some of this stuff, like, if you look at like actuary tables for insurance companies, they look at how long they need until they need the money, and then they plan their investments accordingly. Right now, it looks like the riskiest thing we're holding is a 2-year treasury. And I know there's some other things with the state trust fund and things like that, and people can argue which one is more or less risky. But at the end of the day, we're very risk adverse with our dollars, and that's great if we're trying to protect capital. But nobody can tell me that a 10-year treasury or 30-year treasury denotes additional risk over what we're already taking. That's ridiculous. You're basically making the implication that we're worried that the entire U.S. government is going to collapse, which we have bigger issues than where money's going for potholes if the U.S. government's entire financial system collapses. So, I would like to see it, because we're holding $30-something million for a landfill, and, we've been holding that for years, and we're still going to be holding it for years, but we're still reinvesting every 2 years, and we're seeing the negative effects of that now, because bond rates have dropped to virtually nothing. And so we went from a time where we could have invested them in 30-year treasuries because we didn't need them for 30 years at 4%. Instead, we're investing them at probably sub 1 right now. That's a 3% swing. I mean, on $30 million plus, you're talking almost $1 million a year in lost investment income just by taking the reinvestment risk, which I would argue, especially for treasuries, reinvestment risk is almost more risky for our dollars than the risk of the government collapsing. So, I would like to see a draft just to get an idea of what we're going to be looking at come summer, so we can maybe make sure it's in line with what we're going to want, so we don't just wait till summer and then wait a couple more months to fix it up upon discussion. That's just my request, if I could take a look at that.
Wow. I was going to make the comment that I wanted to see the draft as well, but he really took it to the next level from what I could. So I do agree with what he said, though. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
I have nothing to add to what Commissioner Cruz said. He and I are pretty much in lockstep on this, and I know we're not holding a vote, but in the spirit of having a consensus, I just want to say that I'm in line with Commissioner Cruz's comments.
Transparency does come into play. Angel, did you want to respond?
I can't think of any reason legally that it would be, not public record at this time. As you know, drafts can be public record
Well, they're-
in circumstances, but I would caution everyone, it's a draft. It is a draft. I fear misinformation getting out there. I would like to take a thorough look at it, and I'll get it to you, because I just want to know what word for word. I mean, I've made it through most of it, and I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you very soon. I can get it to you probably by the end of this week. And get it out to you. It's just, like I said, a work in progress. It's not actually, it's a draft that's done. I'd just like to do a thorough read before it goes for other public eyes. It's just like reading a term paper. You wouldn't turn a draft paper in school, or for working on your master's degree. Wouldn't want your professor to see that, but I'll show it to you. Just bear in mind, and 218 will actually tell you, it outlines what you can invest in, specific instruments, who you can invest with. Everything is set by statute in this. It was just a matter of upgrading it.
Thank you.
Get that to you.
Commissioner Servia?
No, she covered what I was going to say about drafts. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other commissioners? Commissioner Satcher?
Yeah, I was just, I was trying to find that link. So I found one from Chip Shore's days, and then I found one that doesn't seem to have a year on it. So it may be the right one, but I would just like a link to the, the one that's up currently online.
It's actually on our website. If you go to manateeclerk.com under Finance Department, and then you should see under Treasury Management, you should see the investments. There's actually an abbreviated version, and it's all laid out there. Just click on whichever one you want to view.
I'm sure it's here. I would appreciate if we could find just the direct link, then I could just click it. That'd be nice, but I'll find it eventually for sure.
Anything else, Commissioner Satcher? Can we move on now, or you want us to wait?
Move on for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good to
Bye,
see
Heather.
you. Item number 3, FY22 budget operating. Is that
Thank you.
Sherry?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Good morning, and thanks for your patience in this room. This is, as you said, the inaugural meeting for work sessions. You should, if all goes well, you will be back here on Thursday at your work session at 9 a.m. on Piney Point. We are here this morning with our FY22 pre-budget work session. And as you know, we instituted this meeting 2 years ago in order to allow the board to have a dialogue prior to the budget being put together and prepared and delivered by the county administrator as was required under Florida statute. We have improved on that since our first year of working on it together. And your financial management director, Jan Brewer, and her staff have worked diligently to make all of the financial documents more accessible to the public, more easily understood. You have a budget in brief for the Citizens Guide. You have various things that Jan and her staff will go over. We provided you with a great deal of information to get prepared for today. While this is by no means an all-inclusive day, what it'll allow is for Director Brewer to go through the budget process and to talk to you about the revenues and expenses. And we'll be doing that this morning. And then we'll be coming back this afternoon with a land acquisition process presentation, and then conclude the day talking about how capital improvement plan works. So with that, Jan, I'd like to turn it over to you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. The goal of today is we've started this budget process. You're gaining speed as you get toward the first part of the summer, and you know the end goal is to adopt a budget in September. So what we're hoping here today is we can get some direction, some ideas that you would like us to follow through, and we'd like to explain further some items. So with that being said, oh, that panicked me for a minute. Just saying. Okay, so the goal of the work session this morning is we're focusing more on the operations. The first goal we're going to do is discuss the themes of the FY22 budget and the FY23. Remember, this is a 2-year planned budget. We had a good opportunity to meet with each of you, try to understand some of your ideas, and I'm going to ask you to agree or disagree or give us some direction on these goals. That'll help us as we follow through getting everything ready for you you, at least it's within the line of what you need. The second thing we're going to bring before you is the discussion of available funding. It goes in a couple of places. First, we're going to talk about what debt you do have outstanding. We have Wendell Gartner from Prague, who is your financial advisor. He's going to talk about what the possibilities of funding are, what the capabilities are, and we're here to answer any questions. And then finally, I realized when we left the last budget work session that talking about reserves was difficult. I live in a CPA world, and I'm so sorry, the language is hard and it doesn't transcend, but Sheila and I've worked very hard to make it into several buckets. I will be explaining to CPAs in my language, but I've transposed it, and so now we can explain it in a simpler level, and that's what we're going to bring before you and explain to you so you have it. So with that, if there's no questions, I'll keep going. Okay. When meeting with each of you, we really heard several themes, and we were wondering if we touched on the right themes. The first theme, of course, is road infrastructure. We separated that from utilities infrastructure. Those are two different animals. Water quality, which is inclusive of stormwater also. Public safety, of course. And then finally, that the quality of life for your constituents you're very concerned about. And I was wondering, does this hit on the main areas that each of you are interested in? Is there anything you'd like to add to it? Okay. And again, this is, I really hope that this is really interactive. If there's something you want to ask or there's something you want to, please feel free. Okay. So with that, I've got a consensus. We're going to try to stay around these 5, and that will be the overall theme of your budget. Okay, the next question is, I'm going to preface it just a little bit, Wendell, before I turn it over to you. So where do we stand on debt? I think the first thing you need to understand is where you're at. So currently, you have outstanding $415.6 roughly million in debt. Now that also includes the port, so we're going to try to back out of that. But from this, you can see that 24.4% is general government, 66.5% is utilities. So by far the heaviest is on your enterprise, the public utilities. And when we talk about this outstanding debt, remember, there are different revenues that support them. So that's what I want to make sure I clear about a little bit. So if we look at it closer and we remove the port, because this is the part that you're really focusing on, you can see that under general government, there is roughly 101.5 million outstanding, and under utilities, 276. So for right now, we're going to go over public utilities, probably a little bit further down the road, have a work session just on it. So let's focus on the top part, which is just your general government. I went a step further and divided out, and in the far right columns, you'll see general government and you'll see transportation, because I think it's important to understand when Wendell talks to you about the capability, it's also how you're paying for this as well. Okay. So in general government debt, this is on slide 7. This is a debt service model. It tells you over time how the debt payments you're going to make look. As you can see from 20 to 21 in the far left column, huge drop. We actually used some of that to maintain where we were during this last year. 21 to 22, another significant drop. And then you can see it stair steps down. Now, the reason it stair steps is that normally in debt, you issue more debt to dovetail in so that you keep your debt service around a similar level, so that that's the money that you have coming in. You're not having to increase taxes to pay debt. You're trying to live within what you have. So let me go a little bit further and explain. The debt service for 2013 looks like this. This is an old refunded series of debt with transportation, and your gas taxes are paying for this. Now, why this is really important is that your gas taxes are a very steady source of income. and they don't really fluctuate up and down. We are seeing a tiny bit of fluctuation, tiny bit down. Don't anticipate it'll stay there. So for the most part, your gas taxes are a very steady income. Normally, a lot of counties use their gas taxes, especially for transportation, because it is that steady group. Now, this is the part that I wanted to make sure. So if you added additional debt, that additional debt could go up to that same line of 3.5 million, and you could fill in and get additional debt of 2.6 million. But here's the problem. In 2019, we issued bonds that went to 44th Avenue. And so with that, we're using impact fees to pay for them. Impact fees are not a bondable source. We have to bond on the full faith of the government, non-ad valorem. But if the recession, this is just so everyone's aware, if the recession contracts, you would have to move that debt service over to gas taxes. And you can see it falls high above the line, which the only other alternative at that point is you're either going to have to raise taxes or do some reduction of service or expenses. Now, hold that thought and let me explain a little bit further. I added a slide that I'm going to give to you, but just so that I thought it would be good when I was going over this yesterday just to see it. Here's the debt issuance for 2019. We issued at par for 48.5. We actually got a premium of 7.7. So the overall was 56 million that we got. The great part about this is that the board received 10 million from the state of Florida, and they were able to shift it away from column 1 into column 2, which shows you we added to 60th to 90th Avenue, Fort Hamer, and Moccasin Wallow. That allowed us to take the debt and spread it out a little bit further. And the bottom part is where we replaced a credit line of 35 million. We used that really successfully, and we're looking forward to using that again. Over on the far right side, you can see the impact fees that are currently paying for that debt based upon where they are. So you can see the heaviest is currently in the Southeast District, but it is in all districts that are there. So if I move back to this graphic and we take it out, the hope when we passed the bond was that you wanted to be able to have enough bandwidth that in case the impact fees hiccup, this is 30-year bonds. It's not going to grow for 30 years. So the idea was that we would leave this bandwidth there, that 2.6 million from the blue to the red line. We would use those for one-time expenses each year. They would go toward capital projects, they'd go toward, and we built that into our CIP system. But it gives you that availability to shift in case those impact fees don't come through. Now, there's another thing I wanted to make you aware of too. That was one. The other one is this is your overall, again, general government debt. General government side is paid through mostly the general fund, but there are some small pieces to it. Public safety impact fees are paying a small piece, law enforcement impact fees. It's based upon the projects of which we issued the bonds for. But inside, so you can see the total is, for example, in 21, 14.9 million. Inside the general fund budget, down in the reserve line, we put the 1.5 million recurring, knowing that there was going to be projects that would be interested. That dovetails in, is that enough? Is it too little? I'm just making sure you're aware of what's there. So that way you have opportunities to do whatever the projects you need to do. Now, with that said, within the budget is Are you already, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay. Please.
I'm trying. Okay. We need to bring it down about 30,000 feet.
Okay.
Explain to me 44th, because
Okay.
I've seen some rolling of eyes when we're talking about that. Was that a policy set by the board? Okay, and the board voted, this was our direction for us to get this money to continue with 44th. Just for instance, a little 5-acre lot by the river, we had to pay 5 million for. Dr. King, I mean, I don't know if it's Dr. King, but it was King Ranch. I'll never forget it. So it was $1 million an acre just to be able to build that darn road to go over the river. So will you explain the rationale of with the direction that was given to you and the debt because of that?
Okay.
Bring it down a
A
lot.
lot. I'm sorry.
right?
Okay. No, I'm
Thanks.
glad, this is what I'm glad you're asking. So when 44th came about, there's a final stretch that they wanted to go through. So we issued a credit line in order to keep that project going. We came to a point where we knew we were going to need about 20 million on this next phase. And you can't issue a contract until you have that money there. So we knew we would go out and issue a bond and say, well, we have 35 million over here on a credit line. We need to put that in a long-term financing. And then we're going to borrow the rest to get this project done. So in the first column, we thought we needed 55.1 million just for 44th and the projects up there. But as we got closer to the end, the state graciously gave us 10 million, which is just unbelievable. And so we were already in the bonding process, so we took the opportunity to say there's other projects we could put this bond money for and then shift the impact fees somewhere else or the gas taxes somewhere else that were going toward these projects. So when we issued it, we issued the whole amount, and the total down there is 56.3 million once it's said and done. And then what I'm showing you on this side, you have to make roughly a $2.5 million payment every year for the next 30 years. Goes up a little bit, but not too much further down. So I use the 21 debt service to show you, in the budget, you're making a $2.5 million payment, and you're taking it out of these impact fees, because whatever you bond, it has to be a relation to what you're bonding and the life. Yes, ma'am.
If you could just do it full circle, how much have we spent on 44th so far, approximately, and how much more is it planned, do you know? I remember at
Yes.
one time it was 40 million, now I think it's 87 million or something ridiculous.
You have
It is.
currently, I can pull it up if you want me to.
I mean, so we still got more to go where we're going to have to,
Right, currently,
Bond,
I
which is
want to
a loan.
say it's around 170 million overall. Let me pull it before I use a number.
40 million,
Hang on.
ever. Well, Ringling Bridge was 87 million, so.
We wouldn't need the road if it wasn't for Lakewood Ranch.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm just
Coming from West
teasing.
Bradenton,
I'm just
guys.
teasing you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can put it back up if you put the screen back up.
Okay.
I didn't take it, you didn't take the screen down?
No, it went tired. Seth is freaking out in the corner. He'll do it. You could probably explain it to us.
Okay, so right now,
Chris would know, right? Yep.
okay, I'm mistaken. I've got my number flipped. It's 135 million that you've spent to date. You have 20 million that will be spent in 24 beyond this. That's already programmed into your impact fees. The total's 155, not 177. Sorry.
We appreciate the discount.
So I'm glad you explained 44th because that was a policy, and this road was determined in the 80s, since the 80s, I think. There you go.
I think probably the only problem, just to add to what Commissioner Whitmore said, it did receive the vote of this board to move forward with 44th. The problem is that it kind of tied us pretty tight, really not able to do much else.
Right.
Right.
I know in Lakewood Ranch, most of our impact fees, transportation impact fees are going to pay for the debt of 44th Avenue. So it's kind of tied our hands in some way.
And that's why I wanted to bring it to your attention just when you're planning the future debt. Now, one thing with your impact fees, and I'll talk about it this afternoon because I want you to see the cash flows so you can see where the increases and decreases are. When we estimate for your impact fees, we estimate on a lower mid-average level. We don't estimate too high. The last thing we want to do is come in under. So we try to do all the bigger projects on an average beam. And then as the year progresses, or as the audit gets done for the next year, we bring in that additional money and it's spent on projects and programmed in.
Ken, I've got one question. You're talking about the gas tax. You know, there's a lot of concern about the gas tax because it is getting to be less and less. I know Misty and Kevin and I hear about it at the NPO. We had a major discussion on it at the NPO meeting we just had a few weeks back. The problem is.
That's exactly it.
I mean, you know, the gas tax, they're saying, that DOT gave a presentation at the NPO. They're expecting it. Heard anything about it or taken that into consideration?
What we did in the current year, we reduced it down. We continued to leave it pretty steady right now. I think I think the gas tax on a 20-year global level is too far to look for it. We're trying to manage it more on a 3 to 5 year level. Like I said earlier, we have seen minimal decreases. I think some of it is the cars, and I also think it's, people are doing more day trips. They're not doing long trips. They're minimizing where they're going. So one of those things in probably the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to have to make additional shifts. Right now, what's paying out of your gas taxes, you are paying for your road resurfacing. That'll come up this afternoon. We have some operating expenses with personnel as to that, and then the remainder goes to fund your debt service or to a project. So it's all spent.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Kevin.
Just real quick, because we're so on topic here, I just wanted to sort of restate philosophy I stated once before, and that's that we see, as Commissioner Whitmore pointed out, how the price of 44th has absolutely skyrocketed. And Commissioner Cruz pointed out just a little bit ago that we're making virtually nothing on investments. And that's why my philosophy is that we should spend these reserves, borrow some money, get the roads built, because in the long run, it's going to save us tens of millions of dollars. So thank you.
Comment. Anything else? Okay, Jen. Thank you.
Okay.
Move forward.
And we talked about this. Let me get through this one. This is your overall, and just in line 1.5 was what's in your budget right now. If you do it on a road, 30 years, remember whatever you bond for, whether it is a building, whether it is a specific type of project, the bond length, the life of the bond has to mimic the life of the asset. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Wendell.
I've been in front of a couple times, but some new faces. I want to take a second and just introduce kind of my firm, what we do, and what we've done.
There you go.
With the county. I'm with Public Resource Advisory Group. We've worked with the county since 2017, and we're an independent municipal advisor. We're registered with the SEC, and our job is really to advise government clients on debt issuance, capital planning, and related topics. Because we are registered with the SEC and the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board, we legally have a fiduciary obligation to the county. So we have to put your interests ahead of ours. We can't say go out and issue a bunch of bonds because we make more money or something like that. It's what's the best thing for the county. PRAG itself is very active nationally. We're the second most active in terms of volume. We have a number of large clients around the country, 20 states, a lot of agencies and cities and counties. And our Florida office is located in St. Pete. We've got 5 advisors there, over a century of experience among the 5 of us. Myself, I'm the manager of the Florida office. I'm an equity partner in the firm. I have my Series 50 Municipal Advisor Representative and Municipal Advisor Principal licenses. I've been doing this for a long, long time. Today's my birthday, so it seems like I've been doing it for one more year than Thank you. Thank you. And you can see here some of the I guess I should be pushing this ahead, shouldn't I? Some of the Florida clients that I work with personally, in addition to Manatee County, I work with the state of Florida, Florida DOT, Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, City of Tampa, Miami-Dade County Water and Sewer, Broward, and Escambia County. So pretty active throughout the state. What Jan really wanted me to focus on today is kind of a summary of the credit ratings of the county, what the credit agencies see, and kind of where the things that you have control over sit. The county currently has the highest ratings from Fitch and Moody's, rated AAA by each for its general obligation debt, which is considered the highest level of credit and the highest rating. When you actually go out to issue debt, you need a referendum to do general obligation debt like you did last session, but a lot of the regular transportation type financings are typically done as a covenant to budget and appropriate, where you're basically saying you're going to use your non-ad valorem revenues that you have available to make the debt service payments. Those are typically rated one notch below your GO, so still a very high rating, AA+, or as Moody calls it, AA1.
And Wendell, if I may, we don't have a general obligation bond anymore. That was paid off within the last 4 to 5 years. It had gone to referendum. It had done some projects, but all the bonds that we've issued in the last little bit are not on the ad valorem, but non-ad valorem.
So one of the things about the rating agencies is over the past couple of years, they've become a little bit more transparent, but we can't say with 100% accuracy, you know, this is your situation, this is going to be the rating. They do their analysis, they go to their committee, and they come out with their ratings. They have become a little bit more transparent, and when we talk about it, when we model things, we like to use Moody's because they are the most transparent in terms of how they do their rating. And what we've got on the next page is a quick summary of how Moody's and Fitch look at your rating. Fitch upgraded the county to AAA in 2010. So Fitch has had the county at the highest level for over a decade. It says the credit strengths include strong revenue framework, solid expenditure framework, low long-term liability burden, significant gap closing ability, provides for exceptional financial resilience through the economic cycle. Fitch tends to look at kind of that flexibility. What can you do if things change? And they say the risks that they identified in their reports is a significant deterioration in the county's financial flexibility. So they're looking at reserves, ability to change your budget, kind of what can you do to react if things go bad. Moody's was a recent upgrade. It went to AAA in 2019. The credit strengths Moody's sees as ample cash and fund balance, low fixed costs, large growing tax base. They identified 3 potential downgrade risks, and they do this for every credit, but the ones they saw would be an inability to maintain fund balance levels in line with budgetary growth, a tax-based decline, or a decline in wealth level. And then here you'll see how those rating agencies rate the various credits, because as Jan said, you issue your debt under various types of credits. Your ad valorem bonds or your GO, your issuer credit ratings, both at AAA. As I said, for your non-ad valorem bonds, they notch it down 1, so you're to AA+ or AA1. The Port Authority bonds have a contingent backing through the county and are able to obtain and benefit from the county's strong rating at the same rating level. Then the utilities, which again we'll talk about later, but also very strong ratings, AAA by Fitch, AA1 by Moody's. So there's a lot of numbers on this chart, but I thought it was helpful just to show how Moody's put out to the world how they rate the county. This is from their most recent publication, which was done in conjunction with your 2019 bond issue. It's based on your fiscal year 18 results. I wanted to show you this one because this is what Moody's has said. Otherwise, we have to make some estimates of how we think they interpret some of your numbers. But what Moody's does is they kind of take 4 major pieces of your debt and your credit. They look at your economy and your tax base. They give that a 30% value towards the rating, and they subdivide that into 3 categories. They look at the size of your tax base, kind of what's the market value of all the land. Then they look at what is that per capita, and then they look at median family income. They rate each of those 10% of the rating, and then they give that a sub-factor score. And they'll take all the various sub-factors and come up with an indicated rating. So you'll see it across the tax base at $49 billion, it's then the AAA rating for the subcategory. They basically have, 12 billion and over, they consider the highest, the AAA rating. So you're very strong there. They look at that as a value per capita. You're at 130,000, or you were at 130,000. They have that at the AA range, and they see that between 65,000 per person to 150,000. So you're on the upper end of that AA range there. And then they look at it as a per capita income. They've pegged it at 92%, AA level, and they see that range from 90 to 150. So you're on the low end of the AA level there. I'm going to drop down to the bottom real quick just to put it in perspective. If you go to the very last line, you'll see they assigned a AAA rating. If you take and just mathematically take their subfactors and their weightings, they come up with a AA1. So they've given you some additional bump, an additional benefit because of how managed and the amount of cash and reserves you have on hand. If you look at the economy and the tax base, there's not much that you can do as a commission to immediately influence that piece of it. The next piece is 30% based on finances. And those are primarily your fund balance and your cash position. Clearly things you have more control over. They give each of those 10%, and then they give 5% to kind of the 5-year average change. So if they start to see declines, even though you're kind of staying level, decline as a center of revenues, they can factor that into the rating or the other way around. Your fund balance was at 37%. That's the AAA level. They say over 30% is a AAA level. And you'll see you're kind of in the upper end of your change. You're very high in your cash balance. They say 25% is a AAA level. You were at 62.3. We often spend a lot of time with Moody's arguing about what is free cash and what is not free cash, which is why I want to show you what they're saying here. We can argue some of that isn't necessarily free cash, but clearly there's a strong cash position. And you can see the change is kind of in the middle there, AA level on that.
Well, can I interrupt? Sure. So on the cash, when you said that, argue about where it's at, some of that could be our impact fees being held on to.
There's a lot of things that show up on the balance sheet as cash that are actually reserved.
Right, and we'll get into that in just a little bit. Okay.
But if they're going to give us more than what we think it might be, we're not going to argue with them also. So, the next piece down, management, they count that 20% of the rating. Institutional framework is really how they view the entity's legal statutory flexibility. And they give all Florida counties a AA rating. So there's really nothing you can do about that. They say your ability to tax, your obligations put you in the AA level. And then they look at your operating history, which is really kind of your budget. How close do you budget? They want to see generally a little bit of a budget excess to get to the AAA level. You're budgeting right on your needs, which they say is a AA level there. Again, that's not one you can do much to change. The last one is debt and pensions. Moody's has a pretty big focus on pensions. That's part of their black box. And harder for us to control. It's worth 20%. They look at your net direct debt, which would be the one where Jan talked about your $100 million of general fund type debt. And they look at that as a percentage of your full value, your property tax base, and a percentage of your operating revenues. And in both of those, you are kind of above the AAA level. They recognize your debt position is currently pretty low. As to the pension, they've got you in the AA, full value, A for operating. Again, there's not much we can do on pension. We're kind of at the mercy of Florida there. But if you were to look at kind of what you have direct control over, it's really how you're budgeting for your fund and cash balances and the amount of debt that you are incurring. So Jan asked me to kind of take a look at where the biggest pressure points or risks are to your rating given your current financial situation. And this is an OR chart. We looked at first the fund balance, because that was the closest to the cutoff range. And then we looked at the debt level. The fund balance, we're estimating based on fiscal year 19, went up a little bit, it's 38%. Moody's says the AAA is over 30, and the AA range is a 30 to 15%. It's worth 10% of the rating. We went to the middle of the A level, which would be 22.5%. That would be a 2-notch downgrade. It would take you from a AAA to a AA2, which would result in a notch downgrade to the AA2. We would expect Moody's would see that as something that they might take rating action on at that level. What that means, the 2019 CAFR had a fund balance of 192 million, 22.5% would be 114. It's roughly a little over $75 million. We would expect you would see a 2-notch downgrade.
So Wendell, on the 77 million, the part where the fund balance, if we spin it down, put it in projects, but that's all fund balances, right? That's not just the general fund or not, I just want you to explain. So when we start.
Sure, it's the
going through
general
this.
government fund balance. So
Okay.
that includes the general fund and some of your other general operating. It doesn't include your utility and business activities.
Commissioner Whitmore, do you have a question?
Yeah. I'm feeling a little under the weather, so if I run out, I'm on the verge of getting
It
sick.
happens to me
but-
all the time.
And it's not that because I actually love budgets. I don't believe, we haven't raised our millage since 2009. And I think since I've been here, we reduced our millage once during the recession.
At the very start
Right.
of
The
the
recession, we did.
recession.
So what you see today has not been with the millage increase. Now, I've always learned since I've been up here, I don't even have any debt in any charge cards or anything. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in raising taxes. I've always learned that a bond is a loan. And I'm hearing from my colleagues, which I don't support right now, I'm hearing from my colleagues, let's just get all these out and bond everything. Well, then we've gone in debt and we have to pay it back. We saw what these 30-year payments, et cetera. So I want to hear from you guys. I mean, I'm not going to jeopardize our financial standing. Yeah, it looks like 37.8%. The next lowest is 30. I understand that maybe some of that could come down. I just don't believe in going in debt. And a lot of people goes, let's bond it. Well, you're taking a loan out. You've got to pay it back over 30 years. So you're in debt. So explain to me 30,000 feet level, please, lower, low, below, if I'm correct. And it's just been my philosophy not to go into debt.
Sure, and in the public finance world, part of the concept of debt is you can't use it for operations. You can't go out and bond to pay salaries. You have to bond for long-term assets. And really it becomes an issue of how important is that asset? Do you have the capacity to pay it back? And most governments use a combination of debt and pay-go, kind of pay as you go. And the key is to find the balance. If you do all pay-go, current residents may not get the benefit of those new roads while they're paying taxes. They may not get the benefit for a long time. If you do all debt, you want to make sure that it's something that's going to benefit residents for 30 years so that people who are paying debt for it in 30 years are still getting use of the asset. And it's not something that, Jan said, you have to match the term. You can't go out and bond for 30 years for a 5-year radio tower system because for 15 years people are paying and not getting the benefit. You could borrow that over a 5-year period because people are then getting that benefit. And then the other piece of it is, and we're not really going into here kind of what the budgetary capacity is, what the legal tests are, because if you do issue debt, you have to repay that debt, and either you have the free cash flow or then you have to start making decisions. What are we doing with our taxes? What are we doing with our services? So there's not an easy answer.
Bill Clegg is our bond counsel for years. I don't know if you're going to still be doing that, but do you have any comments on this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, our bond counsel is actually, that's a term from bond financing. That's our outside law firm that actually gives us our tax opinion. And that's Greenberg Traurig, Steve Sanford. I have handled the county's financial legal issues for many years because I served as an associate in a private law firm that did a lot of that work, and I was involved in it. But I am going to be transferring the frontline responsibility of that to Alex Nicodemi. But I will still be keeping a very close eye on the financial legal issues for the county.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah. I think this is just a philosophy thing. I see things entirely different than Commissioner Whitmore. I'm not saying it's the right way or wrong way. I'm just saying it's a different way. The way we kind of handle our funds now is, if my kid came to me and said, hey, me and my new wife want to buy this $300,000 house, what should we do? Right now, our government would say, well, the first thing you need to do is save up $450,000, because by the time you save it, that's what that house is going to cost you. And then you can buy that house all cash, because if you get a mortgage, God forbid, there's a 0.0002% chance you may get foreclosed on. So, but meanwhile, that house has gone up in value, $150,000 while you're trying to save the money, and you're stuck living in a studio with your wife. It's just, it's, in my mind, fiscally irresponsible not to take advantage, especially today, the way municipal bonds are. Right now, a AAA bond's like 1.4%. Inflation on average is 2%. So every year we don't bond anything to build these roads, these sidewalks, these streetlights. We're losing purchasing power on the cash we're holding. And it's cheaper to borrow the money than it is to wait out inflation to use the money. And we have a lower quality of life in the meantime. I'm looking at these Moody's ratings here, and even at AAA rating, it says net direct debt to full value, 0.75% is still AAA. Well, based on our total value you showed in a previous slide, that implies a $370 million bonding capacity to keep AAA, based on that one metric. Granted, there's other metrics, but we only have 100. That means we have $250 million worth of bonding capacity to retain our rating. And even if we drop to a AA, and I know nobody wants to drop AA, but I don't care, it's 20 basis points today. 20 basis points is the difference. If you bond $300 million to fix all of our roads, look at that CIP we're going to talk about this afternoon. You could do most of that CIP with $300 to $500 million, and all of our quality of life will improve substantially. $300 million of additional bonding at the AA rating, which is 20 basis points, is a grand total of $600,000 of difference in debt service. On $300 million, $600,000 is the total cost of additional debt service, even if we drop to a AA, which we most likely won't because of all of our other metrics being so strong. So I look at it different. I look at, like, people go out and get mortgages because they save 10 or 20%, and then they buy a house. And then their quality of life for themselves and their family are substantially better because they live in that house today, as opposed to waiting for that house value to go up and moving that house 20 years from now. And by the time you move in the house, the kids are gone. So it's like, why do I want this house in the first place? Then you're stuck with. So, I just look at it as philosophically different. I think we have a situation where we're way, way behind in our infrastructure right now, way behind in our sidewalks, way behind in our ability to make our quality of life what the people of Manatee County expect. And right now, well, municipal bonds are 1.4%, 1.6% or so on a AA. There's absolutely no reason when cost is lower than inflation, and let's not even go into the material cost and labor cost, which is more like 7 to 10% a year going up right now, to not take full advantage of this with the reserves we've got, with the excess capacity we've got, and put aside money to cover this debt service and just bond this place to the hilt and get caught up on our infrastructure. And I had this conversation previously with a few people, and on a podcast was on. Orlando had the same problem. They were way behind in their infrastructure because of massive growth. They finally said, forget it, we're done. They looked ahead and said, how many people are going to visit and live in Orlando 40 years from now? I think is the number they used. They calculated that, said, let's get our infrastructure up to that stage. And they bonded like $1.3 billion. And they just went in and blitzed downtown. And it's miserable right now, but once it's done, it's going to be a transformational difference in terms of the quality of life of people in Orlando. But we're sitting here saying, well, if we can cobble together a couple of bucks, maybe we can put in a sidewalk next to a school. instead of just putting in a sidewalk next to a school. It makes absolutely no sense to me. So I get where you're coming from. It's a philosophical difference. I've got friends that say the same thing. They're very risk adverse. I'm more on the lines of opportunity cost and time value of money is a real metric. It's not a hypothetical metric. And if we're not factoring that in and taking advantage of what we can do today, then we're just making our lives miserable in the long term. That's my view.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Good points. And what are you see? And I mean, I know I'm talking to a commissioner, but you got a lot of financial, more educated in financial than I am for sure. What do you see as the risks?
Well, there's risk in
Like you said, your
anything.
friends.
Yeah,
some
well,
of your
there's
friends
risk
that
in
are like me.
anything. I mean, there's risk of, to keep going back to the same point, because James or Commissioner Satcher brings up, it's a risk of a kid getting hit by a car as they walk to school because we don't have a sidewalk. There's a risk in anything you do. There's a pro and con and everything. Certainly it's a risk. Hypothetically, there's a chance our tax base could drop dramatically, and therefore we have an issue covering debt service, and therefore we have to take away from some services to cover the debt service. I would argue we've got excess reserves right now, some of which can be put aside into a dedicated line to cover the debt. We're going to know what our debt service is. These are fixed. I'm not recommending going out and getting variable floating rate bonds. We can fix them. We'll know what they are long term. We factor that into our budget long term, and just account for it. But I would also argue, even if there's a dip, putting all this infrastructure in, improving Manatee County as much as we can with $300 to $500 million worth of bonding, and just clearing out the CIP and making everyone's lives better is going to increase the overall tax base substantially. And that's going to counter any risk we have of a dip in the future, when people start seeing actual 4- and 6-lane roads and sidewalks and beautiful LED streetlights and improved parks and recreations all over this town. You're going to see a pretty substantial tax base increase, as opposed to families or companies moving here saying, should I bring my company down? And they're like, why do I want to be out by the port? It's all 2-lane roads with ditches on both sides where, it's dangerous. There's no sidewalks. There's no streetlights. We don't have the infrastructure here. And then Amazon goes to Venice.
Right.
And the main reason Amazon went to Venice was because there was a plot of land that was it had sewer, it had infrastructure, it had everything they needed. They didn't even ask for a penny from Sarasota County or City of Venice to move there. They just had the infrastructure in place. Why don't we have the infrastructure in place? We have the bonding capacity, we've got the cash flow, we've got the tax base to catch up to what our citizens expect and deserve for the taxes they're paying.
You have good points.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you. It's like coming on Ed Sullivan after the Beatles to follow George. Right. It's kind of like, what he said. But I guess I just wanted to say to Commissioner Whitmore, I understand where you're coming from. I'm a fiscal conservative as well. And this is such a huge, important issue for the county. I don't want this to be one of those things that gets forced upon the members of the board who don't agree with it. So I hope that we keep having dialogue like this, and we all sort of come to an agreement. And I'm not on board with bonding $350 million this year, but I would like to see some pretty positive results and sort of put our foot on the gas with things, and possibly $150 million in additional bonding this year. So hopefully, we can continue to talk about it throughout this process. So thank you.
And to add to that, it really does, and there's no way to get around it. You really just have to look at your priorities and decide what you think is most important for this county,
Right.
which ultimately gets back to what is most important for this county is the quality of life of our citizens.
And if I just one last thing, Madam Chair, I'm only interested in very long-term assets that would essentially be forever assets for this county, and roads, things that we have to do anyway. We know we have to do them, the dam. So things that we absolutely have to do, let's take advantage of opportunity costs, as Commissioner Cruz pointed out. So I'm not looking to do any frivolous spending at all. Thank you.
Feels like deja vu to me. Mr. Clegg.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I would like for our financial advisor to explain to the board the spend down requirements in the Internal Revenue Code, because we're talking about issuing tax exempt bonds. If you're not talking about tax exempt bonds, the whole analysis is different. The interest rates change. It's a whole different ballgame. And under the Internal Revenue Code, once you issue those bonds, you have a big pile of bond proceeds, $150 million in proceeds, probably a little less when you take into consideration underwriter's discount, cost of issuance, but 150 million in bonds translates into maybe 100 and something less than that in principal. But once you have all that, all those proceeds sitting there in an account, you have to spend them down within a certain amount of time, or you have to start paying back to the federal government. And so you have to have something to do with the money when you issue it. So I would like Wendell to kind
Go
of
ahead.
explain
Sure,
that. But
thank you.
timing is
Well,
important.
just a minute. Okay, Commissioner Cruz?
I-
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait,
No,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to
apologize.
respond specific to this, though.
All right.
Yeah, no, I understand that there's the requirement, because you do want to make sure you're sticking with the tax exempt status, especially right now, because if this new administration on a federal level is going to jack our taxes up, especially capital gains taxes, that's a huge benefit to these municipal tax-free bonds. So I understand it. So what I had spoke to Jan about, I think during our meeting we just had, right? I get all these meetings mixed up, was saying, okay, what can we bond? Let's have this discussion. Hypothetically, what's the capital proceeds we can get? And before we actually go out and float them, let's go to our CIP group and say, okay, instead of $30 million we're giving you, what if we give you $300 million? What does this updated CIP look like? What does it look like in the near term? It's kind of like to verify that we do have the ability to spend it down. Let's look at the big ticket items, that the major long-term lifetime, changes we can make, and then get on it. Because there is going to be admittedly a bottleneck in here, because you have to design the work, you have to hire the people to do it. And you don't want to run into a situation where we lose the tax exempt status of it.
Did you want to respond to him? I'm getting signals here.
I don't know that there's a response necessary. The code is, you have to reasonably expect to spend 85% of the proceeds within 3 years.
That's what,
So
3
it's-
years.
So it's tight. So you have to be thinking about design, right-of-way acquisition, and going to construction. So all that means is you have to think about when you issue these bonds.
Right.
If you're going to issue, it's not that you can't do it, it's when you're going to do it, you need to be ready to start spending it, which means you need to be somewhere along the capital improvement program at a point where it makes sense to pull the trigger on financing.
And I kind of thought that. I knew that was going to come up. Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, I appreciate that information because I think that we need, I hope this board is very conservative in that approach. We don't want to get into a situation where we're not spending the appropriate amount of money within that 3 years. Great discussion. I will just also add to this that as we discuss where we're going to build roads, the example was Amazon and by the port. If we had built up those roads, that drainage, we may have had attracted some economic development here. And all of that is very good discussion and very important. But what I want to remind the board of is the areas in the urban core, District 2, District 4, that are already built out. I want to make sure that all of our bonding capacity does not go to certain districts for building out the future to attract more people without addressing the needs of the urban core. That's all I have to say.
And I'm just going to respond, and then Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Servia, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. And I think basically, obviously, this is something that this is early discussion. And I know that Mr. Clegg is correct in that, we have a certain amount of time to spend the bonding that's done. And it's a point of how long would it take us to get to the point to be able to do that. So early stages, but good conversation. I do agree with District 2 and District 4 needing infrastructure. I can tell you, believe it or not, there's some infrastructure we need out in District 5 too. But the problem is, of course, our impact fees have been going mostly toward 44th. So, but then again, it's not just for people in Lakewood Ranch wanting to go to Cortez either. But at any rate, it is what it is. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just two quick things. One, I 100% agree with you. The intent of this is to have a large enough pool of cash that is, like I said, transformative to Manatee County as a whole. And that's just not based on future residents. That's current residents as well. And I do agree with you that the Southwest area and District 2, it's, because there's less impact fees there, you're getting less of the benefits of impact fees that some other districts are. And I think that's why we need to look down and say, let's just take a new look at a CIP with a new number, from a hypothetical standpoint. And that's inclusive of, say, that like the complete roads we're talking about on 9th right now, the complete street. As far as spending in 3 years, I 100% agree. Because of bottlenecks, you're not going to be able to spend $500 million in 3 years. But That doesn't mean we have to float it all simultaneously either. If you look at it and say, okay, we're making a concerted attempt and effort to pre-plan our debt service and float, say, and I'm just making up numbers here because we'll have to look at CIP, $100 million a year each year for the next 5 years. Then you can spend it in 3 years. You can spend each of those buckets in the span of 3 years, but you can start looking at our 5-year CIP based on a 5-year horizon of those dollars. You don't just have to, I know you're taking the risk that interest rates are going to tick up year over year potentially. And if we start seeing them start swinging up, maybe we say, hey, let's run around and see maybe if we can do a little more this year because rates are going the wrong direction. But I don't think anyone's really anticipating rates just skyrocketing in the near future. So even if we did it that way, we could still stage it, but with the intent of staging it so we can start pre-planning ahead for the full amount, even if we don't float them all at once.
And, you know, I would add that this is not new, hearing these things to this board. I mean, we've talked about our infrastructure needs every single year. I know for 8 years that I've been on this board. So, you know, this is not a new situation here. Commissioner Servia, did
Yes.
you want to respond?
Yes, thank you. And as we get deeper into this discussion about bonding and how much we want to bond and for what, I think that the other piece of the puzzle that we need is to understand what on average is the average time span to build these roads, how many consultants are currently available in the private sector to do so. Do we want to limit our consultants to only local preference? Because, you know, we hear from the public, if we go out to Hillsborough or Orange County or Miami-Dade to bring people in to do the work, but if you expand your geographic area for consultants, you get more stuff done faster. Is that more important, or is it more important that we focus on, you know, local preference? So there's a lot of pieces that need to be discussed in this discussion of bonding. Thanks.
Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, I would just say, as we take the expertise of George and look at it from a standpoint of identifying our options, I think all of us have the approach to make sure that we address the infrastructure issues. But the strategy has to take in consideration as far as just listening to what the guy just said, the consultant just said, as far as the 85% completion rate, you know, within the 3 years. It's very difficult to get some projects complete within 3 years. I honestly think this is where we look at that conversation with expanding the reach, but more importantly, the public-private approach as far as how we get those things done. And therefore, the challenges that we have within our timelines can, in my opinion, and I may be off a little bit, can be massaged a little bit differently, and we can actually make it through some of this. But again, some of that discussion is going to take place this afternoon when we start looking at the CIP and we start identifying priorities and things of that nature right there. But the more and more we hold this conversation, and George continues to identify, you know, the depths of his financial understanding, you know, the private-public relationships and conversations, we definitely need to start looking at how are we going to approach that. We're not even talking about that as far, we say it, but how are we going to approach it? Because I'm sure the legal minds are going to have to get together to make sure, you know, everything is done the right way. I just think with the depths of what you understand, the finances and things of that nature right there, every step from this point on have to take in consideration as far as private, public, because when we run into an issue as far as understanding that 85% completion within 3 years, we know right now where we are. You know, a 3 year from government way, that will be an extreme challenge. And that's what we don't want. We want to find out how we work our kinks out before we even get started, in my opinion.
Commissioner Bellamy, great comments. And I think the county, we are behind the 8 ball, but I do believe, and I've had a lot of conversation, you have a lot of people in the public that would love to try and help us move forward because it benefits them as well. You know, it's good for everybody to move forward, but the 3 year is a problem, as I know. Commissioner Servia, did you want to add? And then Commissioner Satcher?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Reggie, for bringing that up again. We all know, you know, public-private partnerships are the way that we most efficiently use our tax dollars and get stuff built because they can build things faster than we can with less regulation. So I would like to throw out to the board that you know, maybe in the future, we could have a roundtable like in this room and invite people who want to be on the private side and partner with county government and bring them in to discuss options and projects with the board, and have them here so that we could even, you know, have a group of projects to say, hey, we got these 10 projects that we really need done. You know, if we were to do it, what are the pitfalls? What are the challenges? Would you be interested? You know, and I bring up Reggie's sidewalk example. You know, that may not be the sexiest job available, you know, compared to Mox and Wallow, but it's an important job, right? So if we could have this pile of projects and bring in anybody who's interested in partnering with the county and say, how can we do it? And have a discussion that is around this table in the public, but then those people who are on the private side aren't limited to 3 minutes at the podium either, and we can have a more meaningful discussion. So I hope we can do that.
Commissioner Valley?
Commissioner Satcher has been waiting, so I'll wait if that's okay, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Satcher, go ahead. I thought you wanted to respond to Commissioner.
I do,
Tria.
but
I think that is a really great idea, Commissioner Servia, first of all. This is just a small point, but it's an expensive point. And that is that as time goes by and the county grows more, and land value and home value increases in Manatee County, every bit of right-of-way we are buying is going up. And I think that's above the rate of inflation. I think that's above the rate of construction cost. So there is an added benefit. You know, Commissioner Whitmore talked about the $5 million for the King Ranch. You know, hopefully we won't be talking about something like that when we're buying these right-of-ways, but I feel like I just want to throw that in there as another reason why it is time to catch up when it comes to, especially, you know, we've got the north-south I-75 taking a lot of pressure on things we have to take care of. But east-west, we've got to stay on top of it. And as you go north in the county, which is where the building is, of course, we've got Moccasin Wallow, and that seems to be coming together nicely. But we're going to need more than just Moccasin Wallow and 301 to come in from the east side of the county. So, and the faster we get that right away, the better. So I just want to throw in and say, when it comes to, hey, let's increase things that I like the way. Let me put it this way. I like the way they're connecting it to infrastructure or to assets that are either permanent or very, very long-term. And I think that's the way we need to look at it. I'm not trying to bond on short-term for salaries or something, you know, off the wall like that. We're just trying to get people, you know, to work safely and children to school safely. So we need to make that a priority. And it's exciting to talk about it.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Okay, so here's what I'm reminding myself of a conversation where we, as commissioners, and we were talking about, you know, scheduling workshops and getting things done. And sometimes if we have to think outside the box, you know, in order for us to reach our community and engage individuals so we can make a different type of impact, this is what we're putting together here as far as a workshop. But obviously we already have calendar of workshops and they already have titles about them and everything like that. But this is different because we want to invite the private sector to the table as far as how we address our priorities. And then we look at the financial perspective for it on what amount of money that we're going to bond for. And then we move forward. But a workshop is what I'm thinking about as far as to invite those individuals in. And only thing we're talking about is how we address, you know, our roads and our sidewalks to make sure we enhance the infrastructure here in Manatee County. And before we have that workshop, we actually identify the specifics of what we're talking about. In other words, from my district, I'm going to say 2nd Avenue East and 2nd Avenue West. And each commissioner probably have, you know, 2 or 3 areas within their district. So now we've kind of strategized and put our priorities out there, and we've spoken to the private sector about it. But again, we still have to have the legal minds. And when we talk about a workshop, I honestly think this will be a unique workshop. Probably the first of the ones that we've had. But how we put it together? How do we put it together? Who's on the invite list? Who's on?
I think anybody who's interested in partnering with us should be
Right.
on the invite list. Yeah.
Right.
And I would add, that's kind of what Commissioner Servia brought up earlier about having a panel. I think that's a great idea, a workshop per se. And I've been waiting for this discussion for months. So I am thrilled to be hearing what I'm hearing. It's never easy when you're talking about government, local government. I mean, it's tough. And this will not be an easy task, but it's one that we need to tackle and figure out with the best minds in the room and some that aren't in this room, the best way to go about doing what we can do to help the infrastructure in this county, because that is our biggest problem that I hear it just in my district and from others. Most of our constituents, most of our residents, that's their big concern is transportation, roads. Commissioner Cruz.
I would go by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge on
I'm
those
sorry,
things.
I called you, yeah.
That's okay.
Anything like George Cruz.
Listen, read my emails. I've
You know
been
what? I
called
was
worse.
seeing him out of the corner of my eye, so,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm always, I don't have a problem critiquing the previous board, but in this situation, I would just like to say thank you to the previous board, because here they've left us, it's not their fault that construction prices are skyrocketing. And they've left this county in great financial shape and left us with healthy reserves and a AAA bond rating, and in a position where we can, put our foot on the gas with infrastructure. So give credit where credit is due.
I don't know that I'd agree with that. Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Servia.
And when I came on the board in 2006, the budget was 670 million. We went through a recession, and I think there was something like, Jan, millions that got us through in the reserves, that got us through the recession. We laid off 300, but we were able to get through the recession. It was like 87 million that we started the stabilization to keep the departments running. So to me, that's being fiscally conservative, because you never know what's going to happen. Look at the hurricanes. God knows what's going to happen this year. I mean, you just don't know anymore. So pandemic, who would have ever thought?
Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, I'll just add what I think everybody already knows, and that is that there's low-hanging fruit, right? It's much easier to build roads where you've got nothing but pasture land, but equally as important are, I think of Cortez Road, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, which is a DOT road, but very, very constrained and very much in need of improvements and difficult, right? So there's going to be easy roads to build and easy utility lines to lay, and there's going to be the difficult ones, and they all need to be considered.
Thank you. All right, any other comments by commissioners before we go back to this presentation? I know it. Wendell, are you still with us, honey? Happy birthday again, by the way.
Thank you.
Aren't you having a great time? Yeah.
I think that does kind of wrap up my presentation.
You could have left 20 minutes ago. This poor guy.
We haven't had the cake yet. Oh,
Thank you.
thank you, Wendell, very much. Jan, did you have anything else to add?
Yes, ma'am. If I can, let me grab the clicker back. Okay. The last part of this session that I'd like to go over is the second part. This is discussion of available funding. So not only what you can bond and what actually we have outstanding, but we also wanted to walk you through where we ended the year in your reserves, because that's important. Everybody wanted to understand what reserves are available and where they're at. So before I get there, what I'm actually going to do is talk about the changes in actual balance as of 9/30. Now, the clerk is going through their audited statements, and they're right at the end. We got notification yesterday that all the numbers that we're showing here, they've reversed out and they're putting new numbers back in, but there shouldn't be that much altercation from what's here. They're just going through their end of the year process. Our thought is we want to show you, because there are items that more funding came in. We want you aware of where it's at, and I'm going to walk you through each one of those. So what we would like to do is also show you, now that I know where 9/30 stopped, how does that impact FY '21? And actually, does that impact anything going forward? So let's talk about the actual changes for September 30th, and I want to focus on your tax funds. So if you remember, now this isn't in your slide, I added this last night, but this is just for viewing so that, to make sure we're seeing. So in your budget, if you remember, the revenues, the sources are revenues, transfers, and any cash that is estimated at 10-1. That creates your total budget, which has to equal the other side, which are expenses, same amount of transfers, and then it goes into that crazy reserves that we're going to talk about in just a minute. So the thing I'd like to do is I want to show you what changed in that estimate and then show you how it's going to impact the other side of the equation. That's what's going on right now. Historically, Manatee County has never brought in any changes in their estimated cash. The theory being it usually goes all the way into the year and you're already starting your next budget process, so you just add that cash in there and keep going. But in being the situation we're in now, where you're especially looking for money to bond and you're looking for where reserves are, we want to show you all that's there and we can bring it into the FY '21 budget. So starting with that, any questions on that before I head off? I just wanted to make sure you knew it was both sides of the equation. So let's talk about your tax funds and let's talk about the general fund. So the actual cash carryover, what is cash carryover? Cash carryover is your cash plus any current receivables that you're going to get within a year, less any current liabilities, right? It's the money you can get your hand on and you can get your hand on quick. The actual cash carryover based upon the unaudited statement right now is 121.2. The budget cash carryover that we used was 104.5. So that's $16 million difference. What the heck? So what you come down below and you see that out of that $16 million in cash, the system actually have encumbrances. Now remember, encumbrances is where you've gone out, you've purchased something, you put a PO down, but you haven't exactly expensed it through the checking account yet. So the clerk rolls those over. So there's 4.4 million identified in the general fund that are encumbrances. So you have to deduct that off. Then also the old CRAs. So the old CRAs, you have two CRAs, South County and 14th Street. And last year, in the midst of everything going on with COVID, we did a budget amendment to bring all that money in. This money was collected. It was actually in separate funds. The clerk is watching it closely because those funds were collected specifically for those districts so that money has to be spent in those districts. So at the end of the year, though, we had brought all the funding in and they were in process and didn't spend it all. So we have to carve out that amount that I know specifically is for those two items, and we have to bring it back before you to spend on those two items. So there's 1.4. The last excess fees, I gave you a list of what we projected we would get as of 9/30 and what we actually received. And there's a $3.9 million difference. For example, the clerk office, I know, is coming back before you with a CIP project they'd like to talk to you about, the Maritime Museum, that they'd like to put that 1.2 million in. But that's part of the reason that you have more cash than we had anticipated. The last two are intergovernmental revenues. If you remember where we were as of August, it seems like 3 centuries ago, but August of last year, we didn't know what was going on with COVID. We did not know where it was going to end. Our revenues in each of those two items, the half-cent sales tax. Now, this is the one coming from the state, not your infrastructure sales tax. This is coming from the state, and the state revenue sharing. If you remember, it runs 2 months behind, and there was even a month there that said, sorry, you're not getting it. You have to get by without it. So by the time we got to August and into September, we came before the board and said, look, we know that the state is saying, yes, you're going to get it, but we're not sure about anything. So we wanted to come in a conservative manner, and we told the board we would come back if you came in better. You came in better. And you're actually 4.7 and 1.5 better, almost 6.2 million there for those revenues. Now, also, just to confuse you that much more, in the 21 budget, we kept those two revenues again low, put the remainder in reserves. We brought it before you. I believe we moved some of it to CIP projects. So again, these revenues are stronger than what we had before. So in the general fund, while there is really 16.7 million difference, those three are the ones that are really can be used anywhere you need to use them. Moving on to transportation. Transportation, the actual cash was 31.9. The budgeted cash carryover was 29.6, came in 2.3 million in cash higher than what we thought. The encumbrances that are in the system and that are automatically rolled forward by the clerk are 1.7. So really transportation gained about 500,000 more than we thought. And that was a little bit in the gas tax is what gave us that benefit. The library, actual was 5.7, budget 5.5, had 228,000 roughly more than what we anticipated, and that was a grant that was basically received during the year, most of it, 163,000. Children's Services, bless their heart, came in 387,000 over where we estimated, but the encumbrances that are rolling over are 459. And when I say roll over, that means they're automatically in the budget and they can spend it, so you can't count that cash because it's already been earmarked. And then, so they actually lost 72,245. We came in below. Parks was interesting. Now, if you remember, Parks, we never adjusted toward the end of the cycle. We didn't know where Parks would end up. Parks is mostly a summer program. You don't really know how they're going to have shortfalls or if they're going to maintain where they were at. The overall is that after encumbrances, there was a $2 million reduction that's needed versus where it was in budget. But if I look into the revenues were 855, but inside of that was also seagrass mitigation. They received a great payment back for credits. Charlie did really good getting those back, but he had to pay them back because he borrowed, the money that was borrowed for that was out of, I believe, solid waste, Sheila? Solid waste. And so he had to pay those back. So those were his shortfalls. Unincorporated did very well. We actually thought it would be 11.2. They came in at 13.8. What are some of the reasons they came in higher? Permitting revenue was at 310. Avalorum came in a little bit higher on their MSTU at 140. They also got a payment back for the loan that they made to buy Premier. They are the ones, the fund that loaned them the money to purchase it. And so that is the first payment back. And then other revenues. The other thing is that in the economic development, we had estimated that they would have spent 847. It's in process. It didn't go where it was supposed to. It'll be back before you later this year. Just one of those things that happen. So with that, I'd like you to shift to this large, Sheila got mad at me. I called it the placemat, but it reminded me of when my kids were little. So we're going to start on the first page, and Sheila helped with this, and I think she did a tremendous job. So the first page is you're going to look where you've got all the blue on the left quadrant. Here's what I'm going to tell you. All the blue in the left quadrant actually matches a page in your published budget, right? And those numbers, where you're going to look is these bottom two numbers. So you're going to go to the third column and you see 568,722,208. And then you see these orange columns where it's all divided out. And in this far right column, again, you see that number. So here's what we did. in your budget, we separated the revenues based upon the requirements by the CPAs and the audit. Oftentimes, those rules are not the same in every fund. We have to follow whatever the pattern is in the fund that they do. So what we've done with this is we took the 568 million, that's your total reserves. We just blanketly put them in 5 buckets. And the 5 buckets, starting at the top in the orange, are items that are specifically set aside. They're detailed in your budget. And that in each of those funds, the funds are going down the left side. It tells you what amount has specific set-asides. The next column is capital. Capital is not, although it's more your savings account it's already programmed in for new projects. It's not just sitting there and we're not going to use it. You'll see this afternoon how that programs in and we continue to use it every year. The next item is truly contingency. Contingency means that you really don't have anything planned for it, but it's there if you do. A perfect example, the board has $1 million contingency in the general fund and $500,000 in the MSTU fund. Those are for your discretion. It's always been there, but there is no name attached to it for what it's for. The last orange column is operations. That's the 20% operating that is done by resolution, and it's by the best practice of GFOA. And then the far column is stabilization. Now that far blue column is the next to the last one, shows you what is stabilization. Stabilization is truly your savings account. Anything that is not programmed, but it is being held. There may be ideas in the future for it, but it's not something that's held. And what you're going to notice is there's 3 stars on the far right and the yellow numbers. The question we were asked was, what can be used for anything? So the general fund can be used for anything. The next one down, it's affordable housing. The only reason it's highlighted is because we looked at what has been transferred in there. All the money came from the general fund. So if you so chose, and I don't think you will, but that is where general fund money is too. And the last one is the star halfway down the page, and it is 646. That's where the general fund has given money to capital projects. So there's money there if you choose to divert it. So the question that was posed to us, show me the stabilizations, show me the simple buckets, but show me what money can I access and what can I do? And so those are the ones that we have right now. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, Madam Chairman, is it all
Yes,
right?
go ahead.
Okay. All right, so just a couple of questions. So the column called capital, is that completely tied to our capital improvement
Yes.
program?
Yes,
Okay, so that's what that is.
yes.
And can you give us examples how the contingency column has been used in the past, that money there?
Yes. So, for example, the 22.7 million that's in the general fund, $1 million of it is the board's contingency, and it's just called that. It has no thing to it. We also place the sheriff's contingency there. It's just held for the sheriff, but there's no name to it.
And how much is that?
1.5. And then the remainder there, and this started way back, but they've always kept a department shortfall, 170,000, in case some emergency occurred within the departments. That makes up the remainder.
And can
The
you tell
three.
us how that money's been used in the past?
Sure.
Examples of.
The board, whenever there is a project or a need that they feel that is important, they vote on that to come out of that contingency. Since I've been here, they've done it several times. I'm trying to think of some that went to it, but it's just special projects or a special need or something that came before the board. The board has that discretion to use that funding to do whatever they need to with it.
Obviously, something that wasn't budgeted for or
Correct.
anticipated.
Correct.
Something that came up.
Correct.
Okay. And how often is that money used?
In the last several years, I do not believe it's been accessed at all. It was accessed a lot more during probably 13, 14, 15, and 16 years, and probably 17. But I think FY 18, FY 19, 20, 21, it hasn't been accessed.
And just so I understand, the yellow numbers, the first two numbers on the far right total column, those are the numbers of the money that is not allocated somewhere. That correct?
Let me restate.
Okay.
So the first four, so I'm taking the general fund, which is the very first column.
Right.
That is all general fund dollars. And if I go over to the next to last column, which is stabilization, that is the amount that you can use anywhere for anything.
Okay. What does the yellow represent?
The yellow represents, this is the general fund,
Just
the general fund itself.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
In hindsight, Sheila, we probably should have done the yellow in the next column.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, we're holding over $500 million, and I understand, we've talked about this ad nauseum over these past few months about exactly what qualifies as a reserve. Well, technically, it all qualifies as a reserve, just some of it's accounted for, but it's still a reserve nonetheless. I'm just trying to figure out, have we looked at and what the state restrictions are in terms of doing this more efficiently, like a normal, I know people want to say it's public sector is different than private sector. We've all heard that. Business runs different than government, but the two things that are the same are common sense and math. They kind of transcend both sides. Holding $568 million, even just at a 2% average inflation, equates to over $11 million of lost purchasing power every year. That's real cost. That's just 2% inflation, just purchase price alone. Sitting on this money doing nothing with it, or just waiting to do something that's otherwise planned, is costing the taxpayers over $11 million every year in lost person. That doesn't count material costs and labor costs, or lower quality of life by not using it. So I'm trying to figure out which parts of this are in fact, which ones have to be held as cash, which ones can we do things more efficiently? Like, for instance, we have a 20% reserve, the state requires 10, correct?
No, the state, let me, and I'll send you the statutes. The state has a 10% contingency and up to 20% for cash balance. And the cash balance is because they know the state, when you start your year, you're at your lowest point on cash because you collect all your ad valorem in November and December and January. So, but you're living off of it all year. So when you start the year in October, you have spent most, which that's a large part of what's in the general fund. It has gone to the lowest thing. In the statutes, what they're saying is that you can keep up to 20% so that you can do those costs going in the first 2 years. Now, the Government Finance Officers Association says it differently. They say that they want you to keep 2 months, which is 16.6%. We keep 20, but they want you to keep 2 months of operations in case of an emergency. But in the state, in Florida state statute, it specifically says it's for that, they're allowing you to keep the 20% based upon.
I'm not asking what they're allowing. I'm saying what they're requiring, and that's 10%, correct? They're requiring 10% reserve.
No.
And you can borrow up to, you can reserve
There's
up
no
to
requirement. There's no requirement. There's caps. And there's recommendations on what you should have. And if you go across every county, it's basically the same.
Okay, so here's my question, because we also have the 10% stabilization reserve.
You have a 6.5 million.
And we've got the
reserve.
environmental disaster recovery reserve. And we got the contingency reserve, right? We have all kinds of reserves here. We have reserves falling out of our pockets. Don't we have like $6.8 million in disaster reserve?
You have 6.5 in the
6.5,
general
sorry.
fund.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, but my question is, how much has to technically be held as cash? And again, we've had this conversation. This is more just an open discussion. You know, we have this AAA bond rating that we're proud of, but we're not using. Now, why aren't we taking some of these reserves and structuring an unused line of credit that costs nothing to have other than the transaction cost of setting it up and maybe some nominal, virtually nothing, maybe 10 basis point unused line fee. And we had discussed this if we did a $100 million line of credit, but structure as a 25 million with three $25 million extension rights so that a bank's okay sitting on an unused line of credit. Then that would save us $100 million of cash we don't have to hold on to, which is $2 million worth of inflation purchasing price we're losing every year. And then if a hurricane hits, which so far, as I'm aware, virtually never does that happen. And when it does, we've got the capacity for it until FEMA steps in. But why aren't we using these reserves, which we don't have intention for, and treating it as unused line, and then spending this cash that's just losing purchasing power today? And then if we have an emergency, we can then draw on that line down the road. How does that play into the state statutes and requirements so that we can use some of this cash for things like stormwater remediation today? And then if a hurricane hits or if there's a 2008 recession, then we've got a line available to us to draw down upon to fix that emergency.
Okay, if I may. So one of the ones, let's look at capital, and I'm just going to give you a couple of different examples because it's not all the same. And I just wanted to point out the different. So if you look in capital, if you look it's on line 28 and 29. Those are sewer and water facility investment fees. So your FIFs are basically impact fees for capital. We collect those, and that's basically 30 million right there by itself. And that is collected based upon the time. So impact fees are a little different, and you got quite a few of those.
I agree, but you're talking about a completely different line item. I'm specifically talking about the 20% operating reserve and the stabilization reserve, and we're moving over to capital. I've conceded the capital side of it. So I don't want to go back and argue against the line of credit because of impact fees, which aren't part of the conversation. I'm talking specifically about the 20% operating reserve, which is above and beyond reserves just in case of an emergency, some of which required by the state, some not, because it's just our preference. And then the stabilization. It collectively, the 173 million plus the 81 million, you're talking over $250 million. That doesn't have earmarked, unlike capital, which I'll acknowledge, doesn't have an earmarked expense to it. It's being held in excess in case there's a downturn, we have to draw upon it, or if there's a hurricane, or there's some other unforeseen event. But that's kind of what a line of credit's for. Like for a company, like when I ran a private equity company, we had a $100 million line of credit, but we still use cash for most of our investments and needs. But we had that line of credit in case we had to take back a property and then we had to do renovation, whatever. We didn't just sit on tens of millions of dollars of cash. That's wholly a waste of money, and I would have been fired for doing so because we could have been using that money more efficiently to put out and make investment returns or improve the company. But we always had that excess cash behind us, and it was just an unused line with a bank at the time. Why aren't we doing something similar here? Because even if we just cut these reserves in half, and I'm not saying cut our capacity to fix emergencies in half, I'm just saying cut our cash holdings in half, you're talking over $100 million that could be deployed today just from excess cash we have. I'm not even playing with the $568 million like some people come in and do. I'm just literally talking these two lines. You could spend $100 million, fix every stormwater issue we've ever talked about relative to that fee tomorrow, and start getting a lot of other stuff done with cash on hand before we lose purchasing power, and still have the capacity for $250 million worth of emergency just by having a line of credit picking up the shortfall.
I believe it's actually philosophy and what the government agencies do across. No, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
It's against the law. Florida law prohibits the state and local governments from borrowing money for operating expenses.
Correct.
We are not allowed to do that.
Correct.
So an operating reserve cannot be funded with a debt instrument, a line of credit, or any other borrowing device. I used to put revolving lines of credit together for corporations when I was a corporate associate a long time ago when I was a much younger guy. And yeah, it's very common in the private sector to use a borrowing device as your operating dollars in reserve, but you can't do it. And you can do it in the federal government, which is why the federal government borrows money to pay salaries and all kinds of other things. We cannot. That's what our financial advisor was stating to you earlier in this discussion, that debt can only be used to fund capital expenditures. Useful life of 5 years or more is the general accounting rule, but we can't do it for operating expenses. We're not allowed to by law.
What I was saying as far as philosophy, the governments by whole use the 20% for the 2 months worth of supplies. That's a normal. What I'm saying is, as far as your stabilization, that you do not have to have. You can remove it. That is what gave the taxpayers of Manatee County, though, the benefit in the last 10 years. Their tax rate did not go up when we went through a recession. We ate through the budget stabilization, and their tax rate stayed the same, and they enjoyed quite a bit of lowering because their property values bottomed out. That was one of the things, the reasons for the stabilization. You do not have to have a stabilization. By Florida law, we calculate the 20% of the operation and 10% of contingency. We are far below contingency. The 10% is based upon the total operating expenditures of the fund. So if 20% is in the general fund at 61 million, the contingency that you could have could be 30 million, but you've only got 2.7. The rest of it you've set aside for specific line items. And the specific line items, when I say set aside for specific things, a lot of the counties, a lot of the cities put all their line items in the budget. We have historically not done that because you want it to come back to you for these specific things to make sure that the director or whoever is using the funds is spending the way you want them to use the funds. They come back with you with a plan. One I'm thinking of is a fiber. We put fiber, a certain amount of fiber down in the contingency, knowing that we're going to use it, but they don't know where they're going to use it yet. So they come back to you and they say, we'd like to pull it out of reserves. We're going to put it in there. But as to the overall operations, the 20%, again, is also by resolution, which has been done by a previous board. And it is truly, as philosophy, a policy, and that's where I was headed, Bill. But Bill is correct. We can't borrow to just maintain. And the hard part about government is that these reserves, once you get that cash, you have it. But oftentimes, all you want to do is charge the people, the individuals, your constituents, only what you need to cover your expenses. You don't charge extra to keep fluffing. And so these come from items, either impact fees, where the expenses, we haven't spent as much, revenues came in higher, but the whole goal is to have your recurring balance so that you're not charging more than you need. Does that?
Yeah, I guess. So the stabilization is just an above and beyond. The $80 million is part of the not charging people for money we don't need.
The 19 million from stabilization came over a period of about 5 years, where the expenses came in shorter than what we anticipated, or the revenues came in higher than what we anticipated. We did not anticipate in budget to have profit come in.
So
No.
the $81 million is above and beyond state statute. It's excess cash we're sitting on today. Is that what you're saying? And now it's kind of just an accumulated, we underestimated revenue and overestimated expenses year over year. I'm not saying that negatively. I'm asking an honest question because you said that 19 million wasn't taxes from last year. That's an accumulated carryover.
It's an accumulated
that's built up over
carryover.
time.
Correct.
Just by collecting too many taxes year over year.
No,
relative to what we need.
actually, by giving revenues that perhaps you hadn't anticipated getting, more revenues from the state of Florida. When you plan your budget, you only plan to tax what exactly you need, not any more. And if for some instance, an expense, a department comes a little bit under, that you get to save that. But if the state gives you more money in that just like what happened to this budget, if the state provided you more state revenue sharing than you anticipated, you bring that in the budget, and then probably the next year you're not going to charge as much in taxes if possible to do that.
All right, so,
Well, it's theoretically.
so
That's what's
what's
supposed to
our
happen.
philosophical direction then to a point where this stabilization number just gets crazy and we say, why don't we spend some of it? I mean, but in theory, what this looks like is we're just going to keep throwing the excess money into this indefinitely because it's not even really 10%. I mean, Parks and Recreation has a $6 million stabilization reserve. I mean, in case we need to fix a slide. Well, that's like the whole, that's like the whole budget. I mean, it's not 10%. That's the
No,
stabilization reserve is almost 2.5 times larger than the 20% operating reserve for the Parks and Rec. And again, that's fine. I'm not going to point out individual numbers. I'm just playing with this while we're talking. I'm just curious what the philosophical direction of previous boards was relative to what do we do with the stabilization? At what point in time does this cup start overflowing so much from constant overages in terms of revenue versus expense, where we finally say, hey, why don't we use some of this money for the good of people? Because again, ignoring everything else, it's still $81 million, and that's still $1.6 million of inflation loss every year of cash we're sitting on just because it's accumulating in an excess slush fund.
So I wouldn't call it a slush fund, but I think what I would say is the 20% of operating is the best practice in the industry. So if you go to any other county, they're trying to do the best practice and aim toward that as well. As far as the stabilization, what I was referring to was that has been the availability, just as I showed in a work session, I believe it was in August. The state does the same thing. They have a stabilization fund they build into, and then when they need something, they pull out of it, and then they have a certain time period they have to reestablish theirs. We don't. So if you want to take the entire amount and spend, now, here's the thing. I'm trying to look at one where I can show you the phosphate severance. Then the phosphate severance, the operational expenses is 20% of operating, which is $205,000. There's an additional $1.5 million in there that has been collected for phosphate severance tax. It is only to be used for certain things. So that stabilization money, you only can spend on what it was collected for. You cannot mix. So when you keep going down to the $173 million number, you can't take what was collected in utilities and use it in general. That's why I was saying you just have to look at the general, and you can use it anywhere. And then we can answer any questions you want on any other funds.
Okay. I got a question, Jan. I'm going to butt in here for a second. Some of the funds we have to hold for certain things according to the state.
Yes, ma'am.
But a lot of them we don't. And so that's, can you point out the ones that are not state regulated, but perhaps regulated because this board has regulated them? We have a lot more of that in the CIP and things like that, I guess. But some of these are not ones that are state regulated.
If you'll allow me to just expand for a minute, because whatever revenue we collect, it is designated through the state which fund we put it in. I don't have a choice. That's done by the clerk's office. If we decided to collect a tax, they're going to let me know which fund I can put it in because they are looking at what it can be spent for. Infrastructure sales tax, those were put in separate funds for those. Okay.
Yeah, that was voted on.
Okay.
Yes.
So that one, so let's say the ones for the Civic Center. Whatever the Civic Center collects in revenue, it stays within that fund. It can't be just moved and put wherever. It's not like that Johnson & Johnson company where they have different segments and you can just move the money around. What I was trying to say is the one fund that you can do that with is the general fund. And then I tried to show you where else that is. But other than that, for example, line number 8, county 5-cent voted gas tax. That goes directly to gas taxes.
I understand those. That's not really what I was referring to. Like utilities, Parks and Rec. I know poor Charlie.
Okay, so parks.
I know, you always get your money taken away. I know. I'm going to say it before he does because I know he's looking at me. But the bottom line is those are not really regulated by the state. This board has designated a lot of the monies where it goes and for what.
Okay, so there's a mixture in there. Let me explain.
I understand that.
The ad valorem, if you collect it for a certain purpose, like on the trim notice, if you put that you collect it
Understand.
for parks,
Yes, I understand
it goes to
that.
parks.
Right.
If
And infrastructure sales tax. part of it goes, I'm just using parks as an example because he's staring at me.
Well, the library.
That,
So,
I
yeah.
understand that too.
Each of those. So utilities collects rates, and those rates have to stay within their realm of what they collected that rate for
Correct.
by law. The only one,
it's
again, that
general.
doesn't have that fungible, that it can go anywhere is the general fund.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner, I'm sorry, is it in reference to, I've got other commissioners in front of you. Is that okay? Can you hold it for a second? Okay. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you are next. Sherry?
Thank you. Again, that's the purpose of this meeting. I'm just bringing it up again to say this is the right place to have this discussion. We're administering a budget that was adopted in September of 20 under a particular time that was very unusual. And so now that you've come, 6 months later, there's a lot more information that you have about what's going on currently and how to plan for the future. And so I think what Director Brewer is basically saying is that in the instances where new policy direction can be given, that's what this board will do, and that's what we will be able to follow. A couple reminders, and not to, just historically to say, when in 2018, when Hurricane Irma hit, we didn't have a reserve fund. We took $12 million out of our general fund to cover costs within the first 4 months so that our citizens' debris could get picked up and hauled away and generators could be placed. What happens is when you get in an emergency like that, if you don't have money available, readily available and able to use, the vendors go somewhere else immediately. So the reason we created this reserve fund for the disaster, and it is disaster, it's not just hurricanes, is so that you'd have some flexibility immediately to be able to get some assistance right away. Now, a couple years have passed now. We haven't had an instance, a natural disaster instance like that. But of course, who would have ever imagined a global pandemic? And so last year is going to look a little odd to you. Everything was really basically slowed down, almost stopped. And the past boards had to make decisions based on what happened to them. And we did experience a pretty heavy emergency disaster from hurricanes and weather-related incidents for probably a 5 to 7 year period. So you can see where their ideas were focused on. This kind of discussion with what Director Brewer is bringing forward is exactly the kind of thing to talk about, but given the historical perspective of it and what is needed to continue the services to the community, that's what your current policy is. Moving towards a different policy and the discussions that you're having will allow you to look at that further. And what we're saying is the general fund is the area most immediately that you have the most flexibility with. And again, you still have $1.5 million in your debt service set aside that was placed there back in September, as something that you could get started with and has not been designated. Thank you.
Commissioner Servia?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Sherry, for bringing up the debris removal, because that, while a hurricane has not directly hit this area in quite some time, there is a pretty regular occurrence of tropical storms that result in downed trees and debris removal. I've lived through several of those. And so what you're saying is absolutely true. I remember seeing that. And I remember all the trucks going to Miami-Dade because they had the cash. So you got to have the cash and you got to be able to pay right away in order to get that type of service. So I have a question for Jan. So Jan, in the stabilization fund, I just want to really understand at the bottom, the $81.6 million total.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we use that number, those dollars, to issue a bond?
Okay, first, it depends on what you're issuing a bond for. This is one-time money. It's not going to be there every year. If
I
you spend it, it's gone. So it's not going to make a debt service payment. It can make 1 or 2, maybe probably 4 or 5. But it has to be, for example, in utilities, they usually keep that funding for the emergencies that occur within them and also maintenance programs that are ongoing in the future. You could not take the unincorporated MSTU, which is number 62. You can't take that stabilization and use it anywhere inside the cities. It has to be legally done on the outskirts of there. Now, can you take the 6.4 million to Mr. Cruz's comment and use all of it for a program right now for a CIP or whatever? Yes, that's what I'm saying. If it is related to the fund in which you've collected money. The Southwest TIF is another one. The Southwest TIF is number 51. That's the Southwest and the Port TIF. There's over $19 million there. And that's because the board established the TIF and they're putting it in separate incentives that they keep. The best use of the cash, I do believe your 20% is always the best use of your cash. As to the board, what this board's direction is and where they want to go, using the stabilization in the general fund or in an applicable fund is totally at your discretion. So I'm just trying to show you where everything is so that but it is not abnormal to have the 20% operating. That's as Mr. Clegg said, we can't loan our way out of operations if something happens.
Right, okay, so if we take Charlie's department, because it has a pretty high stabilization fund today, can you kind of play through that scenario? If Charlie needed to access that money for, make something up.
So if Charlie had a playground fail, or if Charlie had something at the beach occur that's specific to parks and he wants to do it, he comes before you and asks to use this money. He can't access any of it without your approval. None of us can.
Right, but he would not be coming to us and saying, hey, I would like to build a new park with that money. He couldn't do that because we don't have the money budgeted to operate or maintain that park.
Correct.
So it would
Correct.
have to be something that failed in his system of
Right.
Parks and Rec.
Because if you think about it, if you think about that balance, the revenue coming in is matching the expense going out. And you do have that cash carry forward. If it alters, then something else alters. So Charlie, although you see 6 million, when we flip this, you're going to see something different because I just showed you he came in 2 million shorter than what I think. This is just the budget. I'm just trying to explain. This is where we put the buckets so you can see what they are and whatever you want to do with them.
Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you. And thank you, Director Brewer. You're doing a great job. I know we're peppering you. So just looking over this, everything in the green, which I think you said this when you started. I mean, this is, so 1.5 roughly billion came in total. And
That's your
we've
total
got-
budget, yes.
Okay, so the three in the green, we've got 3 columns. We've got the department. So that's just talking about, that's what it took that department to run, correct?
Correct.
Okay, subtotal other programs. So that's things that's not in a department, but money that we used.
Correct. So
Like
in
paying
your
the
budget
debt.
book, sir, on the page, and what page is it, Sheila? 330. It breaks it down by fund and what department is in that fund. That's
Right.
already in your published book. So we just condensed those first three columns to say, just so you could see we get to the total. In my world, we want to prove the numbers is what we're trying to do.
Right.
So we're trying to prove that third column in, that 568 is equaling when you move over and you're actually right here, these 3 columns, all of this
Equals
adds up to
568.
the same as that.
Right, so that's where I was going. I'm gonna walk into so subtotal reserves, 568. So everything on the right, once the orange start, is just blow up a more detailed look at that 568 of reserves, correct?
Correct.
So that's what came in of the 1.5 billion that was not spent, that is in reserves currently. So now, once we get to columns over there, we've talked about stabilization. That's what you would, your absolute favorite place, if we needed to spend extra money, would be from stabilization in the general fund, that 19.7, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the easiest access point, is what I'm trying to show you.
And then if I understand correctly, your second, if we just, if we changed or if we made a decision and it's what we were sure we wanted to do, your second place would be the 81, so the entire column on stabilization, correct?
Can I say it a different way?
I should call it your favorite place.
Yeah, no,
Your,
no, please don't.
least disliked place
So,
to pull from would be that column.
how about I say the sentence this way? In the stabilization column, in the first figure, which is general fund, that can be spent on anything that the board wants to direct that to be. When you start going down into these other funds, it's at your discretion to spend it, but you have to stay within what the revenue was collected for. The only ones I highlighted are those yellows with the stars. Those I know came from general fund, so you could pull it back if you wanted to, but the other ones you can't.
So, we'll pick on parks again. Sorry,
What'd he
Charlie.
say?
I am looking forward to doing more with Parks and Recreation in my district. Okay, so this is definitely a a hypothetical. Okay, so looking at parks, currently, it's impossible to spend that $6 million on anything other than parks? And is that by statute, or is that by good practice, or is that by a previous board
I'm
decision?
going to let Bill opine, but what the revenue that comes in there, Bill, is it's ad valorem tax. So that has to be spent on what you collected it for, which is only parks. That's the largest piece. And then Charlie has charges for services that he's charging someone a fee for what he's asking them to do. So if you want to go play pickleball, you have to pay a fee, and that's to pay for pickleball. So he really can't be making a profit there, and we're sending it over to another fund. But we don't make a profit there.
Right.
Those services are way under.
But he just paid back an intergovernmental loan this year, right?
Yes, he did.
So there's some way that he spent money that was in a different bucket. So how?
So
walk me
how
through
that went, that's a very unique situation, and I'll tell you why. It was for seagrass mitigation credits. So years ago, right, I think before I came or right when I came, he actually borrowed some money and for mitigation credits to be used by the utility system. The utility system didn't use it. And so Charlie has been trying to sell those credits so they get their money back. And that's what that was. The money came in to parks. Charlie got the money, but then we didn't let him keep it because he needed to pay back who he said was going to use it originally, and they never used it. So we made him pay it back. There's very little left on it, right, Sheila? 130,000 left.
I'm
He
going to
still
butt
owes.
in. Are you talking about the 3 million that he received from Sarasota for the seagrass mitigation? Is that what you're referring to?
He received $1 million on seagrass mitigation. Is he in the room? He can explain it better.
I know 3 million was
It's
from
coming.
Sarasota. Hello, see, you're back again.
He can explain. Charlie, are you there?
He doesn't want to walk in the room, I don't think.
He was afraid he was on the menu. He called Mike Gore and said, hey, you're needed in the Manatee Room. I got to
We're
go.
not picking at parks, so you know.
No, I understand. Charlie Hunsker, Natural Resources Department.
It's green.
Charlie Hunsker, Natural Resources Department.
We got you.
You're on.
It's on.
It's on, yeah. We borrowed money from the utility system. No, we made an arrangement where the utility
For the
system would
utility
acquire the dirt that we were digging to create Preco Preserve. After $50,000 of $150,000 contract with utilities, we found the remaining 100,000 cubic yards of dirt to be unsuitable because someone had logged a native pine forest in the 1800s, covered it up and farmed it from that point forward, and none of our surveys found the relic unsuitable material below. We, by spending 1.6 million, we've created an asset that's worth around 4.5 million. The port, of course, needs seagrass for their mitigation. DOT needs seagrass for their mitigation of their bridges. Longboat Key will need seagrass mitigation for their pipeline expansion. We're the only government in Florida that created a seagrass mitigation bank, so to speak, by carving up perfectly developable uplands and turning it into a natural resource basin. So we began that process believing that we were on the path to create a good return on investment. $1.6 million to create a working capital of $4 million. And the port is pledged with us to purchase those $3 million, the remaining seagrass credits that are there, if we can demonstrate that the basin will in fact support the seagrass growth that's been predicted. And we're waiting through between now and next April, I believe, to document that. The city of Sarasota needed seagrass credits. They were willing to make the payment on the basis that the grass would be growing. In fact, the grass is growing, and they paid us for the mitigation that they needed to us. So that's how PRECO came to be. We did not have the money to construct the project. The utility system needed $300,000 cubic yards of dirt. We had 150,000 there that we thought we could provide them. After the first 50, we determined that the 100,000 was not available. That's why we were unable to close the deal with utilities and come out. So we had to owe them the money that we couldn't, for the dirt we couldn't deliver. And that's how we came up with the loan.
Charlie,
And now we're paying it back as we sell those credits. And after we make good our loan with utilities, we probably stand to earn about $2.8 million.
There we are. Charlie, I thought it was, that's why I brought it up. I knew that the city of Sarasota had bought $3 million worth. That's why I asked.
No, approximately 1.5.
I thought it was 3. That's what was in
1.1.
the paper.
It was about 1.1 million for the amount they needed. The port is willing to pay 3 million for what they need.
Yeah, I knew that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We're just picking at you, Charlie, not about parks, because we love parks and it's there to stay. Don't worry.
I know.
We're not picking at you.
I'm just in the other
necessarily.
room doing other business.
I know.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank-
Commissioner Satcher, did you need to continue?
Yes, yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Charlie, for speaking to that. That's exciting stuff that goes on in parks, and looking forward to working together and doing more. But looking at the budget, and we started with green, then we went to green and orange, and then we talked about stabilization, 19.7 as our favorite spot. Now we're going down that column. You're saying each thing in that column has to stay in that column, or sorry, row. Each thing in the row, in the column of stabilization, everything in the row has to stay in that row, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that is, so then looking down at, so then let's talk about columns real quick, and I'm sure you already said all this, but when we look at specific operating set-asides and then capital, those two columns, can you explain those to me real quick? I know you already did, but I appreciate
Sure,
it.
no, that's okay. Inside your budget book, when we deliver the budget, there are identified line items that are for specific things. In the general fund, one of them is the 6.5. I'm trying to think of some others, Sheila, just to give them an example. The fiber extension is one, I believe. Drug court, we set aside money for drug court for there.
And let's pick on somebody new. Let's talk about utilities. So from the
Okay.
utilities, we got 17 in capital, 1.5 in specific operating set-asides. So just since we're,
Right, so the 1.5 in specific set-asides, I can provide you the documentation for what was passed in the budget that they put there. The 17 million is what's scheduled to go inside their capital projects probably over the next 5 years. It's not there yet. The 20% operations is 36 million, and then they keep, that's roughly, let's see, that's roughly what, 60 days, and then they do another to get it to 120 days is what's in their stabilization. That's what that is.
Do other counties, which may not be, or are there any counties, and they may not be doing things up to our standards, but do they roll, say, the specific operating set-asides column and the capital column and the contingency column? Do they roll all those into the 20% operating? Are there any of them that don't have all four of those divided, or is this the way it's done, period, the end?
It's pretty well done this way everywhere. They separate them. That's the state of Florida categorizations that they have. That's normally how they allocate them around. What you can do is if you decide that you do not want to do any fiber extension, you can remove that from the general fund and move it in that first column. If there's any of the set-asides that you as a board do not want to use, you can move those around to do whatever you need to. I can give you an example, 24, that's the internal health service funds. That we are a self-insured fund. We keep that money to protect ourselves. We have a third-party provider, but if anything becomes extensive or catastrophic, it falls back on us. So that money belongs to the health insurance fund. And if you choose to change the way the fund is done and remove it, then of course that's allowable, but then you have to offset it with something else in different ways.
And then, so this may not be a question for you. So if you had a one-time expense come up that was greater than 19 million, so say the board in 6 weeks' time decided to completely, say, spend 32 million, where would they pull that money from?
So if the board chose to spend 32 million, then coming out of these reserves, we have to go back to the board and say, board, this is how we think you can spend them and give you options. For example, is it something, if you want to spend 32 million, do we go get a bond? Is it something that's bondable? If it's not bondable, or do we come through and it would be stabilization where you're looking at, because everything else is programmed in, right? We've gone through a budget and you've got a program. If you want to change a program, that's at the discretion of a board, of you. But if you're asking me, where do I just come up with? My first place is to go to stabilization. The second place is to give you the option. Do you have the availability to finance it? If it does, what will it cost you?
So, sorry, just to follow up to that. So in October of 2020, was the stabilization fund at roughly 51 million?
No, I can flip you on the second page and I can show you what happened. So if you flip to the other side, and I'm going to try to make the computer, see, I lose it every time I do it. Okay, so on the second page, let me walk you through this.
Yes, ma'am.
So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns till you get to the blue total, there's your 568 million again. Same thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In the middle columns that are orange, what we've done for you is shown you these are the overall reserves that were orange. Here are any changes to beginning and ending balance based upon the clerk. And then there's a total. Now, if you're asking about stabilization, that's the last one, the blue. So in the A column on the far right, you have the stabilization that was adopted. The B column, you have any changes in cash balance, right? The C column, we took out encumbrances because I don't want you to think that those aren't coming as expenses. They are, so you want to net them together. And then D is the approved BAs that were brought before this board and the board signed off on them. So in the instance you're talking about, I believe you'll find in line 1, And in line 63, your overall question. In the far column, the last column that has gray and white lines. So there was an adjustment in the stabilization in the general fund and an adjustment in the stabilization within the utilities. And the board was given the option to bond or to use that. And that board at that time chose to use that.
Thank you so much, Jan. That was a great answer. I appreciate it.
Or do you know who's next? Sure. Okay. Thank you. First of all, when I first moved here a few years before, Commissioner Van Osterbridge wasn't born then, but there was a hurricane that hit. I think it was Hurricane Donna, destroyed Cortez and a lot of Manatee County. So there has been one that hit Irma. 4 months, lift stations went out, couldn't get, we had to get the pumps to man all the 141 lift stations that we have in the county. There was an earthquake in the Gulf in 2005. I was mayor then and called Karen Wyndham and said, should I be expecting a tsunami anytime? And I mean, that happened. 2004, we had 4 hurricanes. I was mayor out there then. We had a mandatory evacuations, but that caused a lot of damage in Manatee County. I keep hearing about poor parks. Since I've been in office for 14 years, there has not been a year gone by where Parks and Rec has received millions. So I keep hearing that parks gets, yes, we're growing and we need new parks. We pay for them by impact fees. And that's, you know, that's what you're seeing. People in West Bradenton may not want their property taxes to go build out a new park out in East County. That's a policy decision, I'm sure, and I'm sure our taxpayers wouldn't like that. The monies that you're seeing, the other monies that we have is for operating. The impact fees pay for them, and then it turns over to us to maintain them for years. So I always hear that Parks isn't getting anything every year. I've been here. They've gotten millions. And I was here with the ribbon cutting with Robinsons. And I've been up to Washington representing that. So I just want to be clear. Do we need more parks? Yes. That's paid for by impact fees unless you want the taxpayers of all of Manatee County to pay for parks in different districts. And I don't know if they go for that. But I think that's a policy change. That would be a policy decision. It's not really a law. We could use general fund to pay for a new park in another district, correct? We just haven't.
Commissioner Whitmore, that's correct. You can use ad valorem
Right.
tax proceeds for any legitimate local government public purpose. They're the most flexible monies we have.
Yeah.
I started working in public finance pretty young, and there was a strong feeling that you should guard your ad valorem revenue because you start spending it on capital, it takes away your ability to pay for things like deputies
Right.
and
Operating. Exactly.
EMTs and those kinds of things, blood money in the eyes of a lot of people in local government. But you can use it for that purpose, yes.
And it would appear that the loudest commissioners that can get the 4 votes would be the ones that get the new parks. So some other areas may not. And I think this was before me, impact fees. You know, they were all done before I came on this board. In my city, we never had impact fees. In fact, city of Anna Maria just got impact fees. But I think Sherry wants to make a comment, Mr. Chair.
Intern.
Oh, intern. Okay,
Intern,
then
whichever.
Commissioner Bellamy.
No?
Yeah, you.
Oh, it's okay. I'm cool with that.
So long ago, we forgot.
So I think, I think what all of us really want to know, with this $500 million in reserve, what can we do to pull a percentage of that to say,
Right.
let's say we're going to pull 200 million and try to clear out all our CIP. How can we do that? Or can we do it? I think that's the bottom line. We keep bouncing back on the philosophies and we're looking at the reserves and we see how much money is. We want to have a Jerry Maguire moment. We want you to show us the money and what we can do with it. I'm just being honest with you. That's
That's the top 2 numbers.
I'm sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute break for
Right
just
now?
a moment.
Before
Yes, right now.
He was ready to stand up and walk out.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to follow him.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Our ratings on
Hanger.
MBTV.
Oh, all right,
Hold
all
on
right.
to it. 5-minute break.
Yeah, once
you know,
We,
well, yeah, you know, Katie
something is going on.
Howard, Katie Kate, you know, she's related
Something's
to,
going on with mine.
the Crows. Yeah, that's her grandfather. She told me, I'm going, what?
Oh, I think I lost.
That means your uncle. 5 minutes. We're ready. Okay,
about
we're
that?
ready now.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you're next on this list. Are you still?
Oh, I mean, filled with anticipation. So I just wanted to sort of, yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Kevin, you got to wait.
I would love to
Commissioner
wait.
Bellamy, say it again.
No.
Say it again. I want to hear it
No,
again.
no. The bottom line with the half
Show
a
me
billion
the
dollars
money.
in reserves, you know, and you may not have a simple answer, but I think that's what we're looking for. You know, what's the simplest way we can take a percentage of that money and start tackling some of our projects in the CIP, as far as where it comes to roads and infrastructure and things of that nature right there. Because we can bounce around all this, but the bottom line is,
I'm going to answer that.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Bellamy, if you don't mind, I'm going to make a comment to that. Very good question, and I can tell you that I bet that question is going to be asked this afternoon when we're looking at the CIP. Because it has to be, as was stated earlier, you know, in order for us to be frugal with the money, with bonding, we're going to have to wait until we're almost shovel ready to be able to move forward on those projects. Jan, can you add to that, please?
Right. The one thing I knew that each of you wanted to know was where the reserves were. Show me the money. When I met with each of you, is really, I think it's foremost in your mind so that you can, you need to feedback, what you have. So here's at the end of the day, every month, we're going to try to provide you.
Listening to your own voice is the worst, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's that moment, am I having an aneurysm or is it just, or does everyone have it too? Okay. So, let me try again.
I don't hear
So
anything. I don't know what's wrong.
basically-
Would you like to break for lunch?
We're going to provide you each month, every time you have BAs that come before you, we'll provide you what changes in this so that you can see it and that you're able to look at it.
lunch.
Real quick. Great. Sarah, did you want to say anything? All right, you know what, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, so we'll be back at 6:30. Thank you.
As a speaker.
Hand washing is one of the most important ways you can keep from getting sick and spreading germs to others. Dirty hands spread disease. This hand washing demonstration will show you how hand washing can get rid of germs and chemicals that get on our hands every day. This gel is like the germs and chemicals that we get from things we touch throughout the day, like our toys and pets. If we then rub our eyes, nose, or mouth, or pick up something to eat, the germs or chemicals can get into our bodies and make us sick. Studies have shown that people touch their eyes, nose, and mouth about 25 times every hour without even realizing it. To get rid of these germs and chemicals, CDC recommends you follow these easy steps every time you wash your hands. Wet, lather, scrub, rinse, and dry. We're going to show you the right way to do each step. First, wet your hands with clean running water. Turn off the tap and apply soap. Then, lather your hands by rubbing them together with the soap. Be sure to lather the backs of your hands between your fingers and under your nails. Scrub your hands for at least 20 seconds. If you don't have a clock nearby, keep scrubbing until you've sung the happy birthday song twice. Rinse your hands well under clean running water. Dry your hands using a clean towel, electric hand dryer, or air dry them. Washing your hands using the steps we just demonstrated is very important to get hands completely clean. Let's see how well we got rid of the germs and chemicals. Great! No more germs and chemicals. Why is this so important? Germs and chemicals from unwashed hands can get into our foods and drinks when they're being prepared or when we're eating or drinking them, which can make us sick. Also, germs and chemicals from unwashed hands can be transferred to other objects like cell phones, tabletops, or toys, and then transferred to other people's hands. That's why it's so important to wash your hands following these steps. Wet, lather, scrub, rinse, and dry, so you can stay healthy and help keep those around you healthy. For more information, visit cdc.gov/hand washing.
Hello, my name is Dr. Sylvia Tanev. I am a pathologist and the president of the Manatee County Medical Society. The physicians of Manatee County have an urgent message for our community. Manatee County has experienced a dangerous surge of COVID-19 cases that just a month ago we had hoped we could avoid. This is not political, this is not a hoax. It is very real and is impacting Manatee County and Florida patients every day. We must get COVID-19 under control. In just 1 month, this number has spiked. Today, July the 17th, we are seeing an average of 241 cases a day, with over 1,500 in the past week. In July, COVID hospitalizations have increased by more than 20%, and staffed hospital beds are now at capacity. In March, April, and May, we proved that we could control the spread of the virus. For several weeks, we flattened the curve, and every COVID-19 patient received the best care possible. Our situation now is much more serious than it was in May, because many people are carrying the virus and many people are getting sick. To make matters worse, today's surge is the result of viral transmission that occurred 2 to 4 weeks ago. Even if we take action now, it will be 2 to 4 weeks before we see the effect. This is like trying to stop a train on board a cruise ship. In 1912, a cruise ship called RMS Titanic entered an area of the North Atlantic called Iceberg Alley. Rather than slowing down, the captain continued to steam forward at high speed. Action was taken only when it was obvious that an iceberg lay dead ahead. By that time, the crew's effort to slow and turn the ship were futile. We all know what happened next. If COVID-19's hospitalization continue to double at the current rate, in less than 3 weeks, our healthcare system capacity to care for our patients could be exceeded. will we experience shortages in three areas. First and foremost, there will be a shortage of trained healthcare workers. Today, our doctors and nurses are stressed, but they are hanging in there. If the surge continues in 2-3 weeks, they will be overwhelmed. Already, hospital staff is strained. Second, the medicines needed to treat COVID-19 patients will be depleted. We are working hard to manage a limited supply. Already, we face shortages in convalescent plasma and drugs like remdesivir. Third, if the surge rages on, we will be out of space in the hospital and ICUs, and patients may have to be cared for in alternative sites. Once our healthcare system is overwhelmed, the best possible care can no longer be provided to each patient. Terrible decisions will have to be made about who receives care and who does not. None of us in the medical community want to be forced to make those decisions. 1,517 people died in the Titanic, and we still talk about it more than a century later. In Florida, if the pandemic continues unabated, our death count will skyrocket. Florida is on collision with a viral iceberg, but we don't have to sink. We can slow down and change course, and we must do it now. We must wear masks in public. We must keep our distance from others. We must frequently wash our hands, cover our coughs, and refrain from touching our faces. We must minimize our casual and recreational contact with other people. We will have to do this for a while. No one knows for how long, but we can do it. We must do it. I welcome our colleagues now who represent hundreds of physicians in our community working together to fight COVID-19.
Please stay home if you can. My name is Dr. Jennifer Bensi, Florida Department of Health in Manatee County.
Hi, this isn't Tiki Barber, Rondé Barber, not even Darius Rucker. This is Dr. Dwight Fitch, radiation oncologist here in Bradenton, Florida, imploring you to do your part to stop the spread of the coronavirus by simply just wearing your mask. This very simple gesture will help those around you, help decrease the spread of the virus, and get us back to some version of normalcy one day. So wear your mask. Thanks.
Remember to cover your mouth and nose when you cough and sneeze. I'm Dr. Constance Charles-Logan, pediatrician in Bradenton.
I'm Dr. Viresh Shahad. I'm a nephrologist in Lakewood Ranch, Florida. Please try not to touch your face.
We can do this. Let's kick COVID in the butt. I'm Dr. Manny Rodriguez, and I should know I'm a gastroenterologist.
I'm Dr. Cornelius Turalba, radiation oncologist. Please wear your mask and keep your distance from others. Thank you.
What starts here, this thing, could change everything. I'm Dr. Juliana Dale, family medicine.
Hi, this is Dr. Jennifer McCullen, OBGYN and President-elect of Manatee County Medical Society. Please wash your hands frequently, front and back, and nails for at least 20 seconds. Wear a mask while in public and when unable to distance outside. This is not political. This is not a hoax. It is very real. Manatee County, let's stop the spread of this virus together. We can do this, but we all must work together.
debit cards, cell phones, keyboard and mouse devices, and bathroom fixtures. Stay home if you're feeling ill and if you have any flu-like symptoms. And avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items in spaces with those close to you. Seek medical care early if you're feeling sick or having symptoms. Symptoms of the coronavirus can include fever, coughing, and shortness of breath. If you develop the symptoms, or if you've been traveling, or been in close contact with a person that has traveled from an area that has an ongoing spread of COVID-19, seek medical care by calling the Florida Department of Health Manatee at 941-242-6649. We encourage you to visit www.mymanatee.org for the most up-to-date information regarding the coronavirus. Or you can text Manatee Ready to 888-777 for the latest local updates on COVID-19. Manatee County is doing its part to ensure the health and safety of our citizens. We have formed a coalition with the Department of Health and the Department of Public Safety to confront impacts the coronavirus will have on our local community, as well as treating those that may become ill. To help suppress the spread of the virus, here are some helpful ideas. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water. And wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and throw it away. Clean high-touch areas frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboard and mouse devices, and bathroom fixtures. Stay home if you're feeling ill and if you have any flu-like symptoms. And avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items in spaces with those close to you. Seek medical care early if you're feeling sick or having symptoms. Symptoms of the coronavirus can include fever, coughing, and shortness of breath. If you develop the symptoms, or if you've been traveling, or been in close contact with a person that has traveled from an area that has an ongoing spread of COVID-19, seek medical care by calling the Florida Department of Health Manatee at 941-242-6649. We encourage you to visit www.mymanatee.org for the most up-to-date information regarding the coronavirus. Or you can text Manatee Ready to 888-777 for the latest local updates on COVID-19.
Here off the beautiful sun coast of Manatee County, both residents and tourists could agree that just about any day is a perfect day for the beach. And while the water may look inviting, it's important to know that there can be dangers below the surface. 95% of Manatee County's water rescues are related to rip currents.
When you're caught in a rip current, if you're not saved by a lifeguard or saved by somebody else, statistics show that it usually ends in a tragedy.
Florida ranks #1 for rip current deaths, and rip currents can happen anywhere.
They're extremely common. We have them on our beaches many days of the year.
Most misconceptions about rip currents is that they're wide and they're huge. Most of them aren't. Most of them are 10 yards wide to 20 yards wide, and that's it. And then they're 50 yards long. You'll feel a rip current as it pulls you offshore. You'll feel it pick up speed as it's closer to shore, the strength. as it goes further away from shore, you'll feel that rip current start to weaken. And all of a sudden, you'll see yourself to where you're not traversing further away from the shoreline. At that point, it's safe not to swim back into the rip current, but swim either at a 45-degree angle or a 90-degree angle parallel to the beach, 15, 20 yards, and then swim in. Never try to fight that rip current back to shore. When you do, you're swimming against a current that is 5 to 10 knots. It's hard for anyone to keep up any kind of a swimming capability against that current.
But before you even enter the water, here are some things you can look out for on your local beach.
Always swim on a lifeguarded beach. We have lifeguards at Manatee Beach as well as Coquina Beach. It's important for safety. It's important for the fact that there's someone that sits in that tower every day and knows the conditions that exist. There's someone there that can help you with directions. There's someone there that can help you with first aid. All of our staff are trained EMTs. We're all rescue divers.
On each and every tower, we have a flag flying every day, and there is a chart that is posted on the base of each tower so that they can come up and reference that to know the conditions of the day.
Know your ability, know how strong of a swimmer you might be, know the water conditions, make sure you're aware of what the conditions are of the day, and take a good look at the surf. If the surf is rough, there are going to be rip currents. If it's a calm, flat day, chances are there are no rip currents.
So remember, when you're visiting Manatee County's beautiful beaches, always swim near a lifeguarded station. And parents should always be nearby when children are in the water. For more information on how to keep you and your family safe while visiting the beach, log on to mymanatee.org/beach-safety. And to find out about current beach conditions, including if there's rip currents at your beach, go to colgate.mode.org/beach-conditions. Nowadays, we tend to shop around for the cheapest, lowest prices. One way people think they can save a lot of money is by hiring unlicensed contractors. But keep in mind, that low price can be filled with lots of problems.
There can be all kinds of problems just from poor quality to just to be having a structure that really isn't even approved and hard to get insurance, hard to get financed.
If there's an issue, who's going to take care of it for you? Who's going to cover it for you? Do they have liability insurance? Chances are they don't have liability insurance because an insurance company is not going to insure somebody who's not properly licensed to do that work. And what happens when there's an accident? What happens if the work they've done causes damage to the home?
There's so many different issues that can happen when you have an unlicensed person. These licensed guys, they know what it takes to do that. They know what's required. They call us to go inspect it. We go check it. If the breaker's not correct, they make sure and correct that.
CJ Dupre is a building official with Manatee County. He ensures that all licensed contractors are building according to the strict building codes. He has never once been called by an unlicensed contractor to inspect their work, but is very familiar with the final products.
I've seen a young couple buy a house that was remodeled by a contractor that the interior wall collapsed because he took out a load-bearing wall. That wouldn't have happened if they would have had somebody that was licensed and it was properly inspected to comply with code. Also the life safety issues for non-conforming work that may cause fire, collapsing of structures.
Licensed contractors every 2 years have to take continuing education. They're up to date on all new building code revisions and adoptions.
There's codes that we follow to make sure that the life and safety of the homeowners are kept in mind, that everybody's protected, that there's no damage to the property would occur, and making sure that the liability always falls on my shoulders.
Even though unlicensed contracting doesn't follow codes and holds homeowners liable, is it really breaking any laws?
It is technically a misdemeanor to do unlicensed contracting. Most of the times we do hand out citations. If they're caught a second time, it is a felony in the 3rd degree. and they can be processed through the state attorney's office.
Facing fines up to $5,000 and the possibility of being arrested, but unlicensed contractors can also hold you liable. You can be fined and taken to court for aiding and abetting unlicensed activity if you decide to hire one of these individuals.
Unfortunately, Manatee County, we cannot assist you in any fraud that you may have come across with hiring one of these people. A contract between an unlicensed individual and an owner is null and void. There's nothing I can do to help you.
But before a contract is even written, here are ways to find out if the contractor you're hiring is licensed.
Some of the tall tale signs as they pull up in their truck, it doesn't have a state license on it. A state license will start with 3 letters and a series of numbers. A county license will start with 2 letters and a series of numbers. And if they hand you a contract that is hand scratched on a piece of paper, if it does not have their license number on those documents or their business cards, chances are they're not licensed.
Before you hire a contractor, if you're not sure, call us. Call us, email us. Doesn't cost you anything. We'll check to make sure that that person that you're getting ready to let in your house and start tearing walls down is properly licensed and insured to work in your home.
To check on a contractor before you hire them, call Manatee County at 748-4501 extension 3800. Or to verify a state license or report unlicensed activity, visit www.myfloridalicense.com. FEMA's nationwide effort to update flood maps means changes are on the horizon for property owners of Manatee County. Flood maps are designed to protect lives and properties by identifying flood hazards and assessing risks. With new flood maps, owners of thousands of properties in Manatee County will learn that their risk is higher or lower than before. And as the risk changes, so do the insurance rates.
A lot of people's insurance is going to be going up. The idea is to make everybody that has flood insurance pay true risk rate instead of having the federal government subsidize part of their insurance. This area here is Cascade.
Sandy Tudor is the floodplain investigator from Manatee County. She says even though FEMA's maps are more accurate than ever, they don't take into account where your home is on your property. If a floodplain is not affecting your home directly, you may have options to avoid paying higher premiums.
Well, if it's just across the back end of your lot and not impacting your structure, technically you don't need flood insurance. They do have an option of applying for what is known as a letter or map revision. They would have to provide data to FEMA to say, hey, my ground is actually higher than what you're saying base flood is, and I don't think I should be in a flood zone. And the higher you are above base flood, the better your rates are going to be.
Manatee County also participates in a voluntary program called the Community Rating System. The community earns points resulting in flood insurance discounts. It's important to know how the new flood maps will be affecting you. Flood insurance is mandatory and federally required for most mortgage holders. To find out more information about flood protection and to locate your home or business on the new flood maps, go to mymanatee.org/flood protection. America, land of the free and home of the brave. Every year we celebrate those who fought for our country, those men and women, both young and old, who answered the call to protect the freedom of this great land. Manatee County's Veterans Services is located on the 3rd floor of the County Administration Building. This division is dedicated to helping veterans and their dependents obtain earned benefits they so greatly deserve.
Manatee County full-time has a little bit over 40,000 veterans.
Oftentimes there's benefits out there available to them that they have no idea that they even exist.
There's a lot of confusion regarding what the VA tells you, what Medicare tells you, and what some of the other people tell you regarding VA medical services, benefits, how one affects the other.
Veterans Services works on an individual basis to clear the confusion. They conduct various outreach programs trying to connect with community vets and dependents to answer any questions they may have.
They hold your hand and they make it comfortable for you. And you know when you're asking a question, when you run into a question, you can get an answer.
Don Mastropietro's father is a veteran of World War II. He is now suffering from dementia and needs extra care. Since Don has placed him in a nursing home, he has had a constant struggle to obtain the VA benefits his father so greatly needs.
It's been a long, drawn-out process. It started out badly, and as it turns out, the services here in Bradenton got me over the hump and got us to where we needed to be. Whether you're 90 years old or, like me, the son of a veteran, they treat you the same. They just treat you just like you're the veteran, and they get the job done for you.
There are so many available options for veterans and their dependents. From medical services at the Bradenton VA Outpatient Clinic to interments available along with other services at the Sarasota National Cemetery. Whatever you need, Veterans Services is here to help you.
There wasn't help like there is now. I wouldn't have known what to do. He put the effort out to get me into the program.
It means a lot to me. They really help their people.
And we all take veteran services. It's something near and dear to our heart. We take it extremely serious. Freedom isn't free. And whether it be from those veterans that were drafted by their country or those veterans that currently volunteer on their own today, we can never forget about them. And the things that we're wanting to do for them here in Manatee County, the state and federal, these are benefits that they've truly earned.
For more information about services provided, visit mymanatee.org/veterans, or you can call 941-749-3030. Also email lee.washington@mymanatee.org. And for upcoming events and to connect with vets in your area, like us on Facebook.
Trying to get everybody together to take a comprehensive look at Manatee County agriculture. We're going to be looking at development. We're going to be looking at impact. We're going to be looking at heritage, these people and where they came from and where their land is going and how they are going to survive as Manatee County changes.
Agriculture in Manatee County is still such a critical part of the economy. We think that the preservation of the respect for agriculture and its collaboration with our local governments, with the regulatory community, all work together to make the state a great place to live. We had a chance to show folks, what it's like to actually take care of a farm, kind of from beginning to end, which is something a lot of people don't get a chance to see.
I'm a fourth-generation Florida vegetable grower. As a county, I think that we are huge ag, and anything we can do to promote that to our seasonal residents and getting a better product to them so when they come here, they're excited about our produce and what we do, because we're an exporter. We don't keep enough in here and promote ourselves enough, and I think that as a whole, I think we all have a role to play in that.
is I wanted to educate them about exporting livestock because it's a growing business and it's going to continue to get bigger and bigger. A lot of the rest of the world wants good U.S. genetics. We have the most superior dairy cattle in the world, and so that's a business that a lot of people would never imagine cows flying, or the expression when pigs fly, they do fly. I fly pigs on a regular basis. So that's something that I wanted to educate your audience about.
Oh, we're very excited about having the ag workshop with the county commissioner, and we're doing a lot of agriculture in the urban area. And so that we need to learn how to work together and everybody understand where their food comes from, and that everybody out here is really trying to do a phenomenal job through conserving water and using less impacts and following the best management practices that we have developed and are continuing to develop to grow the best quality food and the safest and the least expensive to feed our nation.
It's been a fabulous day to learn about our agriculture economy, what some of the issues are, to hear from the farmers themselves, and to have a great display of how agriculture is, why it's the #2 largest industry in our county.
I think easily we saw what Manatee County is all about. Even to this day, it's still about agriculture. And we've seen a fantastic cross-section of the kind of agriculture that exists in Manatee County.
We forget that these guys supply the food for all over the world, and these guys are hardworking men. Every day they supply us with our food source. And I just wanted to tell everybody it's an experience. If you ever get a chance to come out to the farms out east, you must take it.
This gives all of us a chance to see what a gem we have with our farmers and how we need to always support them and keep them here.
Hi, I'm Charlie Hunsaker, your Director of Manatee County Parks and Natural Resources. You know, Manatee County has over 30,000 acres of natural areas that we maintain and protect. One such area is out here at Emerson Point, where you can see much of the water, the land, and the natural history that is part of this island. Come on out and watch this video for some of the things that you might be missing. As you get out and about to visit our preserves, please share your photos and experiences with us on Facebook.
This is the first year we've done a sparrow drive here at Duet Preserve. We want to know which species of sparrows spend their winter in Florida in places like Duet Preserve. Part of it is identifying which species are out here. We also band the birds. From year to year, birds that will migrate south 1,000 miles or more and return to exactly the same field, winter after winter after winter. When they're marked with the band, we can tell with certainty that it's the same bird. This is a pleasant time of year for volunteers to be outdoors, so they're getting an enjoyable morning outdoors, and they get to learn something and see beautiful birds up close and personal.
Hi, I'm Charlie Hunsaker, your Director of Parks and Natural Resources. I'd like to invite you to the opening of Neal Preserve, a great place along coastal Manatee County with hiking trails, an observation tower, and a great boardwalk through the mangroves. Come out and enjoy it. As you get out and about to visit our preserves, please share your photos and experiences with us on Facebook. Hi, I'm Charlie Hunsaker, your Director of Parks and Natural Resources here in Manatee County. I'd like to invite you out to Riverview Point Preserve, a location in northwest Bradenton along our coastline, managed in partnership with the National Park Service with the DeSoto Memorial area. It's a beautiful place of trails and observation, bird watching, and a great place to experience nature in Northwest Bradenton. Come on out and enjoy it. As you get out and about to visit our preserves, please share your photos and experiences with us on Facebook. To find more information about our local preserves and parks, visit mymanatee.org and click on Parks and Natural Resources Department.
Get to your destination with Manatee County Area Transit, where it's easy to ride. MCAT is Manatee County's premier public transportation provider. With easy-to-follow routes and schedules, MCAT will get you where you need to go safely and efficiently. All MCAT buses and trolleys are handicapped accessible. Visit www.mcat.org for routes, schedules, and video tutorials on how to ride MCAT. Manatee County Area Transit, where it's easy to ride.
Thank you for choosing Manatee County Area Transit. Every day we get thousands of people where they need to go. Both weekday and weekend service is provided. Since riding the bus may be a new experience for you, we want to show you how easy it can be. It's a good idea to familiarize yourself with MCAT's routes and schedules. Schedules are available on board each bus, at the MCAT Administrative Office, and at locations throughout the county. They're also available on the website. Individual maps and timetables are available for each route. Each route map shows major cross streets, landmarks, and designated bus stops. All fixed routes have a head sign located above the windshield. This sign will tell you the route and the destination. Be sure to check this sign so you don't end up on the wrong bus. Most vehicles have a front door and a back door. Always board through the front door and exit through the back door. The exception would be if you're using a wheelchair or need to retrieve a bike from the bike rack. Fare collection boxes are located in the front of the bus near the driver. This is where you'll pay your fare. Be sure to have your payment ready before you board the bus. It saves time and speeds up the boarding process. If using cash, please have the exact fare. Operators can take change, but they can't make change. The seats located in the front of the bus are reserved for seniors and passengers with disabilities. Don't worry, there are usually plenty of seats toward the back of the bus. If the bus is full, you may have to stand. If so, use the handrail or strap while the bus is in motion. To signal the driver you want to get off the bus, pull the bell cord about a block before your stop. This will alert the driver to stop at the next bus stop. For your safety, drivers may only stop at designated bus stops. Be sure to gather all of your belongings and wait until the bus comes to a complete stop. Exit through the back door. As you exit the bus, step away from it and allow it to pull away before you cross the street. Never cross in front of the bus. Thank you for choosing Manatee County Area Transit. At MCAT, we are committed to ensuring all passengers have a safe and pleasant ride while using our services. All passengers are expected to comply with certain rules. Failure to follow these rules may result in the police being called, the passenger being asked to leave the bus or bus stop, and/or the passenger receiving a trespass order from the bus or bus stop area. Exact change is required. Operators can take change, but they cannot make change. Shirt and shoes are required when riding. Passengers are responsible for carrying their own packages. Please limit items to what you can carry yourself. MCAT is not responsible for any item left on the vehicles. Smoking, including e-cigarettes, is not allowed on any MCAT vehicles. Please watch your language. Do not use profanity while on board. No disruptive, lewd behavior or abusive language will be permitted. Service animals assisting special needs passengers are allowed on MCAT buses. Don't be a litter bug. Make sure you pick up everything before you go. Playing individual radios on vehicles distracts the driver and other passengers. For this reason, headphones are required when listening to individual radios such as cassette players, CD players, iPods, and MP3 players in electronic games. Nothing is permitted on board vehicles that may pose a health hazard for other passengers or transit staff. This includes weapons, gasoline, opened alcohol, and illegal drugs of any kind. Welcome to MCAT, your premier transportation provider for Manatee County. We invite you to bring your bike as you travel. Bikes ride free with any paying passenger. Buses can hold up to 2 bikes at a time. Racks will not accommodate scooters, mopeds, and tandem bikes. For safety reasons, operators are not able to assist you. So let's take a few minutes to show you how to properly load and unload your bike. Please make sure you are off your bike when waiting at the bus stop. Once the bus comes to a complete stop, let the operator know you are going to load your bike. Move to the bike rack located on the front of the bus. Always load your bike from the curb side, not the street side. To load your bike, first lower the rack. If any other bike is already in position, the rack will already be lowered. Next, place your bike in the rack's wheel well. If yours is the only bike being loaded, place it in the rack nearest to the bus. Swing the bike support arm up. A spring will pull the support arm back and hold your bike securely. Remove any items that could interfere with the operator's visibility, like flags or poles. And that's it. Return to the curb, board the bus, and enjoy your ride. If the rack is full, you will need to wait until the next bus arrives. To unload your bike, please use the front door of the bus to exit. As you exit, let the operator know you will be unloading your bike. Remember to unload your bike from the curb side only. To release your bike, simply pull the support arm away from the wheel, drop it down, and lift your bike from the wheel tray. If you are the last person to unload your bike, please return the rack to its upright position. Step toward the curb with your bike when moving away from the bus. Wait until the bus pulls away before proceeding. Folding portable bikes must also be secured to the outside rack. If the rack is full, you may bring the folded bike inside, providing room is available and it can be stowed without blocking the aisle. Thank you for choosing Manatee County Area Transit, where it's easy to ride. At MCAT, we make every effort to meet the transportation needs of all customers. Written schedules are available if requested. The agency also has a TDD telephone service with trained staff ready to assist you. MCAT transit facilities, including stations and bus stops, provide accessible features such as elevators, ramps, and cleared areas and are maintained regularly and properly functioning. All MCAT buses and trolleys kneel, meaning when the vehicle stops, it lowers to the curb to make entering and exiting much easier. A ramp can also be activated to assist passengers. Vehicles are equipped with wheelchair lifts to accommodate riders, up to 2 wheelchair passengers. Once the lift lowers, move your wheelchair onto the lift. Once inside, the driver will assist you with securing your wheelchair and safety belts. Discuss your destination with the bus driver. The driver will make an announcement to indicate where the bus is stopping and assist ADA passengers leaving the bus or trolley. In addition to MCAT's regular fixed route system, the agency offers the Handy Bus service for transportation disadvantaged individuals.
We're going to go ahead and start the afternoon session. Before I get back to the workshop, I want to just bring up something for all the commissioners and people that are watching this and listening. Many of you have heard that there's going to be a pop-up clinic in Lakewood Ranch at Premier tomorrow, starting tomorrow through Friday. This has nothing to do with the county per se. This was done strictly by the governor who called Rex Jensen of SMR, and they wanted to do a pop-up session in Lakewood Ranch. Mr. Jensen called me, and we worked on it all weekend to get it done, and it is commencing tomorrow. The National Guard will be there for crowd control. They're bringing in their own healthcare workers to do the vaccine. Our sheriff will have 2 deputies there for traffic control on State Road 70. And, you know, it's just all worked out. So it's 3,000 more vaccines than what Manatee County had before. As I said, when I opened this up, it has nothing to do with the Manatee County Commission. This was strictly by Mr. Jensen, the governor, with my help. So that being said, it seems like there's been a lot of discussion about it, a lot of things that aren't actually correct. But then again, I'm used to that anymore. It's the way it is. The zip codes were chosen because by doing the 2 zip codes the way we did, and this is what I know everyone in this room wants to hear, it's not just Lakewood Ranch. It's parts of Myakka, Panther Ridge, River Club, Braden Woods, Rosedale, the Concession. There's many, many neighborhoods that were included in this. And this is not uncommon. The governor is doing this all over the state, having these pop-up clinics, trying to get the seniors vaccinated as quickly as they can. I, for one, will tell you, if it was in Bayshore Gardens, I'd do the same thing I did this weekend to help. So that being said, I think instead of everyone seeming to have an issue, we need to realize it's 3,000 people that are now going to be removed from our registry, which will open it up hopefully sooner to all of those that are left. So that being said, I'd do it again. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for bringing it up. And I'm very happy for you and the residents
Don't
of
be
Lakewood
happy
Ranch.
for me. It's all the residents, the 3,000 that are getting it.
Right. You have to understand, though, the optics are horrible. Acknowledge that because we have people who are struggling with the COVID virus and getting any medical attention. And I will just say the optics are really, really bad. If we were going to pick and choose who was going to be vaccinated ahead of everyone else, I would hope it would go to the underserved populations and the underserved neighborhoods and the many, many mobile home parks that are all 65, almost all 65 and older. So I know that, you know, this board did not authorize it. It was strictly the governor, but I'm really disappointed.
Well, I'll let the governor know you said that. Commissioner Whitmore.
I don't think it's your place to tell the governor what we're saying, but as an at-large commissioner, the only issue I had, and I just had the newspaper call me, Zach Anderson, no point in smiling.
I am smiling.
He called me.
I think it's funny.
Can I finish?
Yes, please do.
And he asked me how I felt about it. I said the governor has total authority to do whatever he wants. He's done it a few other places in the state. The only thing I would have liked as a Manatee County Commissioner is somebody let us know. I know when Reggie had one, or you didn't, MCR had it in Rabonia last week, you reported it under comments. That's the only thing I read at about 5-something last night. And then I got a call and I said, no. And I've been fielding emails all day. I'm sure all of you have, right? About, you know, this lottery is terrible and all this. And then, so some man, I responded back to him today. He lives in Lakewood Ranch. I said, will you be, or last night after I read it, I said, I just read in the paper that you will be able to get it because there's about 3,000 in the next 3 days going to Lakewood Ranch. And he thanked me. So when the newspaper asked me if I'd heard from anybody, I said, yes. Man in Lakewood Ranch was giving me heck, and then I emailed him back and said, well, you'll be able probably to get yours. My question is, and maybe you know because we knew nothing about this till last night, do they just have to have an ID with a Lakewood Ranch address?
It's not just Commissioner
where
Whitmore,
the names
it's
coming
not just
from.
Lakewood Ranch.
No, I'm just asking, it said zip code, so how are you going to define the 3,000, do you know?
I will tell you that Jake Sauer and his crew, 311, worked on this on Sunday and yesterday, trying to pull those to be called, and they're all being called.
So you pulled
So
them
they
from
know.
our lottery?
I sure did.
I don't think, I think the board should have known about that.
Well, you had nothing to do with it, actually. So to
Madam
be
Chair,
honest,
those are
don't
my
Madam Chair
residents
me.
also. So don't speak to me like that. These are my residents. I represent 411,000 people. I am glad that they're getting vaccines. In fact, I worked at the vaccine clinic yesterday, putting
Good.
together
Maybe
syringes.
you can do it
Let
tomorrow.
me finish. So all we need to do, in respect to your fellow colleagues, is just send an email that this was happening, instead of us reading it in the paper after I've been responding all day. I'm sorry. The lottery picks them at random, and now I'm hearing we're picking names out of the lottery.
Well, Commissioner Whitmore, I've gotten a lot of calls, but most of them have been because of an email that you sent to a lot of the media
Send it
outlets
to the
being upset
newspapers
over
last
it.
night. You bet I did.
So, I'm sorry for that, but the county commission really wasn't involved. Rex Jensen called me and asked me if I could help him put this together, which I did, and I'm happy to do it, and I would do it again, so you know. So we're going to move on now to the workshop.
Other
Oh,
commissioners.
sorry, Reggie, didn't see you. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
it's a couple things here, and from my community, obviously we're the underserved, and the numbers as far as positive COVID tests and the zip codes in my district are highest. I guess my question would be, the governor identified those two zip codes? Is that what
He
you're saying?
called Rex Jensen of Lakewood Ranch and wanted to do a pop-up clinic in Lakewood Ranch. That
Okay.
is what Rex Jensen told me.
Okay, so then once that information came out, we pulled from out of our lottery, out of the county lottery system.
Yes,
So
we
I guess my concern, I guess my concern with this, I've been fighting like hell to show people that the lottery is equal and we cannot compromise the system. And now all of a sudden, someone is telling me that we were able to go in and pull names out, pull a certain demographics out and say, these are the people that we're going to serve with state taxpayers' dollars. We're going to separate everybody else. We're not going to try to make it neutral or anything like that. We're going to take these particular zip codes and go from there. The difference, in my opinion, the difference is the one that was done by the state, with State Representative Rayner and Boyd and those individuals right there. We didn't pull nobody out. We did not separate nobody. It was very diverse group that was at that church. Is in fact the one that was done at MCR at 13th Ave last week. They say over 60% were white. Now, MCR's strategic move was coming from the Department of Health, and they wanted to target because, of course, the people that are underserved do not have the resources, do not have the access in order to get there, in order for them to get the vaccines and things like that. My frustration, and this is all new. Somebody reached out to me, and I said, listen, I'm still getting information because I'm the last one to jump to conclusions, but this is bad for all of us. This is bad for all of us, regardless of what district we represent or what population we represent and everything like that, because it makes our system looks bad. It makes our system look bad, and I may be wrong, but I'm not necessarily sure that was the intent of the governor. And now we're having to combat this, and only thing that I would say to the governor, and the only thing that I would say to you, Commissioner Ball, is reverse the issue. Take the entire issue and reverse it. And put yourself in a situation where it's totally different. And here's the reason why. When we did it at Robonia and we did it at First Community and we did it at MCR, it was very, very diverse. If you're going in and you're pulling out, data from our system, that is compromising our system. That is putting our constituents in an uproar. Hell, I think everybody got a problem with it. To be honest with you, and now, I'm the first one to say that's how life is. Because I've been dealt with some blows and everything like that. But collectively as a board, for individuals that you serve, and that you serve, there should have been something done a little bit different so all of us could be on the same page. These comments as far as Carl Rex Jensen, no disrespect to Mr. Jensen, everything like that. We understand the role that he plays in our community and everything. But my frustration is the compromise the system to get this done. That's just not, to me, I feel like as leaders, then I'll say this and I'll be finished. To me, as leaders, if we're gonna lead, we have to lead with all involved. We cannot separate. In this particular situation right here, I had somebody from staff reach out to me and say, listen, they're pulling out entire demographics of group. They're segregating the entire group. We don't want our county to stand for that.
I appreciate your comments, Reggie, and I appreciate the position Commissioner Boston. She's arguing for her constituents, and that's what we all do in our districts. But it does compromise our system. It does pit people against each other. We ask, why we think there's a racism problem perceived in Manatee County. This adds to that argument because you're taking the whitest demographic, the richest demographic in Manatee County and putting them ahead of everyone else. I have more manufactured home parks in my district than anyone else, and those are largely filled with people 65 plus. Those people are sick, they have difficulty getting around, they are not the wealthiest people in the community, and they call me every single day and ask me if somebody could please come to their park and provide vaccines. And I tell them, we can't. Everyone's treated the same. And now what am I going to tell them? So I'm really disappointed in how this looks. I'm sure the governor did not intend for it to look badly. I'm sure Rex Jensen did not either. He's playing his role as SMR's CEO and doing a great job. And you're not trying to do anything unintentional. But the optics are bad, you guys. Very bad. I'm really disappointed.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, and again, I definitely don't have a problem with you, Commissioner Ball. And I do think from the way Commissioner Servia summed it up, it's true. All of us are here to fight to make sure we impact and serve our district. And that's what we're here. I just want to get a better understanding. As far as this went through public safety and the county administrator, or this is just something that you and Rex Jensen done? I'm just curious.
No, Jake Sauer knew about it. He talked to the Florida Emergency Services.
And not the county administrator?
No, I don't. Well, I can't answer that question for Jake. I don't know if he did or not.
Madam, can I ask Madam Administrator, do you have any information on any of this that you can share? Or?
Well, the only information I can share is that I know that last week Commissioner Ball had asked about the facility, the Premier Sports, and I reached out to Elliot Falcioni to see if the facility was available. At some point, I can't remember exactly when, I did suggest excuse me?
Thursday. That's when it all came about.
Okay. I did suggest we use the random pool, use the pool in the same nature in which we had been randomly.
So that was an option? Was it an option to use the random pool?
It was a suggestion I made.
It was a suggestion, and then Mr. Cyril said no?
I don't know. Beyond that, I wasn't involved in the.
I'm just trying to figure out how we level this off to make it clear, because it represents all of us. And I'm just trying to identify how do we level it off? If it was something that came from you, Madam Administrator, whether it came from Jake or Commissioner Barr, I just want to have a clear understanding on who made the final decision to take and pull names out of the counties.
I didn't.
Out of the county's pool.
Huh?
You're raising your
Okay,
voice.
maybe it's the mask. Maybe it's the mask. I mean, you all would critique me for not speaking loud enough sometimes. It's not that, but I'm trying to identify whether or not was it something, because it represents the county bad in my opinion. So I'm trying to figure out who made the decision. Was it yours, Madam Administrator? Was it the Jacobs, or was it Commissioner Balls? Because I don't think we as commissioners have a right to go in and say, I want this group out of a pool, and these are the ones that I want to get vaccinated. I mean, I'm just curious, how is that done? What, there's no, and I'm trying to look at it from a perspective to ask everybody to reverse the issue and
You
give
want
it.
us to cancel it? I can.
No.
Oh,
I always take and a lot of try to be proactive instead of reactive. And I think from a leadership standpoint, what I would have wanted to do is for the pool to be left where it was and for people to be pulled, the 3,000 to be pulled. So whatever zip codes, they're not segregated. So everybody in Manatee County can get a option for those 3,000 instead of just saying, we're going to get these 2 zip codes. Nope, we need people served. And we're thankful for the governor, and we also thank you for your initiative. But I'm just trying to identify whose idea was it in order for us to take 2 zip codes and pull them out and say, these are the ones that we're going to extend this to these 3,000 individuals so they can get vaccines.
Reggie, let me help with that. Before I'll let you or any other commissioner take Jake Sauer and find fault with him, I'll take responsibility. It was my idea. I did it.
Okay.
I did it.
All right.
Oh, well, I know it's okay. Did you have anything else, Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, I do.
You were next
I've
and then
worked-
KVO.
I've worked twice at the vaccine clinic. And really, technically, I could have gotten the vaccine because I'm hands-on with all the patients, and I didn't because of my position. And I could have yesterday also, and I didn't because of my position. I'm waiting there since January damn 8th. I'm sorry, got a husband at home on a walker, and it ticks me off when I hear this stuff. Governor has every right to do. I am glad we're getting 3,000 more vaccines to the public. What ticks me off is I've been waiting just like everybody else. I signed up in Sarasota and I've done this, and you know how anal I am about this mask and this infection control. EMS has somebody that just retired that's almost probably went on a vent today. I don't think, and I'm glad because I don't think Jake would have ever done that without at least checking with the board or his boss. So Commissioner Baugh, I appreciate that. Again, we're getting 3,000 more vaccines out, which we need desperately. So actually we got 8,000 this week versus 5,000. What I don't like is at least the at-large commissioners and all of you, we should have just been sent an email saying this is happening, just like we did in Rabonia with MCR when they did that. That's all I think we all needed to know. But I'm telling you, I'm really ticked because I've been waiting since January 8th. I got a call from River Wilderness last night in your district. Ticked off because they read it in the East County Observer. That's how I heard about it. And hey, you're famous. I sent it to everybody because I was really ticked off that this was happening without me knowing about it as an at-large commissioner. So Brennan, you got some free advertisement. Yes, I did send it to other media. Because again, I heard about it at 5 o'clock last night. Whatever yesterday was, Monday.
Anything else, Carol? Are you
No,
done?
thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Van Osterbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here I am on. First of all, like Commissioner Whitmore said, we did get 3,000 people off the list.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a marathon here, not a sprint, and ultimately, everyone that wants to get vaccinated will. It's just a matter of time. I've been urging patients with all of my constituents who email me. And of course, the folks who haven't been vaccinated yet are upset. And the people that have been vaccinated think it's, everything's working beautifully. To be honest, the communication aspect, I think, is where we fell short here. I read about it. I first found out about it when I was emailed by an angry constituent, and then I read about it in the media. So yeah, I think we fell short when it comes to communication with other commissioners. We all would have done the same thing Commissioner Baugh did. If someone brought this to me and said they were going to vaccinate 3,000 people in my district, I would have jumped on it because it's 3,000 more people. Apparently they weren't coming to her saying, which 3,000 people in your district would you like to see vaccinated? They said, we could expand it this way and include a pop-up site in your district. I would love one in my district. Obviously now I'm going to write a letter to the governor and see if I can get a pop-up site in my district, and so is everybody else. And here we go. We're off to the races. Because why isn't there, right, I want a pop-up site in Cortez, and I want one in Village Green. So anyway, yeah, I think this kind of sums it up, is that it's, we kind of sound like the constituents that are emailing me, I feel like. The person who got vaccinations in her district is happy, and the rest of us are pissed. Shocking, right? But I would have liked to have learned about it somewhere other than the media, obviously. And if we can, if we can start prioritizing If that's something that we can do, then, perhaps we should start prioritizing people who are 80 plus, but I thought we weren't allowed to do that. So I am confused by some things here. Yeah, I know it's 65 and older, but within that pool, can we prioritize 80 plus? I'd like to do that. Anyway, so it does bring up some questions when it comes to the lottery. I was under the impression that the lottery was random. But now obviously that's altered to an extent because certain zip codes can be pulled. How else can we target with the lottery system? And doesn't this sort of open up Pandora's box? But anyway, these are questions I'm sure you all will follow up with.
I take full responsibility for it. Commissioner Satcher. By the way, I guess the Bradenton Herald's watching it live because they're quoting me already.
Just a couple points. As far as I know, the outreaches in Rubonia and in my district and then in District 2, did they come out of our allotment or were they in addition to our allotment? Anytime I was tempted to complain or thought, what am I going to say if a constituent were to complain? That's the answer I came back to, was our county's getting what our county's getting regardless. Anything that goes extra, I'm not going to complain about. I don't care where it's going. I don't care how they're doing it. We talked about two things we can't change, common sense and math. The math is the more people we get out of this pool, the better off we are. Every single person that's still in the standby pool is better off after this. The other thing, I try to do the best I can with things I control, and everything else, I try to take some peace and serenity and move on. This is governor's decisions. Same as people were upset about why 65, why not 67, why not 63, why not 80 first and then down, a zillion questions, but those are the governor. He's been given those to allot how he deemed necessary. Who knows how he came to the decision, but he decided to use, to go to Lakewood Ranch. Really shouldn't surprise us considering he's been in the villages multiple times. In fact, it almost would look worse if he goes to the villages 4 or 5 times. The only, community in the state comparable to Lakewood Ranch, and were to not make it here at all. I understand there's, that's all 65 plus, but still, so I'm not upset about this. If it was, kicking people out of it because of something, that'd be different. And optics, sure, we could work on that. But also we didn't choose the optics. It doesn't seem same as when they came to Rubonia, they didn't ask us for the zip code people to call, right? They set up a place and did the, put the shots in the arms. So here they did. Also want to point out that Jake, if I understand how the system is set up right now, this is under, he's the emergency operation commander. So when it has to do with this specific situation, he's able to make some executive decisions, of course. If they go beyond us, what we've given them purview to do, that would be different. We could bring things up for a vote, but I don't want to send the message that Manatee County is so at each other's throats that you want to stay out of here because of the toxic political environment. I want to send the message, no matter what, who can make a call. If I don't care, anybody that can make a call and get more vaccines here from the governor, I want him to make the call. And if it's in addition, totally different conversation if it's coming out of our normal pool that we as commissioners or we as a county are getting. Completely different to me. So those are my comments for now.
Okay, I just want to touch base. I don't want people thinking some of what you said there, James, is accurate. I didn't call the governor. I didn't call and schedule this, okay? I had nothing to do with that. But you can betcha that I jumped on it. Listen to me, you betcha. I jumped on it when Rex Jensen called me and asked me to help him put this together. I jumped on it, and I'd do it again. And I will tell you that Jake Sauer was tremendous this weekend. I don't even know how many times I spoke with him. He was excited because he looked at it from the standpoint that was 3,000 more vaccines that were being done that had not been done in Manatee County. And I would think that this board would be excited about that. I mean, y'all can chastise me. I'll sit here all afternoon and y'all can, but I got to tell you, it won't change my thought on this. I am glad that the governor wanted to go to Lakewood Ranch to do 3,000 vaccinations. I will tell you that I know that he talked to Pat Neal last week. I heard this morning when I had a conference call with Mr. Jensen on the way here. Last week, the pop-up area was down in Port Charlotte at one of the neighborhoods that Pat Neal had. He is trying to make sure that he covers everything that he possibly can to get our people vaccinated as soon as possible. So I realize y'all don't like the way it happened. I'm sorry, but you know what? It's 3,000 people that will be taken off the list in Manatee County that gets the vaccine. So if there's a problem with that, I'm sorry, but I jumped on it and I'd do it again. If it, like I said, if it was in Bayshore or if it was in Heritage Harbor or somewhere, in another district, Kevin, the islands, I'd be right there. I'd help any way I could to put it together. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah. Funny you mentioned Pat down in Port Charlotte because he did have a pop-up, but they opened it to the entire Sarasota County lottery system or the entire Sarasota system. It wasn't restricted just to Port Charlotte or Pat's neighborhood he built. But honestly, it does come down just to the optics. Like I'm pretty much gonna have to be done responding to emails now about this because the entire narrative I've had on all of this has been, hey, this is a lottery. It's fair to everyone. I don't care if you make $1 million a year or you're homeless. I don't care if you're 65 or 95. You're in the lottery. You're in the lottery. I'm just saying that's how it's been told. In fact, a few weeks ago, I don't remember when it was, but it was after the article about the low level of minorities who received, no, not Rabonia. There was an article about the low percentage of minorities who have received it, like 4% or something. And someone asked Jake the question, he specifically said, our system is not sure. Someone's like, how do we know you're not just pulling out certain neighborhoods and calling those people as opposed, and self-selecting who is in this lottery? And he specifically said, we don't have the ability to do that. That's not how this lottery system is set up. It's, it's entirely random, but it's not entirely random. I agree that 3,000 is 3,000. 3,000 today helps all the remaining 100 and God knows how many people that are still in there. It increases their odds. So I agree, it's beneficial. But any 3,000 would have been beneficial. It's not exclusive. To say, well, this is helpful because 3,000 people in Lakewood Ranch and surrounding neighborhoods are receiving it is beneficial as opposed to anyone. If we could have self-selected for these particular 3,000, we could have self-selected 3,000 people over the age of 80. Or 3,000 people with diabetes, or any kind of 3,000 people, if we were able with this particular pool to self-select for the best interest of Manatee County. It didn't have to be in that one particular area if that's what we're arguing, that anything above and beyond we're allowed to self-select. Well, then we should be self-selecting from these thousands and thousands of emails of people who are legitimately sick and dying from this at this point in time. So that's my only point is if we're going to say the lottery is the lottery and it's random and then we need to stick with that or just admit that we can pretty much do whatever we want within reason on this lottery and go from there. I would have liked to see a better self-selected group that I think would be more beneficial. But, again, I'm glad we got 3,000. I'm not knocking it, but, just I think optically it looks bad.
Commissioner Bellamy, you're next.
Yeah, I just take the one word restrictions. That Commissioner Cruz just said. We're all excited that anybody can serve because all of us are public servants. We're all excited that anybody can get the vaccine because all of us are public servants. We're excited about that. But when you restrict individuals for being in the pool, we're going to have a tough time. All of us are going to have a tough time having our constituents believe that the pool cannot be compromised now. We're going to have a tough time doing that. And I'm not necessarily sure how we come out of this collectively and say, this was what took place and these are going to be our steps this point on. Because I can guarantee you West Bradenton and, the district I serve and abroad, they want answers. They're going to want answers. And I think when we're talking about state funding, they pay taxes to state also. When you're talking about county, they pay also, and they expect not to be discriminated upon or separated. They want the option to be as far as, okay, I'm in the pool, I'm counting on the integrity of the pool. That's what our constituents were doing prior to this situation right here. Now, I don't know what to tell them.
Tell them to call me. Make it easy. Commissioner Servia.
I know this is a hard discussion, and Vanessa, please understand, I'm not here to attack you.
I'm fine.
I'm not, but the way that it's played out has been really bad. And what makes me sad is that when you say if you had the chance to do it again, you'd do it the same way. That does make me sad, because as we reflect on this, I would hope you would say, you know what, it does have the appearance of being very selective. You know, we're sending 1,000 doses from our pool over to MCR, right? And so, and an MCR has 142,000 patients, and 50% of those are underinsured, uninsured, or at the poverty level. These are people that are struggling for any healthcare, especially these vaccines. You know, if we're going to choose anybody for special treatment, shouldn't it be those that are least served? And Commissioner Satcher, Jake did not make an executive decision. This was not his decision. So please don't misunderstand. What I hear all the time from many people, and some people up here, is that government should never pick winners and losers. That's not the government's job. But that is just what happened. And that's why it's so frustrating to me. I wish, Commissioner Baugh, that you would stand up and say, you know what, this was a mistake. We're going to put those back in the pool for everybody, but we're still going to hold it out at Premier at Lakewood Ranch. That's what I wish would happen.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you. So I guess I have a legal question to start off. So, Mr. Clegg, it seems as if we are able to target specific zip codes out of the lottery system. Is that the case legally? Are we in any sort of legal jeopardy having done that?
Can you speak up, or your mic?
Can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. So the first time I became aware of this was this morning. And so I don't know that much about it. I can look into it. But my understanding from what Commissioner Baugh has said is that the governor and the state made the decision to do that. And as I advised you the last time we talked about it, it is the state's call, the State Department of Health, that decides how the vaccine is distributed. We're providing staffing services through our relationship with them to coordinate it, but they make the call. It sounds like here, that's what they did. But if we're going to do it in other instances, we would need their permission to do it. Now, Dr. Bensi, I think, could do a better job than me of explaining that, and I thought she did the last time we talked about it. So we need to bring her back.
So to be clear,
and ask her if that's something they'd be willing to do.
Okay, so to be clear, Commissioner Baugh was given here are 3,000 vaccines for these 2 zip codes, take it or leave it as a pop-up site. And if she had said, no, I don't want the vaccines, then we would have had 3,000 fewer county residents vaccinated as a result.
I don't know that to be true. I don't know enough about how this transpired.
I guess, Commissioner Baugh, my question is, were you basically said, hey, we can give these to Lakewood Ranch or you don't get them at all? Because if that's the case, then you have to do
That
it.
was not said, Commissioner. I can't say, or you don't get them
Okay.
at all. No. What was said to me was, Rex, as I've said, Mr. Jensen called me, said that the governor had called him and wanted to do a pop-up clinic in Lakewood Ranch.
Okay.
He said that he could not put it together. He needed some help, and he asked me if I would assist him.
Sure.
I said, of course I would.
Sure.
The good news was, I thought, was that by putting in the 2 zip codes, it was also encompassing pretty much, if you look at the lay of the land, anything that is east of 75 was included
What are the zip
in
codes?
that. 34202 and 34211.
Yeah.
That's been no secret. I will tell you that as far as Jake Sauer, I called him immediately, had the conversation. He wanted to get permission from the governor's office or from somebody. I will tell you, I did get an email from someone at Emergency Management who said that they had spoken with Director Sauer, and everything was lined up. So from that standpoint, Jake did absolutely nothing incorrect on his part. He followed what he was told and moved forward with it. You know, I would certainly be happy at this point, if I could, to cancel this, because I got to tell you, to hear how my district is being categorized as the richest district, that is not true, and racist, yes. That is simply not true. And I don't think it's fair that they get, that my district, you know, gets discussed that way. So I will tell you that personally, yes, I would help do it again anywhere in Manatee County if we could get more vaccine. To me, that is what is important here, the number of vaccines that are coming into Manatee County. Did I even stop to think that this board and others would be so upset over it? No, to be honest, I didn't. I thought it was a great idea. So my mistake. Not Jake's, not Sherry's, no one's. I'll take full responsibility for that. It never occurred to me that it was the wrong thing to do.
Well, I would, obviously the optics aren't great, but I would say I'm glad that 3,000 additional county residents are getting vaccinated. I think that's sort of the ultimate goal here, is to get everyone vaccinated. And if 3,000 more got vaccinated, that's ultimately a good day. If we can prioritize zip codes moving forward, Mr. Clegg, I would love to look into that, because I think first thing we should do is prioritize every Manatee County zip code moving forward and eliminate anybody who lives outside of Manatee County. That'd be the first thing I'd like to do.
For God's sake.
Well, you're a healthcare worker. By the way,
I
that
know.
being
I'm
said.
still not taking this as my job.
That being said, yeah, it was great.
Can I-
Really funny.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mine's a nice comment.
You know, I do not apologize for getting any Manatee County resident the vaccine. I just wish I was able to get enough vaccine for every resident in this county. My district is not racist. They are not the only, not even all of my district is, as this board has said, the richer areas. Not all of it. I have people in my district just like everybody else. So, in fact, in my district, there were, I think it was like 73 or 7,400 people that were on the registry in my district. So this doesn't hit all my district. Everyone's not there, you know, to get the vaccine. I commend Jake Sauer for his help in putting this together quickly. I appreciate Elliot for meeting the state tag team that came out on Friday to look at Premier to make sure it was a good location. I thank immensely our governor for having the insight to want to bring this to Lakewood Ranch. Why he called Rex Jensen and Lakewood, I have no idea. I've not spoken to the governor directly about this. I will tell you that for me, I thought it was a great thing. And I don't apologize for trying to get our citizens 3,000 vaccines. I don't apologize for that. I would get all 411,000 the vaccine if I could. So let me go down the list. Commissioner Whitmore, you're next, then Commissioner Satcher, and then Commissioner Serby. And then can we move on, or we can take the rest of the day on this if you'd like. But my thoughts are not going to change.
Let's all take a deep breath, but this is very important.
Excuse me, are you're, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Would you give me a second? First of all, how many in this room have actually registered for the vaccine? Well, that's because you don't want to, but I'm at the age. Okay. Has anybody gotten called yet? No. And if you remember registering, you don't have to put your zip code. I didn't put my zip code because I live on the island.
I remember.
So I thought, that, in case something fishy, I was just Carol Whitmore somewhere in the county, Andre Renard. It says optional on the application. If you all filled it out and you remember, not everybody, you don't have to put your zip code. And actually, Jake said that during a meeting. I'm glad, Jake was just following orders. So we're done with him. He doesn't
Good.
deserve anything, and
Thank
neither
you.
does Sherry. The only thing that we can say is 3,000 more people are coming off of our lottery. But I would suggest, board, that nobody does this without the board knowing about it in the future. No, I don't think it's
I
right.
agree with you.
Yeah, I think we should send a memo out that the governor, and the only way you do this is if the governor does this. If the governor starts a pop-up through the, what do you call them? The Army Corps? Who's doing the shots?
National
The
Guard.
National Guard, and they're not affecting ours. If this happens anywhere in the county, just like we heard in Ribonia, we're all notified of it, and not the day of, please. That's all. I think we should set a policy that this doesn't happen again, and I still think we should keep the poll. I'm willing to wait, but I still think we need to keep the poll and not jeopardize it again and give staff direction that we're not to do that ever again. Because they were just doing what a commissioner told them to, and I think we all need to say it ain't going to happen again, so we can keep the integrity of the poll.
Commissioner Whitmore, I just to correct something you said, in all fairness, Jake did call the Florida Health Department as well as the emergency services as well to verify. So,
Right, but
just so you
not
know.
our lottery. I'm talking about our
Commissioner
lottery.
Satcher.
Great discussion. And exciting times. No, but this is serious, and I think that it's a big question whether I'll reiterate and then I'll move on. I'll reiterate that it's a huge question. Are we in charge of these? And if we're asked for assistance, that's different from being in charge. And then are they in addition to ours or taking away from ours? And so if the answer, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah,
Madam Chair?
I will tell you, Manatee County is not in charge.
Okay.
The National Guard is coming in. The state is bringing in healthcare workers to give the vaccine. The only thing we're doing is traffic and having it on our property.
And so I specifically, have not, nobody has complained. If it's additional and we're not in charge, any pop-up coming into Manatee County, we've looked at as good news. And so I think that should continue. I think that, there is the political and the government side of things. So sure, we can be more cognizant of optics going forward. If this were to be something that this accusation would have more than one instance. Anyway, I don't think that that situation is, I don't think we should be talking about it this way. I think we should be happy about it. I did want to bring up the pool and open up I just want to say that how we set up the pool was, from what I understand, it was a direct response to the problem that other counties were having with the first come, first serve system. There were people, and of course, it's all going to be over 65. So you've got, retired and elderly population sitting outside of hospitals in the heat, in the sun, waiting so that they can be first come, first serve. And, you have to, if you think that through, it would have just gotten worse, just like, the run on toilet paper got worse once they heard that the only way to get these vaccinations is to be there first. Then how long would those lines have gotten, and how extreme would it have gotten? So that's why we formed the pool, I believe, was the rationale. And I think it was a good rationale. I do think that I want to propose taking a look at that pool and considering dividing it into tiers so that we could go ahead and cross out the first 25,000, then go to the next 25,000, and et cetera, until we get to whatever our 150,000 or 175. In other words, still make it random. But if someone signed up on day one, hour one, and they're still not, their name still hasn't been called, go ahead and up their chances of getting a phone call until we mark through those people on the list, so that those that have been waiting the longest, you know, if we were to do that, it would eliminate the first come, first serve complaints, which were real, but it also would balance it a little bit. So kind of a modified version, still be random, but we go by tiers. That would have to be something that, you know, we would have to all agree to ask the attorney and the health department to come back with on our next meeting. But I just wanted to put that forward.
Commissioner Servia, then Commissioner Bellamy.
Thank you.
Then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you. Maybe we're going to need another workshop day.
Maybe we
Okay.
will.
So I just want to talk a little bit about demographics that we receive from the Census Bureau. So I understand, Commissioner Ball, yes, you do have people in your district that are poor or not wealthy. But please, I just want the facts to be out there. The 2 zip codes that you referenced are the wealthiest in Manatee County, okay? It's just a fact. That's not my opinion. And I did not say that anyone in District 5 is a racist. I did not say that. I said it fuels the racism debate and the perception. That's all. We're trying to quiet it down and make everybody feel included and treat everyone the same, but this divides. That's why I don't like it. You know, it's just my ask for a view, please consider, it's not too late. Put those doses back in the pool and hold the vaccine event at Premier. That was the goal all along, to bring the vaccine pop-up to East County, Premier, to Lakewood Ranch. So put those doses back in the pool, don't compromise the system, and let people drive out there and see how beautiful Lakewood Ranch is and understand Premier Sports and all of that. That's great. But please, I'm asking you to consider doing that.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I like that. And as bad as the optics are, Commissioner Servia, I honestly think that would create a nightmare. I honestly feel like I'm in a maze and I'm dazed right now. But I think I'm with you, but I think if we try and travel down that road right now, it starts tomorrow. Am I right, Commissioner Ball?
In the morning at 8:30.
So I understand what you're saying, but can we pull that off within 10 out? You know,
Well, first of all, it's not up to us. So, you know, I think
Okay,
that's
so,
something we need
yeah,
to remember.
can I
We're
move-
not running this show.
okay, can I move? Well, we did run it a little bit. Can I move past that and just ask from a collective body as commissioners, moving forward? Because we may have pop-ups. We may have some more pop-up opportunities that come. Can we say right here and now that from this point on, as a pop-up, we do not separate with zip codes? We allow to maintain the integrity of the pool and assure that we are supporting what has been put forth as far as the vaccine pool, instead of potentially damaging it and challenging the integrity of it. So I think we should look at that from a standpoint where your strides were thankful, and yes, we got 3,000, but as we move forward, this 3,000 is for Manatee County, and Manatee County has a vaccine pool. Let's make sure these 3,000 are pulled from this vaccine pool.
If I could make that motion for you, Commissioner Bellamy, I'd make it right now.
I get
But
it.
we can't make them in here.
So, Madam
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Chair, I'm going to agree/disagree. If in future pop-ups, I would like to target zip codes, because right now people from outside of Manatee County are included in our vaccination pool. I'm being serious. And if we're able to target zip codes, we should target all the zip codes in Manatee County at future pop-up sites. If it's an opportunity for us to target our residents specifically, I think we should target our Manatee County residents. If that's allowable. Anytime it's allowable, I think we should target Manatee County residents.
Madam Chair, Madam.
Can Mr. Clegg speak? Please, if you'd
So,
like to have the floor.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, just based on the anecdotal reports in the media, the state hasn't always been entirely clear on that. So they started off by saying, absolutely not. You have to allow anybody to come in who meets the age requirement. But then we started to see examples where they started to make exceptions or maybe relax the standard. So it's been tough to get clear statements from them about that. It's not something I can clarify for you. We need to hear what the Department of Health says, but it does seem like if they're willing to target 2 zip codes, tomorrow, that they would be willing to do that. And I
Horses out of the
know
barn.
people are going across county lines constantly to get a spot, to get a vaccination, because you see it in the paper all the time. People from different, I think Stephen King was vaccinated in Pasco or Pinellas or something. They're jumping around. So it's tough to get clarification on it.
Okay.
I wish I could just give you a legal answer that you could make this decision, but I can't. We would need to get the Department of Health to tell us.
I think
what
the
can we
administrator
do.
has information on the
Well,
process.
just to clarify, the health department did not have anything to do with this. They didn't make a decision. These aren't their vaccines, as was indicated by the chairperson. They came from the state. They didn't make a call on any of this.
It was emergency management.
The state, I'm talking about the State Department of Health, the Florida Department of Health. You're saying they didn't have them, that the governor's office had the vaccinations?
Pardon me?
Somebody has to be in possession of the vaccinations. And at least up till now, everything I've heard was that the State Department of Health.
Well, you
not ours.
mentioned Dr. Bensey's name. I'm just indicating Dr. Bensey did not have anything to do with making
Okay, and
a decision in this
I didn't mean to
instance.
imply that she did. It's just that she is our first line of communication because she's actually a state employee. She is the first line of communication to find out what the state's policy is on this right now. Maybe the governor can give us clarity. I don't know. It's a very confusing lay of the land.
Is there anyone else that wants to make a comment on this board before I go to public comment? All right, we're going to move on. State your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Corey Holmes, Manatee County native. I think what's interesting is when you listen to what you guys are detailing here, it's all process, and the process is clearly compromised. And it's compromised because, Reggie thought that there was a process over here and they were abiding by that process, and then this one didn't know what that one was doing. And it's clear, Vanessa, you started off by saying this has nothing to do with Manatee County. The reality is it does, because you used Jake to compromise your pool. So I think that's very clear. I know your intent as well. You wanted to get people vaccinated, but that's where the compromise comes in, because you pulled from your pool and it just caused a hellstorm, so to speak. But they're not wrong. There needs to be good debate. And watching you guys, the comments and the snippiness, and it's unprofessional. And it's really sad, because you guys are off to do good things. You really have the good intent. But you guys got to pull this together for the residents of this county. Thank you.
And Corey, I'd like to add on that part of the issue was that we didn't know until Saturday that we were going to even be able to pull this off. And so we were trying to sit back and say, how can we get 3,000 people signed up in enough time to start on Wednesday? So we didn't have a whole lot of time to work with, and that was part of the issue. So Yes, ma'am.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So I'm not getting a vaccine. Anybody wants to take my area? I'm not 65 or older. They are more than welcome to. Secondly, I noticed that Ms. Whitmore was referring to calling the newspaper, and we've been having a lot of that lately. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody that's listening on the other end. Thank you.
To be clear, I emailed the Ford and Mr. Brandon's article, and you know that.
We work together so well. Anyone else from the public like to come forward? Yes.
Telephone.
What?
Telephone.
Oh, Seth, I'm sorry.
It's quite all right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller 189189. Please press star 6. Go ahead.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Dawn Kitterman for the record. I understand that this is actually like public comments, but I did have a couple of questions. I don't know if that's protocol or anybody's allowed to answer them. So I'm trying to kind of keep up and understand what's happened here, because obviously you expressed awareness of the optics are not so hot of what has just happened. And I think in summary, it ends up feeling unfair. It just doesn't seem fair. It's not what everybody understood the process would be. So I guess the questions that I have where I'm seeking clarity following along here is, it sounds as though, and maybe I am understanding this wrong, that sometime maybe end of last week, someone had knowledge among the board that this was something possibly in the works. And so what I'm trying to understand as a constituent is, why was this never brought up as a total with the board so that everyone could discuss what the proposal was, what the options might be? Because from my end, looking at the Florida dashboard, there are other zip codes that, I mean, if we're targeting by zip code, there are other zip codes that have 3 and 4 times the number of confirmed cases versus the zip codes that are now chosen or selected to receive this batch of vaccines, which goes back to what some of the other commissioners have expressed, which is, you know, I've heard Commissioner Baugh say that Manatee County doesn't have control of these particular vaccines, but yet Manatee County has control of how we chose to set up our pool. Our vaccination system is different than how Sarasota has run theirs. So why, when the proposal came up, could it have not been mentioned, hey, listen, this is how we're doing it in our county. I'd like to take this to the whole board. We'd like, you know, let us discuss maybe the best way to go about doing this to keep it fair and to keep in line with the way we've been doing things and telling our constituents things would be done. And we'll get back to you on the best course of action. Of course, we'd like to pop up, and yes, of course, we'd like 3,000 people vaccinated. We just want to do it fair, and we want to do it in keeping with how we told our constituents it would be done. For me, listening in, it feels like a little bit like a land meeting that I listened to not that long ago, where maybe one commissioner, the chair, is speaking to other people outside of the commission on different levels of whatever nature, and having separate conversations that aren't maybe being well communicated with the rest of the board, and instead speaking on behalf of the board. And then the board all finds out later what's going on, as do the constituents. And because I'm hearing everybody in this room here say, I didn't know anything about anything until yesterday, today, this morning, what have you. So if anybody is able to explain why those options weren't an option, why this wasn't a group discussion, why there weren't teamwork on this, maybe those answers would better help to quell these feelings of it just being unfair or that people were giving preferential treatment. Thank you.
Any other calls, Seth?
That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. I'm going to address the caller that called in. I'll try to respond the best that I can with everything you said. First of all, this all came about. It started actually Thursday, or no, Thursday. We didn't know until Saturday that it was something that we would probably be able to try to do because we had to wait for the state to approve Premier Sports as the location. Once that was done, we started trying to figure out, and when I say we, I'm talking about myself and Rex Jensen, not as chairman of this board, but as a resident and commissioner in that area. So we started trying to figure out how we could get 3,000 people signed up in time and get the calls to them so they'd know as soon as we possibly could. The best thing that we could come up with was for me to call Jake Sauer, which I did, and he took it from there as far as the people. I've taken full responsibility for it. We did it the best way we could on a very short notice. We didn't have a lot of time. I was going to bring it up today in the afternoon after we get through under comments, but I thought it best to bring it up earlier since there had been so much of the media calling to follow up on it. So that is really why it happened the way it did. And I take full responsibility for it. Nobody else, Seth, calling in? Okay, go ahead.
Caller 582, please press *6 to unmute.
We're going to move on after this.
Go ahead, caller.
Are you there?
Hi, hello. Yes, this is Shane Weedle speaking, resident of Manatee County. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes. Thank you so much for taking my comment. I just wanted to call really briefly to explain from my perspective why some residents of the county are frustrated by this. Additional vaccines are good. They're good for the county. However, many county residents, many of whom who have had, like health problems, which make them at higher risk, have been viewing the vaccines as a lifeline to be able to go out to the store even. And they all signed up for the pool on the presupposition that they were in line, and people are just upset to see others cutting in line. That's it. That's my comments. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, Seth?
That's all, Madam Chair.
All right, we're going to close public comment now. We're going to move to our 1:30. We're an hour late. Presentation of land acquisition process and other services performed by the Property Acquisition Division.
Our rules require that we take public comment on items that are on the agenda in work sessions.
Do we
Did
not take it at the
public
end of
comment
the
on the
other?
budget issue? The
Oh.
budget issue, so we,
I'm sorry, guys. I guess I'm kind of sidetracked with everything that's going on. I can still feel my back, from the beating that I've received. So I apologize for that. Where were we, Jan?
Commissioner, right before we left, Commissioner Bellamy had asked the Jerry Maguire question.
Oh,
Where's the
yeah,
money?
where's the money? How could I forget that? Yeah.
So if
Yeah,
I
Jerry
may,
Maguire.
so if I may, that is the point of this chart that we did for you so that you know where all the reserves are to it. And what our goal is to constantly keep you updated with it. So every time BAs come before you, we'll have this for you. You can see where the reserves are. If you ask me where the money is, in the stabilization, that's the first easy place to go to, which that's the last column on the page. And it is also the one with least restrictions is the general fund. And then going from there, each fund would have to be spent based upon what the fund's revenues were collected for. And I know Commissioner Ball had asked me, did we put any in any other funds? The only ones that I know of where the general fund moves it is to affordable housing, and it also moves it to building capital projects that are just general in nature. Those are the places the general fund usually goes. Other than that, I'd have to look and get a legal opinion on the moving a revenue out of something before I could even bring it before. So I don't know that I answered your question, but you have availability to move anything in the reserves.
Madam Chair.
You just said it. Thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
Oh, man.
No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Commissioner Cruz asked to speak first. He had already signed up. Did you want to speak, Commissioner Bellamy,
I
to
will wait
this?
my turn, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
you go ahead.
I don't know
Everybody
who's
just
next. I'll
needs to
just
take a
take
deep
it.
breath.
Yeah, I think this is a valid question and a great question by Commissioner Bellamy. And I heard your answer, but I think some of the frustration, because I sat in every one of these things and I watched the 8-hour reserve-a-thon we had back in October or whenever that thing was, trying to explain it. And a lot of people, and we see it on Facebook, we see it on phone calls, emails. There's confusion, and rightfully so, because there's a lot of numbers here and a lot of moving parts here, and there is a difference between public and private. But the simple thing, and I think that's what Commissioner Bellamy was trying to get to, is we're trying to state basic policy, not claim to be forensic accountants here. And so when the collective group, or at least a majority of a group, give policy, then the question is, what's the answer to it? We don't need to see how the sausage was made, just put it on the plate kind of thing. So, if the general direction is, hey, how much can we theoretically bond and what can we do with it? That's a basic policy thing, not let's dig down into 47 line items. And if it's, how much money do we have? And if it's like, well, clearly it's right here on this placemat with thousands and thousands of numbers, I think the general thing that would help us is just a number. Just, okay, we looked at it, we ran a report, and based on what we've got here, if we do the minimum required by the state of Florida, you would have X number of dollars. If we do the average, standard people do of 2 months, you'd have X number of dollars. And if we do what we currently have today based on the money in the bank, you have X number. It's kind of three numbers there. It's like the lease case, sort of like what you guys do with the budget, where it's like, this is keep services, this is maintain service, this is, your 3-tier thing, which I think is awesome. It's a similar thing. Like, I think sometimes we just get lost in the numbers here and the minutia and I have a question about this line. Okay, but did you see this impact fee line? It's like, not really overly relevant. I think that's kind of where we'd be better served if we had a simpler, like a dumbed down version of an answer. Just because if someone told me, well, looking at this, we can do what the state requires and you have $70 million. Great. Done. That's the answer. If we try to maintain AAA, you can bond $250 million. If we maintain AA, it's X number of million. Let's talk simple numbers, I think, go a long way to people in the public and people up here to start thinking about policy relative to tangible information as opposed to everyone trying to reinvent the wheel over and over again.
If I may, the problem comes in, you got 150 funds. That's what I'm trying to shove them all into just a couple of categories. And I fully understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Bring it down to, this is what the state says, this is where we're at, what can we do with this, what we can do with that. How about I do a memo to you on each of these things that just basically says, gets it down to 2 or 3 numbers. Right now, I can tell you, looking at this, if you ask me in the special reserves or the set-asides, that's at your discretion. If whatever you want in there, a lot of those are just line items that we don't normally put in a budget, but we can go put them in the budget instead of reserves. When you go to the other piece that was the capital, if you don't want the capital pieces in there, we would have to put the capital money back with which the funds they came from. If they came from impact, they go back. If they go from gas taxes, they go back. There's a lot of rules to it. When you're asking me what is the main number I can use, it depends on what you're wanting to use it for. If it's the general fund, it's right there. If it's gas taxes, it's right there. I feel like I'm sorry that I'm not being clear and concise in what I'm saying, but it's not as simple as private accounting. It's a lot different. If you're looking for the overall number, the 20%, that's exactly what best practice is, and we've been told to use best practice. The contingency is minimal. Most of that is just contingency. So I guess your question's saying, is there just one number? Not necessarily. I think what I can break it into you is there's a number for general fund, there's a number for all your capital projects, and there's a number for your impact fees, and then your enterprise funds, but you can't take the utilities and move it to general fund. And that's where I'm losing the translation. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be thick.
Yeah, and maybe that's the problem, because that kind of proved my question a little bit. Because there are a million things, but obviously, like you're saying, utilities have to go to utilities and parks have to go to parks. So let's ignore those. It's noise. It's added noise. And some of those reserves can go to specific things. But for instance, and I'm not bringing this up to cause a fight. I'm just bringing it up because it's relevant and James brought it up, so I'll blame him. When we chose to buy a bunch of land, we found $16 million of our money and then $15 million of utility money, all out of reserves until we get around to bonding it. Presumably. At some point in time, somebody looked at these thousands of numbers and said, oh, here's $16 million. Someone was able to find that money. That wasn't earmarked for anything. That didn't go towards a specific thing somewhere. That was general money. Well, okay, what bucket did that come out of?
That number that it came out of, that's what I was trying to show you. At the very top, and when Commissioner Satcher asked me the question, that on that second page where it says column A, column B, column C, column D, you adopted the budget with roughly 19 million in stabilization in the general fund. So when it was asked, what do we do if we're buying this piece of land, the utilities also had a large number in stabilization fund. So the land was actually split between the two based upon the use of the land is how it was done. So the option came before the board, how do you want to do it? And the board voted. So I'm there if you ask me what number you can use, I would always first point you to the general fund. No other number was used to just randomly
Okay,
purchase.
maybe this is an offline thing because we're never going to get to the afternoon. I was just curious because like you look at that stabilized, like just go back to parks, we have $6 million in there. But we also have a 20% reserve in there for $2 million. Or why weren't we factoring in the $2 million from the stabilized money? Why did we take an additional $2 million 20% reserve when we were already holding more than the 20%?
The reserve, the requirements of the fund was that you establish the 20%, you calculate the operating expenses, that's 20%. Anything beyond that, that's in that fund, automatically goes to the stabilization.
But we're not required to have a stabilization fund.
Oh, you're not.
So
No,
my
sir.
point is, wouldn't that money be available?
Yes, for
But then
now.
that's not,
But again, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but again, you put on the trim notice that you collected the tax for parks.
okay, maybe this is an offline thing because I think it's getting, my point was if we were holding the 6 million and it has to stay for parks, why did we put another 2 million in there as a 20% reserve if we already had the 6 million in there that has to stay in parks? Wouldn't that create a sufficient reserve for us in the first place without an additional 2 million of new reserves?
Correct. But as we went through it with the board last year and we went through all the documents, we showed them what was coming in, what the estimates were. We left parks alone last year because parks, we did not know how they were going to end up. So we just left everything at full value coming in. And as you can see, we lost 2 million in there. So again, I'm happy to tell you anything. I'm sorry if I'm not getting to where you need me to be.
Are you finished? Can I ask a question just to, and then Commissioner Bellamy? You mentioned, I know that Parks is paying back utilities money that they borrowed from utilities. And I know that that's been something that's been done many times since I've been on this board, to borrow money from what's it called? The enterprise? Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember what it was called. And I told you I was going to bring this up, and I think now is a good time with the questions that you just had from Commissioner Cruz. How many more loans like that is outstanding from other departments that still need to be paid back?
You had asked me if there was anything from utilities. The only left in utilities, I think, is about 100,000. The tourist fund has borrowed money from the general fund for certain things. They pay back 500,000 a year. That's almost done. It's completely done. You have, there was a loan from the unincorporated to purchase Braden River Park.
That was from the MSTU, but that ended up
Yes.
coming from Parks.
It's still outstanding in the MSTU. We loaned it so that they could buy the money in a project, but it was done as an interfund loan to Parks. Right.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I know I fought for that. We did not vote for it to really come from Parks. We voted for it to come from the MSTU, but that was never done.
We keep
That's why I'm asking.
We keep an itemized list for the auditors of everything that has an interfund loan. If you give me just a second, I can tell you every single one.
That'd be great, Jan, if you could
Okay,
do
hang on.
that, please. And then Commissioner Bellamy. And the reason I'm asking this before Commissioner Bellamy is because I think it might be pertinent to something he's going to want to ask. That's why I said that. And then Mr. Clegg really needs to make a statement too. Sure. No, sir, I'm sorry. Mr. Clegg was, but I've got you on there now. I do not. I'm sorry, my back is in pain. Give me time. No, Misty, come on.
It's because you don't live in a certain zip code.
That's right. You're not, in the 34202, I guess.
Allocating questions.
That's a joke.
Don't even go there, guys. Let's take a deep breath.
It's a joke.
I know.
Jeez.
Who's next? You're looking with your
I'm
hand
just
up
making
again.
sure I got the right file, the most recent one.
Mr. Clegg, do you want to speak,
I mean,
to it while
I'm
she's
happy
looking?
to defer to my client, which is the members of the board.
I
So
know, everybody all of a
I'm fine
sudden,
going
yeah,
last.
it's
I'm fine
like-
going.
Yeah.
Oh, I can fill some space if you
Fill
like.
some space.
Okay, so when you practice public finance as an attorney, you have to have enough of an understanding of accounting to not look foolish when things are going by you where you're handling the legal issues. And so you learn to kind of get a grasp of these things, but I'm certainly not an expert in them. But the way I've always understood the issues the board is kind of wrestling with today is that we have a lot of different sources of revenue that come into the county, and they have use restrictions attached to them. So tourist development tax money can only be used for tourist expenses, utilities for utilities expenses. Those restrictions apply whether they are in reserves or not. So when you take the money that's in a, let's say it's a tourist tax reserve, I don't even know if we have one, you take it out of that reserve, you can spend it, but you'll have to spend it on the same uses that you would have if you had drawn on it from the reserve. So the issue is, when you take money out, what can you do with it? They're two separate questions, though. They're two separate questions, and it's a lot easier to think about this in terms of, okay, do we need this much in reserves? And then think about, okay, when it comes out, where does it go, and how can you spend it? That's a much easier way to approach this than trying to deal with the two issues at the same time. It's almost impossible to understand it that way.
Madam Chair, could I dialogue with him real quick on that?
Go ahead.
So we're filling space here. So for instance, you're saying, if we take money out of, I'm just, this is strictly hypothetical.
Certainly.
Okay. Let's say libraries, right? Say libraries has, 10 million, it's a round number. So they have 10 million in reserves. And it's more than they need, for instance, we're assuming. And we want to get our hands on some of the library money, but we can't. We'd love to build roads with that extra library money, but I can't. I can really only build libraries, right?
That's not necessarily true. It depends on what kind of money it is. So if it were
I'm
a
talking capital.
library tax, for example,
Okay.
which we don't have, then you could only use it for libraries.
Sure.
But if it was general fund dollars,
But it's in their reserves, so the library's system can use it
right,
within the library system. So then my question is, let's say the library is due to get $3 million that year, and this board decides to give them 0, and they're forced to pull $3 million from their reserves. We now have $3 million.
correct.
Thank you.
And you can spend that, as long as it's not a revenue source that's legally restricted to libraries, you can spend it on any public purpose. So it really depends more on the type of money that went into the reserve than the fact that it's in a reserve that has a label on it.
I'm sorry, Jana, did you find it?
Yes, ma'am. So, the top 3, general fund loan and at 500 at a time. It has 500 left. You have, sorry, thank you. You also have the general fund. We keep a constant loan that we're keeping up with court technology. Court technology, by Article 5, you were to pay the technology costs for the public defender, the state attorney, all those. Those have consistently gone beyond where they're supposed to be. So years ago, I would say back in 14, we kept up an advance showing how much you're transferring over there each year. I don't think you'll ever get it back, but the hope was that the Article 5, that they would show you that you have to pay it back. But by statute, you don't receive enough revenues to make the court technology work. But by statute, you have to pay for it. So this is just a way of keeping up with it. The next one, we made a loan, I believe that was this year, in FY20. In the beach erosion funds, you have to pay them up front for the state side as well as for our side is some of these erosion projects. And as they come through, they'll be paid back to us. So we did a loan of $4 million to get them going, and then the money should be coming back to the general fund. In addition, the unincorporated loaned 2 things, which are the Premier Sports Campus and the Braden River Preserve. Those were loaned to the project so that they could buy them, both of them. In Fund 480, 480 is solid waste. This was Charlie's loan, the 1.3 million for his credits. He's now down to 185,000. And the last one is 506. That is the one that was loaned from the health insurance fund back in 2012 or 13 in order to establish the ESCO chiller project, which was not something on the outside. You loaned it to yourself, and now that's paying back. So those are the ones that are the outside, the bottom below, was that it, Sheila? Because the below are just the flip side, which balances. Those are
Jan?
the outstanding receivables.
Would you send those to all the commissioners, please?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Commissioner Bellamy?
I'm in information overload right now.
Yeah, me too. I didn't know about any of that. So- I'm sorry, you don't have anything right now?
I was gonna go from the legal perspective. If we're the board and we make policy, do we have the ability to make policy say, listen, we need $150 million out of this half of $1 billion so we can start working on projects? Can we write up a policy to pull out of that and everybody agree on it and move forward? Because you all keep saying, well, we're the board and we do what we want to do. And legal keeps saying, if you have 4 commissioners.
Pointing at me. I
Well,
haven't said
got 5
that.
fingers. I got 5 fingers. Nothing bad. What I'm saying is we need to start looking at what our options are to pull some of this money and make it work for what we need to get done. It's clearly there. We've had our Jerry Maguire moment. It's clearly there, but we need action steps on how we can utilize or mobilize the money. And I'm trying to figure out how. Maybe we start at 150 million or 200 million and say, we go at this, tell us how we get it, and then we can start working on our infrastructure and our roads and go from there. Make policy to get it done.
Third.
Kevin, do you have anything else?
Yes, ma'am. So I would just say that I am going to echo some of what Bellamy said without getting redundant, but yes, I think we need to start giving a directive, and hopefully Public Works is watching and hearing what we're saying, because as we heard from Clegg, the money has to be spent pretty expeditiously. So, we need to start the planning process, identify projects soon, start the planning process pretty soon. And then from Jan Brewer's standpoint, I feel like we're up here, begging for this and begging for that, and you're like shooting us down, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But
No, I don't mean to
next
be.
time, let's come back with, you see generally the direction we're looking to go. And so I'm hoping that the next time we're sitting here, you come at us and say, obviously your top priority is to steer us clear of the rocks, right? Make sure we're financially in a safe place. And none of us wants to be in a financially risky situation. So, keeping that in mind, I'm hoping the next time you come up here, you'll say, great news. I found you, $150 million to go build your roads. Yeah, that's in a nutshell, a simplicity. I know I'm really making a complicated matter simple, but ultimately that's what we're looking for from you. You're the staff. It's your job to find that. We're telling you the direction we want to steer this ship, and you're at the wheel.
May I
Yes, ma'am.
dialogue for just a second? So, for example, based upon what you just said, the way you said it, if you are looking to do projects in the unincorporated area alone, if you go down to line 62, there's 6 million in stabilization. There's 6 million that in the unincorporated area you can use. It's identified in parks where you can use. It's identified in library services. They had 685,000. If there's something you want to do project there, that's all that can go. I guess that's where yes, I will do whatever I can to help you get to wherever you're at. I don't mean to be shooting you down. I'm just trying to make you, like you said, steer clear of those rocks, because I just want to make sure. But I think one thing that I can do that I can walk away from here, you've got that first orange column is your set asides. I think first you need to see what's set aside in each fund.
Right.
And then those can actually be line items we can put in, or you can say you don't want to do them and you move that money too. All right? That would probably be a good start. And then the stabilization, you can see what is in each fund. And without Mr. Clegg telling me what I can pull out of one fund to spend somewhere else, that's where I'm a little bit at a loss. But the one thing, again, I always steer you back to the general. That has no strings on it. You can spend that anywhere. So I don't mean to be dense or to make it hard. I don't mean
No,
that.
you're doing your job. I get it. You're supposed to steer us clear of the rocks. Yeah, we're just,
Yep.
you see the direction we're
Yep,
going. So
I do.
hopefully next time, it'll be a solutions-driven conversation. Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Serbia.
I just have one question, Jan. So we heard about the 150 buckets of money. Does law require us to have 150 buckets of money? Is that best industry practices, or how did we end up with it?
I do not pick the funds that you have, basically because the clerk is your comptroller. They determine which revenues go into what. And if they determine a fund, for example, when you did the IST, I would consider that one fund. They made 4 funds, one for transportation, one for public safety, one for parks, and one is the bucket that you get the money in, and then we transfer it over to the capital projects. I don't make those rules. I abide by them.
Right, so that comes from the comptroller.
Mhm. She's getting her direction from the interpretation from the Department of Revenue, and the Auditor General's office is really where she's getting her information.
So if I wanted to take 150 funds and say, please come back with 25, we
Ooh.
can't do that.
I don't think you'd
Okay.
ever be able to do that.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to, I'm trying to ask those questions so that everybody can understand. Okay, I wish Angel was here
I
to
do
talk
too.
about that.
I do too.
Yeah.
But you're correct.
So that is not something the former county administrator or this county
No.
administrator came up with. That is something that our comptroller has asked us to do because that's how it's done.
Right.
Probably legally required, not sure.
And it's done all over the state of Florida. I mean,
Right.
you're not unique in what's going on or how this is done. The description of the funds, what they're done for, I don't design that at all.
Understood. Okay. I think that's all that I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher and then Commissioner Whitmore.
Those great questions, Commissioner Serbia. So, yeah, I am interested in that as far as how we got to the funds, just because it's been a while back, but I remember being at a location speaking, and it seemed like the former administrator was saying that he had established those funds at a debate. So I'm curious about that. And not that I'm not saying you're wrong or anything like that. I just wonder, if they worked on it together, perhaps, or maybe I just misheard what was saying. I think that I just want to point out what Mr. Clegg said as far as what is by statute, by rule, as far as where it can be, where the money can be used. So some of it is delineated by statute. Nobody is asking anyone to break the statute, but we're asking for flexibility within the rules and within the keeping our 20% reserves, keeping our county on a good financial footing. Obviously, if we had 4 years worth of operating operating budget set aside, then our financials would look even better. But there is a point of diminishing return where this is taxpayer money. And so that's what we want to look at. And then I would just ask that as we propose those things, here's money that is accessible for, we're talking about roads and sidewalks mostly, that we undertake that. And this is not an accusation or against anyone. This is just, I want to provide clear direction. We want that to be done in a spirit of good faith as far as, sometimes if someone's in charge of something and you say, can you cut the budget? Yeah, I can. And I'm going to, have to cut back all your favorite programs and all your favorite people and everything that's most visible and everything that makes you look horrible in the papers. And Ms. Jan, I'm not saying you would ever do that.
Please don't do that. I would ever do that.
I know you wouldn't. And so, but I don't know, you're going to have conversations with other people too. I just want it to be clear that we want, where it's most easy to access with the least amount of pain or exposure possible. And I could foresee seeing, this is 150 from reserves. This is 75 from reserves and 75 additional bonding. So we could do and then we get to make that decision.
Exactly.
And I think that would be, something that this board would be interested in doing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
And if I may, Commissioner, there's a wonderful link, and it's called the Local Government Handbook. And if you ever have any questions about what tax we collect or why we collect it, that book is really the Bible as to what it's delineated and how it goes and what it can be used for. I completely agree with you. We will come back with every option you have. The way this was supposed to work the rest of the day, and I don't know that you're going to get there with all you want to cover, but we were bringing to you transportation first and saying, what is it, your priorities? Tell us those priorities, and we will come back and help you in the best way we can.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Rick Wilson from Paris just sent me a message that this is very boring. So I just thought I'd bring that through on his text. He usually yells at us all the time, so at least he said something kind of nice. I tend to take the conservative approach on this. What I'm seeing from what I've listened ad nauseum for half the day is the 19 million in the stabilization. I had written a while ago, I don't really think it needs to go any higher. I think that we should be okay with that, but I think if anything, that's where we can spend it out of the general fund, because as you said, all the others have line items. And to tell our director of finance or whoever the heck the administrator is going to be to cut the budget without any policy direction from the board, never heard of that. It's usually us that sets policy, and we don't, our finance person or it's the administrator's budget. The administrator leaves next week. So whose budget is it? Who's preparing the budget, which I would kind of like to know now. But we set policy. You're not going to say cut across the board and leave it up to staff when it's the administrator's budget, and the administrator may present you with a budget that you can still cut, but it's still their budget. That's the administrative form of government. Ed Hunsaker that you said, every time you put a revenue source in, it's a line item, it's a funded balance, or it's one of the 150 funds. So I don't know if that was during the debate, but that's long past now, and that's not true. So am I correct that every revenue source that we have has to go into a fund, and that's why we have approximately 150 funds?
Right. The funds are established with like items in mind. So if you take the transportation trust fund, it takes in the gas taxes, it takes in the tax from the property. One of the things that we try to do is, as we build this budget and go toward where the goal you want to get, is because when you get to the summer, there's another 40 hours that you're going to go through with public comment and everything else. We're just trying to help you get where you need to go now before you pass the budget all the way down the road in September with 2 public hearings.
And I can't remember, the Green Bridge has been on our budget forever. And that's way before any of us, since like the 80s. And we, for some reason, have to keep it in this fund balance. And and it's someday to replace it.
Yes.
And
except
we've been asking a couple years in a row, we've asked to go to the state to try to get funding to help us build the Green Bridge. Does everybody know where that, you know where that is? Okay. But I mean, we've been trying, this has been in this fund balance since the 80s, and we can't get it out unless, we got to spend that money on that bridge. Did that money come from state?
Yes, I believe so.
And that's why we have to keep it in there. Again, the only thing I've gotten out of today's meeting really is that stabilization monies is really what we could use right now out of the general fund. The others in line items. If you want to change policy, we can do that. But just to say, Jan, cut the budget and come to us and see where you're cutting, that's not her role. Well, you've kind of said that when you talked about, or maybe it was Kevin, said, what we want to do, now go do it. Well, we set policy on what to do. So if you want to direct your stabilization funds to go to transportation, almost all of it or whatever, that's the policy, not telling staff to find it and do it. That's us. Don't think you understand what I'm saying, George?
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't recall anyone saying that out loud.
Kevin kind of said it. Kevin said it. Kevin more or less said, go find it. And I don't think it's staff's job. I think it's our job.
I did, and Reggie said, show me the money, and you cheered him on. And then I said, echoed the same thing, and you're
Yeah, but
critical
he
of
never
it.
found the money
Right.
either. He never found the
Okay,
money.
you know what? I'm going to cut it off here.
course.
Commissioner Servia, did you have anything new to add, or can we go to public comment? I mean, this is, thank you.
All right, so just so that I'm really clear, the stabilization fund for each of these rows is money that is left over from the previous budget that is then carried over in the same fund, Jan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So, so with that said, and Kevin's comment, I'm going to go to Kevin's comment. So if, and we'll pick on Parks and Rec. So Parks and Rec has $6 million extra dollars in stabilization that they didn't spend. So then with the next budget, we just cut them by $6 million and now we've got more money for roads. Okay, okay.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, exactly, hypothetically, but I'm just trying to play this out to the end. So then, and I'm not saying Charlie would do this, but then the director of the stabilization fund would say, well, if I were the director, I would say, hey, we don't want any money left over in stabilization, guys, because we're going to lose it. So instead of putting in those less expensive LED lights, go for the Mac Daddy, you know, spend it, because otherwise we're going to lose it. I don't want to get into that situation. I don't want to encourage that. So I just want us to think about that as we think about, you know, cutting the stabilization. Makes sense, right? To do what we really want to do. But we want the most efficient purchases for our citizens to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
Sure.
So just a comment to follow through that whole line of thinking.
If we have staff members who are willing to squander taxpayer money based on that type of premise, then we have bigger problems. than
Well,
Commissioner
you know
Serbia.
what, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that our directors would do that, but look, you know, CBDG money kind of works that way. Housing, federal housing money works that way. There are a lot of different government programs that do work that way, and I don't want us to resort to that. That's all.
I knew it. Hey.
Just
you know, y'all
real
have
quick, so
flown
we
that.
can move on. I hear what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying. There's two different things. A lot of federal funds do work that way, but they structure it that way on purpose because they want to encourage communities to actually use every last dollar of it. They encourage you to build up a board and build up people and responsibly spend it, because if you don't spend it, there's other communities that could use it. So that's a little different than tax money, where we should just take less tax money. You know, you're supposed to spend the federal money. They encourage you to spend it. Citizens encourage you to take less of their money. And if we have the ability to put regular lights in, instead of squandering it just to burn it, then that's what they would want us to do as well. So there's kind of two different buckets there. I hear what you're saying, but what you said goes back to what I said. Why did we add $2 million of additional reserve in the Parks and Rec if we already had 6, which says what you said. Why don't we just have a $2 million lower budget this year and start siphoning through some of these stabilization reserves?
And those are great comments, if I may dialogue with Commissioner Cruz. Those are great comments. And that's what we're here to do. And I don't say anybody's going to squander the money, but I don't know. It's just worth considering all the scenarios all the way through the process.
Okay, I'm going to cut it off now, and we're going to go to public comment, and then we're going to take a 10-minute recess and come back for our 1:30. It's only 10 after 3, but anyway, hey. I have 2 cards here. The first one is from Glenn Gibolina. Is he still here? Okay. And then Andrea Griffin. Andrea, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'll be happy to. For the record, Andrew Griffin. And squandering money, I looked at the CIP. There's some areas that we could be working on there. Okay, the first page you're looking at is showing $182 million. I can't see it from here.
Neither can I.
Yeah. Can we put that on the screen so the residents that are watching this at home can be seeing it as well? Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
So we have $182 million there. Go ahead and turn the page. That was 2015. And you're going to have to scroll that up.
Up. There you go. More.
Keep going.
A little more.
That's 2020, and it's 338, I believe, which is 84% increase. I thought it was 54. I realized that I hadn't been sleeping for a few days, so I recalculated those numbers. So that's 84%. Next page. So from 2018 to 2020, we have collected over $500 million. That's a $500 million. That's a 52% increase in our revenues. We've also increased our expenditures by 57% in only 2 years. Next page. And our operating expenses have gone through the roof. 2015, our salaries and paid employees were 103.7, and I believe that's 190 million or so. Next page, which is an increase of 41.9%. No, down at the bottom, 41.9% increase in our payroll. 24 increase in our operating expenses, and it's a 19% increase in what we are allowed to have for our CIP. So they're paying more money for our operating of the government than they're even giving us in roads, parks, or recreation. Next page. Pull it down, please. So your real numbers for 2019, that's your CIP, what I call a CIP budget, your projects budget. But our real budget for Manatee County is almost $2 billion. Next page. So we're having less home ownership in Manatee County. And the reason why, please go up, is due to our affordability in housing. So what we're doing here, next page, is there a next page? I think that's it. So what we're doing here is we're causing our own problems here in Manatee County by just inflating everything. So now our cost of living's higher. However, our salaries remain flat. Unless you work for the government, that's the only time that you're going to really make money working for somebody in this county. So we have some major problems here. We've got a lot of work to do. I believe when I look back at our stuff from 2015 to 2020, there's only one change that happened here, and that was we had a new board at that time. That new board has cultivated a shell game in which they move this money around and hide it from the public. Then they come back to us asking us for more money, and we have plenty. We just need to manage it appropriately. Oh, lastly, the citizens' budget is a joke.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to come forward? All right, not seeing anyone. Seth, you have a phone call?
Yes, ma'am. Caller 445-445. Please press star 6. Go ahead,
Good
caller.
afternoon, Glenn Jamlant for the record. You can hear me, correct?
Yes.
All right,
Yes, sir.
so I would have to mirror what Andrea said. We have all these silos of money. I really don't think the board has a clue what Angela's doing as far as where she's getting direction from. I don't buy that whole thing. Well, she's got guidelines and she knows where the funds go. If that were the case, we wouldn't be using trust fund money for private industry. So that whole area needs to be revamped and re-looked at. And I guarantee you, Mr. Statute couldn't find that on the website about the policy, because I looked for 2 hours and I couldn't find it. So they make it very difficult to get the finance policies, and it's very difficult. We have a lot of money. And when I hear that we're financing private industry and we're not doing anything for affordable housing, and we've got $6 million in this direction, you know, I think we need to take a step back. And you know, my philosophy is, until we get a handle on attainable workforce housing, get our homeless vets off the streets, we need to do two things. You need to do a zoning moratorium, put the brakes on everything. Hopefully you've looked at my report today, move in that direction. And secondly, put a freeze on all the recreational projects. Just stop it. We need our roads fixed. We need housing. We need vets that need help. You guys have not contributed one dime in that direction, and all you seem to want to do is just satisfy all the tourists by keeping all the parks in shape. Folks, we got people living on the streets. We got vets living on the streets. We have we lost 100,000 renters under $100,000. Look at the reports. The writing, we are struggling here in Manatee County. The blue class workers are getting hammered by market rate rents. You have done nothing to help them. That's got to stop. That has absolutely got to stop. Inclusionary taxes, revamp this whole. I got confused, dizzy listening to this presentation. I don't know how you guys do it, but it's like the shell game. They just want to keep you dazed and confused and go back the way it was. I'm glad we got a new board here and you start asking questions, because these silos of money have got to stop. And Misty, I'm with you. We don't need 150 different silos. I guarantee it. That's my 2 cents. I'll see you Thursday, if not next Tuesday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other callers, Seth?
That's all, Madam Chair.
All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Quintana Acevedo with the clerk's office. I just wanted to clarify, the investment policy is on the clerk's website.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
you go to manateeclerk.com, click on directory, finance, treasury management, it's listed right there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Chairman,
input.
can staff please reply to the citizen comments when we come back?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Jan, you'll have first dibs.
Thank you.
Thank you. 10-minute recess.
Phone calls, we're gonna be here at 8 o'clock. I want to go there too.
The site is working.
Well, now it's 43, sorry.
Now what is it?
I know, it's bad.
So yeah, you had about 45 minutes.
I skipped lunch. It's the best I can do.
Hey, what's there something?
We're going to go back to our afternoon session. Jan, did you want to respond?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to respond real quick. The citizen came up and actually gave you some information that I think it's important you understand what was being said. There were a couple of presentations that they were showing. This is the overall, this is the outstanding projects and grants at the end of the year that is adopted into the budget. It was said that there was a 54% increase. There is an 84% increase, which I know she acknowledged. It's a $154 million difference between projects that you were still ongoing back in 15 and projects in 21. So why do you have that? So between the two, and this is in your email, IST came in at 51 million. That was completely new. Water and sewer capital projects, 62.8 more was invested. You issued bonds, 11 million. We're still there from 18 and 19. There's 12 million that were sitting there. Stormwater projects increased by 8.2. And then the port, which you control in a different manner, had 88.3 million. So the difference between the 2 years, 154 million of it, the large majority was IST, bonds that were issued, and then also additional projects that were put in. The one thing I would ask is that they were talking, it was brought up the total change in the budget. Well, the total budget was 1.8 million to the 1.3 million. So that's a $500 million difference, a 37.2% increase. If you take out those projects, which I just explained the differences in, that takes you down, and there's roughly just a 30% increase between 16 and 21. And then with your permission, I'd like to come back next time we have a work session so I can explain those to you, because I think it's important to understand and get a good, clear view of it. And thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thanks, Jan. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to go on to number 4. Madam Administrator, do you want to take it from there?
Good Lord.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Charlie Bishop. He will then lead right into your next item on the land acquisition process.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. Charlie Bishop, Director of Property Management. This is approximately a 45-minute presentation, 23 slides. First of it is the process of the capital improvement process, CIP, working with Chad Budso. The second portion is surplus property. It's going to be led by Joy Leggett Murphy, who came to the county in August of 2016. Her previous employment positioned her well for taking over one of the most complicated divisions in my department. This division involves citizens' interactions, negotiations, drafting contracts, conveyance of documents, and an understanding of real estate due diligence and closing. Joy is a licensed Florida attorney whose practice was mostly in real property transactions and litigation. She also holds a real estate license and is a Florida Supreme Court mediator. Also like to acknowledge that Jerry Lopez is in the audience in case it gets directed to affordable housing, and Chad Budso is in the House for Public Works in case it gets directed towards CIP, and of course our own Bill Clegg in case there's any other legal questions. With that said, Joy?
So, good afternoon, commissioners. It's been kind of a day, I'm assuming. Been here for a bit of it, but it looks like you guys had fun this morning as well. It is true that I did come to the county in August of 2016. I am an attorney. I did litigation, real property law and litigation. So I came to the county because the adversarial nature of that can be a bit wearing. I came here to be a part of a team to do good things for this community. And I stayed here because I realized I do have the heart of a public servant. And so being able to see my work turn into actual projects that help the community is why I'm still here after almost 5 years. I want to take a minute to introduce you to my team. I'm very proud of my team. They come from diverse backgrounds, and each one of them has something that contributes to our overall success. So if I'm going to start right here, Tim Costello. Tim Costello is a Venice boy. He's been a Floridian his entire life. He got a degree in real estate from Florida State University, so anybody who's a Seminole will love that. Tim is an unusual creature. He got his real estate license at the age of 18 and got his broker's license at the age of 19. So I won't tell how old Tim is, but he's got a lot of years. A lot of years of real estate experience in this area. The next team member is another senior real estate specialist. His name is Charles Metter. Charles is a Montana boy, came down for the weather, and got his master's degree in business administration from FSU once he moved down here. Charles worked for a finance company before he came here. He did a lot with loans, specifically car loans, personal loans, and mortgages. So Charles brings that kind of background to us. The next senior real estate member is actually, senior real estate specialist is actually he just stood up. He's in the audience. His name is Chris Pickens. Chris is one of our newer additions. He came to the county in May. Chris is from West Virginia, and he brings to us a deep background and understanding of title work. He did title work for a lot of the oil companies, and so he gives us that value add to when he's reviewing title work. He also saves us money, to be quite honest with you, because he does some of the less complicated title reviews for us if we're looking for a particular thing. Instead of paying a title company $1,000, I just asked Chris to handle it for me. Moving on to the real property specialist, which is our second tier, is Victoria Rosenbecker. Victoria Rosenbecker kind of comes from everywhere. She kind of moved around the country a bit. She has a degree in urban planning, and she's been with us for about almost 2 years coming this spring. Brandy Adams is sitting next to Victoria. She is a real property specialist. She has a degree in communications, and she worked with the company that did all of kind of the backroom stuff for mortgages, reviewing title work, reviewing appraisals to give the green light for mortgage companies to move forward. So she's got that kind of understanding and knowledge about the real property world. Maggie Gaughan is not here today. She is a real property specialist as well. Maggie's a recent addition to our team. She has a degree in GIS, which is Geospatial Information Systems. That's a real fancy way to say Maggie makes amazing, incredible maps for us. So that's her value add. She's learning about the real estate side of things, and she does an excellent job. She's got great customer service. Our two newest additions is our real property coordinators there in the audience. I've got Caitlin Deloach, she's waving. Caitlin is a recent grad from UCF in business, general business. So she brings that kind of attitude to her. She handles a lot of our coordination of our vendors and things like that. And then I have Jessica Henderson, right there. Jessica has a degree in literature, but then she went and got an MBA. So she's kind of our proofreader, composer. She writes her stuff for us. She also helps with vendors and helps coordinate moving some final site plans through the process. So that's our team. This team last year completed 119 projects and brought them to the board for approval. Right now, in their queue, they have 131 projects. 50 of those are easement acquisitions for different projects around the county. 33 of those are right-of-way acquisitions for different roadway projects around the county. And we have 17 vacation requests from citizens to vacate county's interest. We have a whole bunch of other little projects that I'm not going to bore you with right now. Next slide, please. So just a real quick history of where we've been, where we're going. Pre-Great Recession, 2009, this department was made up of 14 people. So 14 people were doing this work. After the workforce reduction in the Great Recession, that staff was reduced to 4. So we took a pretty big hit in the Great Recession. The number of employees dropped substantially. Those 4 people, they did what they could. I think Jan talked to you about the 3 levels, basic government service, add-on, add-on, add-on. They were at the very bottom of the budgeting criteria. We did use outside acquisition staff to help fill in the gaps during that time. But when I came here in 2016, these gentlemen probably had 35, 40 projects in their queue at all times. And it was just kind of a crazy world where they were just trying to get things done as they could. And we were getting a lot of complaints, shall we say, from other departments that we weren't moving fast enough. I began to request additional employees from Charlie Bishop, and now we have a staff of 8. So very proud of my staff. Moving on. So I mentioned our partners, I mentioned some acquisition agents. We can't do our work without some outside partners. We have title companies that provide us our title searches whenever Chris isn't able to step in for us. Barnes Walker, Stewart Title, American Government Services are the 3 we have on contract right now. We have appraisal vendors who do the appraisals for our group. Masaba, Compass Real Estate, Lee Parity, Kenneth Evans, our Urban Group, and Nick Chop. We do conduct environmental surveys sometimes when we buy property to make sure we're not buying, a toxic waste dump. We use Cardno, Professional Service Industries, Environmental Assessments, and Consulting, Inc. And then our acquisition agents, we'll talk to you kind of sporadically about these guys throughout the day. Our Independence Acquisition, Florida Acquisition and Appraisal, HDR Engineering, the Urban Group, and American Acquisition. I just realized I can look at that screen. So very quickly, just to kind of give you an idea about the acquisition agents, we do have them come in and help us when projects are very large. Let me just say, they cost more per hour than my guys do. And so we try to be very judicious whenever we use their services. In addition to the cost associated, it does increase the cost of the project. But in addition to increasing the cost, they can't do all of the work because they can't do the internal processes. So my team are still involved in those acquisitions. They're just not out there in front of the customer or the citizens every day. So very quickly, I'm just going to go through some slides really fast. I talk really fast, so we should be moving along rather quickly, Ms. Chairperson. Give you some background ideas about the other services we provide in addition to land acquisition and surplus. We do services for the citizens. So our citizens come and ask us to vacate the county's interest in platted areas around the county. The picture that you're looking at was one of our projects. Actually, Tim did this. the three lines that are drawn or are platted right-of-ways that went across this property and prevented it from being developed. So we worked with the developer, we processed the vacation request, and now this has actually been platted and built into a new development here. This is State Road 70 in Lorraine. You got where we are now? Yeah. We also spend a lot of time providing responses to citizens directly for questions about county-owned property and also about easements that we may have that impact county citizens' properties. We do final site plan easements. Those are easements whenever a developer builds a project in an area, maybe like a 7-Eleven or something, Wawa, racetrack. They have to provide us sidewalk easements, drainage easements, utility easements. And finally, we have surplus property sales, which we will talk about at the end of this presentation. Next slide. We are also involved in negotiating leases. We have departments and divisions that come to us and say, we have this need in this area. We help them with site selection. We bring them choices and options. We negotiate with the landlords. We bring it to the county attorney's office for approval, bring it to you guys for approval. We also keep summary sheets of every lease we have so we know what our basic obligations are, what the landlord's obligations are, when the renewals are, and we answer any questions that come up about leases. Next page, please. So even though Public Works is our largest client and the one we do the most work for, we also do work for other departments and divisions throughout the county. Parks and Natural Resources is one of our clients. We obtain easements and title certifications for things like beach renourishment and the Washington Park construction where they're building the mounds and they're bringing the dirt over. We also handled the acquisition for Johnson Preserve and Premier. And in the future, we'll be handling the negotiations for the Environmentally Sensitive Lands Fund. Public Safety has been coming to us with requests for EMS stations. So we negotiated a lease on Cortez. We purchased some property out at Malachite. And we also work closely with them identifying any future potential EMS stations they want. One of my proudest accomplishments that I will always be able to say that I had a part in, actually Tim is the one who negotiated it, so it's really Tim's, but I told him to do it, so I get that credit. Neighborhood Services, they were struggling with the disabled veterans coming into this building to receive their benefits from the Veteran Affairs. It's a hard building to get here if you're in a wheelchair. So we worked with them, identified a local property that was being sold in downtown, ground level, easy entry, and within 3 months. Start to finish in 3 months, we negotiated, got the contract, got it to the board, and got it closed. That may not seem like a big deal for people in the outside world. That's a huge deal for governments. So we were Speedy Gonzalez on that one. Mm-hmm. And we did an ES1 in that 30-day window. Next slide. Okay, so utilities, most of our work for utilities comes through Public Works, but occasionally utilities will have a special project for us. One of the projects we worked on was Anna Maria easements. We went out and did a survey of where we had easements, where we didn't have easements, where we needed easements, and provided them a comprehensive list with title information about where the easements were and what they needed. For the Convention and Visitors Bureau currently, we are working with the City of Palmetto on an interlocal agreement to get the right-of-way for the 7th Street extension that will go through that property. And we're working with the developer for a joint participation agreement, if you will, about building out the convention center and connecting the hotel and the convention center together. Okay, now, finally, Public Works is our biggest customer. We do a lot of acquisition for Public Works. Currently, we have Fort Hammer Extension, Moccasin Wallow Road, 44th East Extension, Canal Road improvements, realignment of Mendoza, 60th Avenue improvements. We are also working on sidewalk projects for them, utility projects, and roadway turnovers. Roadway turnovers is when a developer builds a road through a property they own without it being platted, and then they want to give us the road. So how they give us the road is they call me, and then I assign someone. And we take an application for the turnover. We make sure that Public Works is in agreement with the inspections, that all of the agreements are in place that we're supposed to be taken care of. And then we accept the deed and bring it to you for final acceptance. Next page. Okay, here's what you came for. How we acquire land for the CIP process for Public Works. I'm gonna, each one of my staff members is gonna talk to you for a minute, and then we'll go through that process. Go ahead, Tim.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Cristello, land acquisition process. I'm currently a senior real property specialist, certified right-of-way agent. Recently passed the certification through IRWA, series of classes. Joy was instrumental in providing the education, the resources to get that done for me. That helps me in my job. I enjoy the work. Many different things we touch every day. The land acquisition process, my topic is voluntary acquisition.
Madam Chair, I'm not able to hear the presenter.
Oh, okay. All right. I apologize. Okay. My topic is land acquisition process. My topic is the voluntary acquisition. Step one, obtain direction from the county administrator, Public Works, or other requesting departments. Public Works or another department informs property acquisition about acquisitions necessary for a project. Step two, property acquisition orders title work, appraisals, or in-house valuations. Step three, negotiations begin. Property acquisition reaches out to property owners to discuss acquisition needs. Property acquisition continuously works to consult with Public Works during the negotiation period to ensure the negotiated price stays within the land acquisition budget. Advanced acquisitions for CIP projects are usually hold takes, as the construction plans are not far enough along to know exactly what is required of the project. Next slide. Step four, execute contract between the property owner and the Board of County Commissioners. The property acquisition works with property owners to draft and execute the contract. Contract is presented to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration and execution. Step five, oversee real estate closing. Once under contract, property acquisition partners with one of our title vendors to coordinate the real estate transaction. Step six, warranty deed is presented to the Board of County Commissioners for acceptance. Some things I was involved in voluntary acquisitions consist of mainly advanced right-of-way acquisitions, willing sellers, community benefit for feel-good projects like sidewalks, usually a whole acquisition. Owners have properties listed for sale. Some recent projects I was involved with is Lorraine Road in Rangeland, 8 parcels for right-of-way, Erie Road north-south, 7 parcels for right-of-way. Department of Juvenile Justice was recently closed at the port. Joy mentioned the Veteran Services Building. The MPO lease was a struggle, and my hat's off to the county attorney's office helping me get that done. There was a lot of legal work required to get that one done. They just relocated to a different location. They were at that other location for like 23 years, I believe, and they're in a lot better space. Washington Park drainage easements, 7 parcels on Ellington Gillette functional improvements, Rolette sidewalk, 15 parcels acquired, and Fort Hammer Road, 11 parcels right away, advanced acquisition. Again, all this was accomplished without going the other route, which is Charlie's going to talk about, is the eminent domain.
There we go. So just a couple of things, because sometimes we talk in our own dialogue or our own lingo. A whole take means we're buying the entire property and not just the piece that's necessary for the project. That's usually the way we do it whenever we're working in an advanced posture, because we're, like Tim said, the construction plans haven't been completely cemented, and so we don't want to take too little and then have to go back. It's a kind of a win-win for the county and for the property owner. The county gets to negotiate what is closer to market value. The owner, if they don't want to live next to a very big road, gets to take the money and go buy a new property. We have a lot of flexibility whenever we are working with the owners for involuntary transactions. We're able to kind of help them out, maybe time the sale so that they have time to go find another property and they don't have to experience that kind of uncertainty where they don't know where they're going to live. Another thing that's really interesting is I've been blessed to be a part of the CIP review process. So that helps me be able to understand what is happening in the county as a whole and be able to identify where we may have overlapping land needs so that we can do kind of a 2-for-1. The projects that we have done a 2-for-1 right now is on Fort Hammer Extension. We identified a home that would be really, really good to convert into an EMS station. We knew that the public safety was looking for an EMS station. So we contacted them and said, if we think we have the perfect thing for you, what do you think? They liked it. We were able to buy the whole take, and the house is going to be converted into an EMS station within a couple of years. We're currently doing the same thing on Moccasin Wallow. I thought I had a deal. I thought I had it done where we would be able to buy one of the properties. The owner just backed out of that deal. So we're looking at another property along that way. So instead of just buying the little sliver, we'll buy the whole parcel and be able to build the EMS station on Moccasin Wallow. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Charles to tell you guys what happens when, before I do that, we initiate voluntary acquisitions to be able to be good partners with our citizens, to kind of soften the blow of coming in. We do have the big stick, which is eminent domain, and we prefer to not pull that out first. It's not a very nice thing to go to someone and just say, we're going to take it. So we try to start with a more friendly approach that would allow the citizens to be able to feel like they're participating with us more than being forced. So with that in mind, this is what happens whenever we don't get the voluntary acquisition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Attorney Clegg. My name is Charles Metter. I've been with the Acquisition Division for 7 years now. And as Joyce said, from time to time, we do need to exercise the power of eminent domain. So if our division is requested to take that formal posture, we will submit a request for legal services to the county's attorney's office for eminent domain. The county attorney's office will prepare and submit the eminent domain resolutions. There's 2 resolutions. One is for necessity and the other is for quick take proceedings. In a formal procedure, we, meaning our acquisition division, sends a formal offer letter to the property owner once the resolutions have been adopted by the board. That formal offer letter is for the appraised value. We do have these properties formally appraised by one of the vendors on the previous slides, and that offer letter is for what was on our internal appraisal. Negotiations continue. We obviously try to reach an agreement and be as cordial as we can with these folks. However, eventually, if we're just unable to reach an agreement, we can, once the 30 days has expired, we can move forward to the next step in the eminent domain process. If you can enough to move the slide over. And so essentially after that 30-day window has expired, we can submit another RLS to the county attorney's office to begin to move forward with the lawsuit. It's worth noting that we can continue to negotiate with these owners after that 30-day window. We'd love to obviously reach an amicable agreement. However, that RLS would basically turns it over to the county attorney's office, as our division doesn't handle the legal aspect of it. In the legal proceedings, the CAO files the suit and requests an order of taking. From my experience working here, and especially now, kind of at the mercy of the court with COVID and getting on their schedule. So this could take some time. And, you know, Attorney Clegg and whatnot can speak to that. So in regards to eminent domain, it's kind of our last resort. We'd love to reach an agreement with every owner that we talk to. However, should that be the case, the county, by statute, does have to bear the burden on some of these costs, which can be large, as far as attorney fees, expert fees, and that sort of thing. And that's the end of my presentation.
All right, so again, just to take you back a minute into Charles's explanation, the 30-day negotiation period, that's required by statute, but we usually negotiate longer than 30 days. We just usually negotiate longer than 30 days unless Public Works has told us that there's a time consideration, or unless we've been negotiating with the owner for 2 years, and now it's time to turn it into a more urgent process, then we will only use the 30 days. We have also used the 30 days in an instance where we had a voluntary transaction with an owner. He was good to go, we were good to go, we got it all the way to closing, and the bank refused to release the mortgage. We cannot accept property that has a mortgage on it. So because the bank refused to release the mortgage, we had to turn it into an eminent domain proceeding. I'd like to call that a friendly eminent domain proceeding. But we did have to send the letter. We waited 30 days because that's the statutory requirement, and then sent it on to the county attorney's office. So whether or not we choose the voluntary acquisition or whether we choose the eminent domain process depends on a lot of factors, and we take a lot of input and direction from Public Works. Timing of the project, urgency of the project. Keep in mind that Public Works cannot go to bid until they own 100% of the property necessary for the project. So that can take a couple of years for us to buy all of the property. Even if we turn it into an eminent domain proceeding, we're not talking about weeks, we're talking about months in order to take it through this process. So that's why we work closely with them for their timelines to understand what it is that they need and when they need it, so we can deliver what they want as quickly as possible. The eminent domain process is where we use the acquisition agents. We would never use acquisition agents on a voluntary process because it's more relaxed and laid back, and we have a little bit of time to play, and so we're not under a pressure of time. When we get to an eminent domain type situation and we know that this is a limited amount of time and we have 45 parcels and I only have 6 people, it's really important to turn that over to people who can focus on that every day and try to get those negotiations moving. Internally, my people still do all of the paperwork that you see. They bring all the paperwork to you on the board. And if they do not reach resolution, my people still write all of the RLSs and take all those documents up to the county attorneys for processing. So we're still involved even if we have an agent in the mix. Madam Chair, I have a question and answer slide next. If you like, I can skip by it and keep on going to surplus property, or we can.
So I've heard the reference to outside appraisals and in-house appraisals. How are in-house appraisals conducted? I didn't see an in-house appraiser on your staff list.
They must all go dead about the same time.
Yeah, they're very consistent.
Yeah.
Well, I think legally for METV, we have to have you on a microphone.
Mic number 3. So in a voluntary transaction, we generally use in-house appraisals because our appraisals can cost somewhere between $5,000 and $30,000. And if we're in a voluntary posture and we're trying to get to something more like a market value, Tim, who has been a real estate agent and a real estate broker for many years, does a market analysis. Brandy is currently in training. She's in the actual appraisal training right now. And so she and Tim work together to kind of scope the market to see what's out there, what's sold. We do exactly what an appraiser would do, but we don't have those credentials. We don't pretend to have those credentials, and we don't call it an appraisal. We call it in-house valuation because it's more or less just an agreement between us and the owner about what the value, well, we come up with the value, we present it to the owner, and then it's negotiated. The formal appraisal is absolutely required in an eminent domain proceeding and also in various other transactions. But at that point, we would hire one of the appraisers on our list and pay them to go out and do formal appraisals of the area, looking at them through the lens of eminent domain. So,
Thank you. Thank you. That answers my question.
Any other questions, commissioners? No, that's okay, honey. Any other questions?
Yeah, but mine was.
All right, go ahead.
okay. All right, moving right along. We're going to talk about surplus property, but we cannot talk about surplus property without talking about county-owned property, because that surplus property comes from the vast well of county-owned property. So I'm going to ask Leah to take us to on mymanatee.org. My division has a page, property acquisition page, which is nestled under the property management page. And on that page, we have a page called county-owned property. It has a little blurb at the top that tells you how we got here, has an interactive map, and then it has some frequently asked questions, which we seem to have a problem bringing it up. So, so I'm just going to talk until she finds it. So when I got here in 2016, Charlie Bishop had started a project, an intern project. Actually, Leah was the intern, and Leah worked with property acquisition to identify every parcel owned by Manatee County. So I came into this situation with a giant spreadsheet of county-owned parcels, and they were in the process of sending out requests to everybody in the county about, hey, do you own this parcel? If you do, what do you do with it? So we were collecting information about the county-owned parcels and what we use them for. That has evolved over the years to what I think is a pretty cool map. And so here we are. This is what I consider to be a pretty cool map. It is a map that is exclusively of the county-owned property. It has color coding, so you can see what department is the owner of that property. So blue for utilities, because water. I had another choice, but nobody wanted to go with it. Green for parks and natural resources, red for public safety, and so forth. So as you fly around this map and zoom in and out, you will find different parcels. They're color-coded to what their use is. This solved a lot of problems because as we were doing this research to fill this in, we started noticing that a lot of the property appraiser's website said parcels were vacant that we actually had a use for. So we called the property appraiser and said, you're causing so much confusion. You have to change the way you do this. And they said, you don't tell us that we have to do this. The Florida Department of Revenue tells us how to code these parcels, and they're only allowed to use 3 codes for county-owned parcels, right? So one is right-of-way, one is county-owned, and the other is county-owned vacant. If a parcel does not have a vertical structure, like this building, it is listed as vacant. So go to Duet Preserve, please. Duet Preserve is made up of 65 parcels. They're all listed as vacant because there's no vertical structures on them. So go to the one that we were going to do. See, it says vacant, right? So here is one. This is one that we worked on. It is a stormwater pond, but they have it as county-owned vacant. So we, and by we, every time I say we, it's really my staff, Victoria Rosenbecker in particular, worked with the county property appraiser and came up with 2 new codes. One of them is the owner type, which will tell you the department, and one is use, which will tell you what we use it for. So if you are looking and you go and you find parcels that say it's vacant, before you just assume it's vacant, look at the top. Right under PID number, right under owner, you will have 2 other types there that tells you what exactly we're using that for. So see, stormwater, and look, it's a stormwater pond. Magic. Okay. I think that's all I got for that, Leah. Oh, the cool thing about this map too, if you're zooming around in the map, Leah just did it, but I'm just going to tell you, when you click on more information, it takes you to the property appraiser site. So that's my map. It took us a while to get it, and I'm just very excited to share it with you. I think it answers a lot of questions. And if you... Oh, yeah. So the map was actually a collaborative effort between IT, Leah, and Tori. So it was everybody coming together to put this thing together to make it this awesome thing you can play with on your own time. It's pretty awesome. All right. So this is just a breakdown of the county-owned parcels. Currently, we own 762 parcels. As I said, 65 of those are Duet Preserve, 48 of those are Rye Preserve. Lake Manatee Reservoir is 32 parcels. County right-of-way is 248 parcels. So as you can see very quickly, whittling down the numbers to what we have. Over here is a list of what I call the ownership interest in the parcels, and it tells you how many parcels each one has. I want to draw your attention to the county-owned, county administration at 57 parcels. In that 57 parcels are 16 submerged land parcels at the beach. So once upon a time, the island was bigger, at least 16. The island was bigger, you know, waves took away dirt, and now there's parcels underneath the dirt that nobody wanted to pay taxes on, and they were escheated to Manatee County. So again, you kind of have to look at the layers of this when you're talking about county-owned property. And also in that 57 parcels are some of our surplus property parcels. We didn't have anywhere to put them because they didn't have uses. We stuck them in administration until we can sell them. All right, moving on, next step. Surplus property, what we all came here for today. Surplus property has been a struggle, and I'll be honest with you, it is a struggle to keep up with because we have roads that need to be built, and we have sidewalks that need to be built, and we have emergency situations where we have to do things really quickly, and we shift our focus. So last year, I created a surplus property task force in my division where these people take responsibility and ownership for this so that they can keep that at the top of their list and keep it moving forward. That task force is made up of, next page. Oh, I always forget this one's here. These are the laws that govern the surplus property, just so you know. And there's a difference between surplus property and affordable housing properties. So I don't do affordable housing properties. I do straight sale of surplus properties that are not used for affordable housing. Next page. So our surplus property team is made up of Victoria Rosenbecker, Maggie Gaughan, and Brandy Adams. I was going to go through this list for you, but we're short on time, and they're going to explain their processes anyway, so they can tell you exactly what it is they do. Maggie's not here today, so Tori is actually going to talk about Maggie's processes as well. So with that said, we're going to turn it over to Victoria Rosenbecker. Here you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Only when I'm nervous. So Victoria Rosenbecker, real property specialist and proud member of our surplus property team. So our team has a working list of potential surplus properties, and properties come onto this list through three main avenues. Number one is tax deeds. Whenever land is escheated to the county for non-payment of taxes, we send those properties out for review to determine if there is a potential county use for those properties. And if not, then we move them through the surplus process. The second way is through citizen inquiries. We regularly receive requests from citizens who would like to buy county-owned property. And whenever we receive those, they are prioritized and moved to the top of the list and reviewed before all the others. And then the last way is through a regular review of county-owned property where we try to identify properties that may not have a current or future county use and could potentially be surplused. So currently, there are 42 properties on this list of potential surplus properties, and you guys all have a booklet here that has the property record cards for each of those properties. So these properties are either currently out for review or in queue to be sent out for review. There are also a couple of properties that we need to do a little more research internally before we send them out for review. So once a parcel is identified as a potential surplus property, it's sent out for jurisdictional review by 22 reviewers throughout 9 different county departments. And the purpose of this review is to identify whether or not a county-owned property is currently being used, will be used in the future, or has maybe a potential future use. And if a property was acquired for a particular use, such as stormwater, or a specific project, such as right-of-way, like a right-of-way project, we will first request the input from the group that originally acquired it. And doing these targeted reviews really prevents us from unnecessarily requesting input from the larger group of reviewers when the parcel is ultimately going to need to be retained. So we send these properties out for review 3 at a time. And this is sort of the number that we have found that gets us the quickest response times. We've experimented with the number over the years. We've sent out up to 20 parcels at one time, and we found that response times increased considerably. So 3 for us has been the magic number that kind of keeps the process moving forward. So when we send a parcel out for review, we share with the reviewers the deed for the property, agenda items and minutes related to the acquisition of the property. We send any history that we have on the property, and then we also tell the reviewers whether or not the parcel is a buildable lot. And depending on where the property is located, we will reach out to Building and Development Services, the City of Palmetto, or the City of Bradenton to get that information. So once all the responses have been received, we compile them and we review them. And if one or more department objects to surplusing the property, then we remove that property from the list of potential surplus properties and we place it on a list of inactive surplus properties. And if the objections are temporary in nature or have the potential to change at some time in the future, then we schedule a future review, and that's usually in 1 to 3 years, and then we will reevaluate the property at that time for surplus. And a good example of this is the Rubonia Stormwater Project. We currently own 3 properties in the Rubonia area, but Public Works requested that we retain those properties because of the stormwater project that they have in the area. And once that project is complete, we will go back to Public Works and we'll find out, did you use those properties? And if they did not, then we will move them through the surplus property or through the surplus process at that time. And so it is important to note that property management does not make decisions about which parcels can be conveyed as surplus. We are really the facilitators of the process, and if there is even one objection, then we will remove that property from consideration, and vice versa. If there are no objections, then we will always continue to move those properties through the process. And to just give you maybe a deeper understanding of the outcomes of these reviews, from 2016 to present, we have reviewed 78 properties for surplus, and 53 of those parcels were requested to be retained. And 32 of the 53 parcels have future review dates that are scheduled. So if there are no objections to surplusing a property and it is a buildable lot, then it is first offered to the Department of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity to use for either affordable housing or economic development. And if they decide that the property meets their criteria for either of those and they do want to use the property, then we pass the property off to them and property management's role in the process is complete at that point. However, if REO decides that it doesn't meet their criteria and they don't want to use it, or if it's not a buildable lot, then our team will decide the method that's going to be used to dispose of the property, and then we'll present a resolution to the board to declare the property as surplus and authorize its conveyance. And then once the property has been declared as surplus, then we will add it to the surplus property map and the surplus property webpage. Thank you.
Okay, so very quickly, Commissioner Baugh, no, yes. I'm sorry. I'm like all confused. Commissioner Baugh has indicated that we need to wrap this up because the mics are dying and we need to end. So I'm just going to quickly kind of encapsulate what's next. There's only one slide left. I will invite you to go to our webpage again. Can you put that map up? There, we have a surplus page as well that describes everything and a map there so you can click around and look at what we've got going on right now. Jurisdictional reviews are required by ordinance. And after Tori finishes hers, Brandy sells the stuff. Done.
You're awesome.
We're open for questions if you have any.
I would like to add one thing. There are tax achievements that we're unaware of that just show up at our doorstep, and they come periodically, and we do it as quickly as we can to expedite and get rid of those properties.
All right, guys, I thank you very much for this presentation, very informative, but I can tell you I've been told that we need to close this meeting because the mics are going dead. So we're afraid that any second we might not have any that are operating. So we have to end this work session. Ms. County Administrator, you have,
I do have some additional options for you to do your capital improvement plan follow-up. Hear it?
I can
Okay.
hear you.
All
Yeah.
right. So you do have two options this Thursday, February 18th from 1 to 3, if you'd like to continue on that date and just go back over your capital improvement plan items that Director Brewer was going to be handling. And then also, it looks like you possibly have time for an item to be placed on your February 23rd meeting. That is a regular meeting. You could do a time certain that afternoon. So I leave it up to the board for suggestions.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Sorry, the 18th, there's a special, it's a celebration for Pat Glass that some of us have been invited to at 4. So could we start this at 1?
1 to 3.
Yeah.
Yes,
because
we're
I-
provi-
Is that
I
enough
have to be
time for the
providing-
CIP, though?
Well, we had planned it to be a 2-hour presentation.
My concern with that is that might not be enough time. New commissioners, talk to me. Is that, you think that's going to
Oh,
be
what
enough
about
time
us
to go
old
over the
commissioners?
CIP?
Oh,
Yeah. I think we might need a date where we can take a little bit
Okay,
longer than 2 hours.
Let's do it at 12. Let's start it at noon.
It's all right. You have
Another
you have the
day.
Piney Point you have the Piney Point work session that morning.
What is the other date that you said?
February 23rd is your next regular meeting. It could be placed on the agenda. You could go as far as you need to go, and then we could also look for additional dates after that.
So the day we terminate the county administrator, we have this?
Excuse me.
I'm asking a question.
Excuse me, I
Is it
had
the
the floor with the
23rd?
county administrator.
Is that the day?
Madam Administrator, is that the last date that you have available for us?
Those are the only two dates I looked at so far. We
Okay.
can certainly
So-
find a completely different date.
My concern is on the 18th, I don't know that 2 hours is going to be enough time. I'm not sure about the Piney Point presentation. Do we think it's going to take from 9 to 12?
I do not know.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking.
I think so.
Well, do you know? Isn't, okay. I guess nobody knows what to expect from that. Do you know, Misty?
No, I was going to suggest that we please work through lunch on the 18th and get it done, and everybody bring a bag lunch.
Done. Okay, that'll give us more time. Okay.
So from what I understand, on February 18th, we'll add another item to the agenda for that day, the CIP continuation.
Yeah.
And you'll conclude by 3.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comment so we can get this meeting closed. Anyone from the public want to come forward? I don't think we have anybody. Seth? Okay, thank you. I don't see Andra Griffin, and she's the only one that had signed up here, so I don't know.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair. We will go to 605, 605. Please press star 6.
Hello?
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I'm on the end of this phone. So, quick question about the acquisitions. Got a lot of questions, so I'll try to be limited. One, I want to find out from these folks that are here on the acquisition form, how long is the typical closing? So you guys can write that down. I want to know which of these people were involved in the negotiations of the Lena land deal. It is also my understanding that the county administrator assigns or appoints the acquisition division supervisor or whatever, and I want to know who was appointed for this deal. Property acquisition, property owners just special acquisition needs, got that. Sorry, I'm going through my notes very quickly here. And it appears, I'm looking at how you guys release property, it appears we have more regulations. According to this workflow, the parcel is sent to jurisdictional review to 22 staff members and 9 departments. Yet we do not have that kind of advisement on the front end of the deal. We have to go through all these hoops to release the property, but where are all the hoops that we have to jump through to acquire the property? So how long are the typical closings? Who were involved in the Lena land deal? How was Mike Gore negotiating this deal? And why were none of these people that we pay a pretty penny to not involved in this? That's what I would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Four,
Another
four-
caller?
Yes, Madam Chair. 445, please press star 6. Go ahead, caller.
Hello? Are they gone, Seth?
He was there, and then he disappeared. Star 6, 445, star 6, please. Go ahead, caller. He must be having trouble, Madam Chair, that's all.
Yeah. You want to give it a second?
He's there, unmuted.
All right, good.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello? No, it's not working.
He must be having some trouble.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. All right, I am going to assume we had 4 questions that I wrote down for Andrea Griffin. I assume that we will respond to her on those questions. Okay, Andrea, I'm assuming that you heard that. You will get a response to your questions. With that being said, we need to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. So thank you for all that attended. Meeting adjourned.